All right. My name is Wytchwhisper. I am starting this thing. Hello, everybody. We're just waiting for the first speaker. That's all we're doing. So I hope all of you guys are having a good day today. I should.
Hi, Richie.
Hey.
It's kind of great
Hi.
to be here. I'm so happy I made it.
I'm glad you made it too. I love your picture. It's great. It's really beautiful.
I I love it too. I love artistic. I I love your outfit you're wearing. It's awesome.
Thank you.
I'll put myself on mute so it doesn't conflict with the recording.
I appreciate that.
Just wanted to send you magic, love, and light.
Well, thank you, sweetie. All right. Sharada, I'm going to make you a co-host.
That sounds beautiful. And I'm going to help everybody with my very tricky name. It's Sharada.
Sharada?
Sharada. You lay on that. You enjoy that last day and it relaxes your nervous system.
Oh, great.
Can I just admit people?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wonderful.
Yes, feel free to admit people. Kelly, I'm going to make you a co-host.
Okay.
Kelly's our first lovely speaker today, so.
Awesome. So we still waiting for people to show up?
Well, we got 10 so far.
Okay. All right. So, Kathryn, how are you? See people I know. So I know Tuna's here because I let him in. He's not on screen yet, though. All right. So let me just get started. I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Kelle Sparta. I'm a transformational shaman, spiritual coach, spiritual business coach. I'm a psychic, a medium, a channel, an energy healer, sound healer, you name it, I'm there, right? And so I work with people to walk them through an energetic evolution. And so I walk with people from the time that they start as in their spiritual awakening all the way through to super advanced levels of energy work, and teaching them how to work in the astral and how to deal with different things. So I am here, and I have in the past done readings for people. I am happy to do readings again. I kind of like to use this venue. I tend to be a teacher in my life. I run the Spirit Sherpa podcast, and so I do a lot of teaching. And so I like to use this event as a practitioner instead of a teacher. And so what I'm going to say is if you have something in your life that you would like some help with, energy-wise, coaching-wise, anything, go ahead and raise your hand, and I am happy to help you with that. So we'll do it from that perspective. How about that? Oh, and I did not get a chance to refill my water. This is going to be fun. Okay. Let me close this so that I can see everybody. So you can raise your hand using the tools at the bottom, or you can just raise your hand on screen if everybody's on screen. I think they are. So, nobody. Okay. Oh, there you go, Kathryn. Sorry, I saw you. I was like, she moved. All right. So I'm going to put a little lozenge in my mouth since my water's gone. Okay.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So, am I just asking questions? What am I like?
Yep.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
if you and you can ask about business, you can ask about personal, you can ask about spiritual, anything you want.
So it's about business.
Mhm.
That's good.
Oh, perfect. I love
And
that.
I have an opportunity that has
Mhm.
presented itself. That I'm talking to the person again tomorrow. And I feel a little bit of resistance, but I don't know if it's resistance because it's the business or it's resistance because I have a limiting belief
Mm.
around, this collaboration that could be very lucrative and profitable, but it could also be a lot of work. I don't know yet. I'm kind of trying not to put preconceived notions on like we haven't even had the meeting yet. So I feel like
Okay.
I'm putting cart before a horse and just thought I'd ask about that.
Okay. Do me a favor, picture the person in your mind
Okay.
because I want to follow their energy back to them so I can get a sense. Okay. Mm. That's interesting. So typically when I get somebody when I follow the energy to you thinking about them. In fact, actually what I want you to do is imagine going to them in your mind because it's stuck in your head right now. Ah, okay, that's better. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Okay. So there is zero connection here. Like when I
Mm,
feel into this at the beginning, I literally couldn't get out of your head to the person because they were just like shoving all their energy back. Um, and when you took me to them, there is like I looked for something around their business and what's going on with their business and it all feels like it's ephemeral. Like it's almost like it doesn't exist. Like it's all smoke and mirrors sort of thing. Um
okay.
uh which I can feel you going, "Oh no, I can see their audience and all this other stuff." But there's something here that's not it's insubstantial, right? Um and so let me think about it in relation to you and this project. Hmm. No, you need to trust your gut on this one. The
Okay.
energy is just not there. There's it's not resistance. It's literally you're thinking, oh, it's my limiting belief, my resistance, whatever. No, this is spirit going,
Hmm.
this is there's nothing there for you, is what it's telling me. So
Okay.
I'm I'm with you, with the big doubt. Yeah.
I think it's feeling a little one-sided. Like I'm a
Mm-hmm.
little further ahead and she's feeling a little maybe clutchy, like a little bit of a, oh, this is what we can do, and coattails kind of thing. But I don't want to
Yeah.
dismiss it either.
No, don't just yeah, you need to believe that because that's exactly what I'm seeing is that like I said, it wouldn't leave you. The image wouldn't leave you. It was all in you and I couldn't get to her. I couldn't get
Yeah.
there until you thought about going there and then it's just there's nothing there. So,
Interesting.
I don't know if that's because she's not going to contribute or she's going to talk a lot and do nothing or, I don't know, but it just doesn't, yeah, it doesn't feel solid. There,
Okay.
nothing's actually there. So,
Okay. Cool. Thank
yeah,
you.
you're welcome. Anyone else?
Sure, I'd love a reading.
Okay. A reading on what, Jill? What are you looking for?
I'm not 100% sure. I was scapegoated for a long time. Um,
Hmm.
Suffered from so much narcissistic abuse. So I'm
Okay.
reclaiming myself.
You're what?
Reclaiming myself?
Reclaiming yourself? Okay.
Yes. So
And so,
whatever you pick up,
okay. All right. Can I come into your energy field?
yeah, of course.
Okay, give me a second. Ooh. Okay, you've got a bunch of crap around you. You've got a bunch of low-level entities around you. So I called them schmoogies. So basically what is happening is when you have negative thought patterns or anything, you know, where anytime we're traumatized, right? And growing up in that space or being in that space is that's traumatizing. We give off this energy, and these entities, they feed on it. And so what they do is they come and they feed on it, and then when you try and change your patterns, they will then try and reinforce those patterns by triggering those emotions for you so that they have food. And so this is one of the reasons why when I put people into one of my programs, I'm like, okay, the first thing I got to teach you is how to protect your energy, how to protect your home, how to do that, because that keeps these things out, right? So I'm going to clear them for you right now, but you do need to learn how to protect yourself so that you don't end up with these things coming back and trying to trigger these emotions so they have something to eat. Okay?
Right.
All right. So give me a second. I'm going to clear them out. When was the last time you smudged your house?
Oh, I do incense often. I probably
Mm-hmm.
haven't smudged it in a little while. I could.
Yeah, you definitely want to smudge your house. There's a lot of stuck energy in your house as I'm coming
Okay.
into the space. Okay? It's just like sludgy, right? So that'll help. If you can open your windows after you're done with the smudging to sort of clear the energy, clear the air, get some fresh air in, that'd be really good for you. Okay. Um, all right. So let me get these things off of you. I'm just going to go through and just like clear everything that's in the house in case there's things in there that aren't on you. Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay. Nope. You got to go too. Come on. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I'm just going to take a look at your aura because if I get into a full reading, we'll be here for an hour and a half. So I'm going to take a look at your aura and see what's in there for me to tell you. And I'm going to ask my guys to just sort of give me a couple of things to be relevant for you. Okay. Okay. So there's sludginess in your aura as well. Let me see what that's about. So it feels like there's this stuckness going on for you. Okay. Like you're, I feel like you're trying, like you're making efforts to do stuff, but it's not moving for you. Right. Um, and that feels like, what's that about? Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance. So, uh, one of the things that can happen when you get into a space where you've been unsafe for a long time is that lack of safety, that feeling of being unsafe for long periods is it can trigger your resistance to be much higher than it would be otherwise. And so the thing that's important for you to do is to find safety on a regular basis. Have you done a vagus nerve reset ever or recently?
I certainly could. I mean, I've learned a lot about the vagus nerve, and I've participated in so many classes where we do things with it. But what do you think I should do? A reset?
Yeah. Yeah. The thing right now that's up for you and the thing that's showing up most is that it's this sort of shutdown energetically. It's in your house, it's in your aura. It's and what that comes from is a lack of safety. That comes from a place of going, I don't know how to be safe, and so I'm just going to pull in and shut down. And so that's the piece that's crucial for you. And vagus nerve is one of the things that triggers that fight, flight, or freeze, right? So if you can reset that, that's good. If you're not taking B vitamins, the stress complex vitamins, that would probably be a good thing to start doing, as long as it doesn't conflict with your medications or whatever. The just the act of reminding yourself on a regular basis that you're safe. Just
Yeah.
every day, just be like, look around your house. I've got a roof over my head. I have walls that are safe. I've got food in my fridge. Everything's okay. Right. And just to have that conversation with yourself several times a day, because that's going to open up your energy and allow you to do more. There's the other thing I would recommend on my website is a Boundaries for Empaths program. And that's going to be able to help you with your energetic safety. And so it's a free e-course on my website. It's at kellesparta.com. It's on the screen there. Make sure you spell Kelly right or you won't get there. But it's on the homepage of the website. It's you're looking for the picture of the lady looking at crystals, and that's the thing. You can sign up for it. It's a free e-course. Definitely do that, because that's going to help hugely with your energetic sense of
I
safety.
will.
Okay. All right.
I will take
So
the course.
I'm going to leave that with you, and just say, if you need something, reach out. We can talk. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome, Jill. All right. Have a good one. Tuna, I saw your hand up first, so before everybody else raised their hands, so you got to
Yeah.
unmute. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Excellent. So hello and long time no see. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be at this event, and I'm very excited to be at the place that I am in my life right now. I'm at a place where if you would have said to me, 3 years ago, can you imagine yourself living in Canada and, being with somebody who's a fellow, of a fellow mind to build this world together of being able to share our gifts with each other, share our gifts with the world, and be there. I would have said that's crazy, because I wasn't in a place where that looked like that was possible.
Right.
I'm here, I'm in the same world with Wytchwhisper, but my excitement today is about all the things that we are here to do and what we can all do together. But what I wanted from you
Mm-hmm.
is a reading of
On.
where you feel everything is going for me, for us, it's one of those weird times for the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I'm happy with where I'm at, I'm happy with a reservation of, we know what's going on in the world. I don't want to make this about any specific issue, but at the same time, I feel disconnected with what was home in the US.
Yeah.
And it seems like a scary place to even try to visit right now for me.
Right. Yes. I won't go back either right now. So, but the question is about you and your business and your, what I need to get more clear about the question.
Okay. The question is about me, my business, and my business and how it connects to the bigger picture of being able to actually make a difference through reaching as many people as I can, to help them to tap into their power. I'm
Okay.
a motivational healer. I'm a motivational coach, but I'm
Okay.
also, I tie them both together into one thing.
Okay.
So how
And
do I help? What's
sorry,
that?
are you running your business separate from Wytchwhisper, or are you guys running it together?
We are together, and we have, we have regular discussions about what we're doing and what our visions are, and we're constantly fine-tuning and shaping this.
Okay, so I need to get her permission for me to do the reading. If it's for both of you, Wytchwhisper, can you just give me a thumbs up if that's okay?
Sure, you can do it.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, so let me take a look. Okay, so the thing that I'm seeing first is that you have this. You're investing too much in the world you see around you. The spiritual world is not the same as the physical world. And your work is being done a lot on the spiritual. And when you attach too much to the physical, then you limit the reality of your spiritual side, right?
Right.
So so one of the things that's happening right now for spiritual people is that they're having this experience of I'm awake, and then oh my god, I must fall down right now and sleep, and because I can't stay upright anymore. It's either lay down or fall down, right? And that energy, what that is that we are being energetically rewired to be able to operate in the new reality that is coming. And the reality that you're investing in right now, as you look at the US and all the stuff going on there, is a reality that won't exist for us later. So
Right.
you know, we're evolving into a new way of being. The the timelines will continue, but we won't be on that timeline. And so don't invest in that timeline, okay? What you need to do is stay true to your message and to move forward. Now, the one thing I would tell you is that you've come out of a period of struggle in your business. And one of the things that happens when you have struggle in your business is that the energy grid of your business gets filled with this struggle energy and it gums up. And so go and take a look at the energy grid of your business and ask your guides to clean it up for you. Okay. Because I did this recently because I struggled for like a decade or a little more in my business. And I just did that. And oh my God, I've got so much energy for my business right now. It's just insanely good, right? And there's so much more opportunities flowing in and everything else. You got to get all of the gum up stuff out of your business. And that
Right.
will help you a lot. Okay. And then in terms of where you're going, because I feel like that's sort of a question for you is where do I want to go? I want you to lean into what is your joy, right? What is it that you would be so excited to do and you would love so much if it happened? And I don't care how to get there, okay? The how is not your problem. We provide the destination and the motivation. The universe provides the navigation. So
Right.
all you need to do is decide what the what is. And the what is whatever you would love. You know, the thing that, and I want you to think about all aspects of it too. It needs to not only be the thing you would love to do, but the life you would love to live that would come from it. Right. So you want to
Right.
marry those two things. Right. And so that's not for me to say, that's for you to say.
Right.
And so the key is for the two of you to work together to build a vision of where you want to be when you get to the end of this, or, you know, the next stage of this. It's never the end of this until you pass, right? But the
Right.
next stage of this, and then to task the universe with providing it. Right. So this is the other piece that happens is people say, oh, the universe is my parent, not my partner, and you need to treat it like your partner. And I know you knew this because you listen to my podcast, but I'm saying this mostly for the other people listening. The piece here is that your spirit guide team is far bigger than you think it is. So let's start with that. And there are hundreds of people on the other side who are waiting to be tasked. when we don't stand in a choice point, when we do not choose, we founder because they're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs waiting for you to make a choice, right? Does not matter what the choice is. Okay? It does not matter what the choice is. Pick anything. You don't have to pick the right thing. Just pick something. You're in Stuckville, get up to the top of the mountain. The Stuckville's in the valley. You got to get up to the top of the mountain in order to see where you want to go. And it doesn't matter if you went to the wrong side of the valley and the top of that mountain. You at least now you know which direction you want to go. As long as you're sitting there trying to guess, there's no way to know. Right? So pick a path
Right.
and go towards it. And you can always adjust later. Right?
Sure.
I feel like there's a but coming.
Well, there isn't really a but. It's just I just feel like there's a pressure right now of a wanting this floodgate to open, and I'm trying to take the action that's necessary to make it happen and to do more and to, put more of myself out there so that, I'm doing things like this and getting there. And it always feels like it's never enough.
Yeah. So I'm laughing because these exact words, "open the floodgate," were said earlier in my day today. And I know that the message is for you now. So
Right.
so you're not going to like the answer. So I'm just preparing you for that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thank you.
The reason the floodgates aren't opening is because you're holding on too tight.
Great.
Yeah. So how do you let go? So first thing is you take a day off and you do something fun, right?
Okay.
Not something that not sitting and staring at the television or doing nothing or whatever. Something that's actually fun, right? And you need to
Right.
plan it and be like, "Ooh, I'm excited. I'm doing this for myself tomorrow." So I'm like going and sitting in a hot tub and having a breakfast and then having some lunch with a friend. And, these are the things that fill me up, right? So the first
Right.
thing you have to do is do something fun because that helps you to release control some. You're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm having a good time," right? And then the second thing you're going to do is you're going to stop trying to figure it out and just do what is next to do, right?
Right.
And I know it's very hard when you're in the trying to figure it out stage to do this. Okay. So I want to acknowledge that. The thing that is the key for this. So for me, because this was said to me recently, is for me, what happened is the spirit assigned me to go after absolutely every opportunity that crossed my path, to do everything that somebody suggested that I do. Okay. And I've had all this extra energy because my business has opened up. And so that's what I've been doing. And because I've been going in 40 different directions at once, I can't hold too tight to my business because I've got too many things that I'm doing and I'm not trying to figure anything out. And as I've been letting go of all of this, everything has fallen into place. Right.
Yeah.
And so you have to distract yourself from the trying to control it in whatever way that works for you. And I know that's going to be that's hard and confusing, but that's the best I can give you for that. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. So that's my advice. I'm going to leave it with you because I want to make sure I've got a bunch of other people who want to talk to me. So so we good?
That's awesome.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Pat, you're next on the list here, honey.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good. I'm good. I'd like a reading. Yeah.
Okay. About what? What would you like to know about?
I don't know. I just kind of leave that up to you to find out what I need to know. How's that?
Okay. Don't make it easy on me, Pat. Let me tap in and see what the guides have to say to you. Hold on.
That's good.
All right. So the first thing they're showing me is just this inflow of energy. It's a
Yes.
massive inflow of energy. And so you know what that's about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so let me see what's going on here. Sorry, my husband's getting home. My dog's barking. So, um, so, can you tell me what the inflow of energy is about? Because they're not giving that to me, and what they're saying is that there's something relevant to it. So, what is that inflow of energy about for you?
I don't know. I just feel like, energy's coming into my being. And then
Yeah.
sometimes I feel off balanced when I walk. I have to be careful.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I was seeing. Okay, so it's not something outside of you. It's just an energy flow. That's why I couldn't
Yeah.
find it, because I was looking for something outside of you that was feeding it. But no. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. So yes, that's what I'm seeing, is that there's this huge inflow of energy coming in, and that it wasn't settling properly. So that's why I was asking about the outside thing, because I thought it was outside. I should just know better than to
Okay.
just, they usually give me stuff if I need it. Anyway.
Okay.
That's what I get for questioning them. Okay. So let me talk to you about how to make that settle. Okay.
Mhm.
So the first thing is that it's coming in sort of it's coming in from here, and it's not actually coming through your crown. It's just coming to you here, right? It's like I see it coming in through your shoulders, and it's not grounding. Okay. So the very first thing is that you need to open your feet. Open your feet chakras to ground, so that you can ground that energy in and be able to balance more. That's why you're losing your balance, right? It's because your feet aren't open to ground. And having it come in through your shoulders is a weird pathway, because normally everything comes in through the crown. And normally I would say that was a problem, but right now this does not feel like it's a problem. It feels like it's exactly how it's supposed to be coming in.
Okay.
And so the thing you have to figure out is well, not figure out, but feel into is a better word, right? Better word choices. Is that there's the energy's coming into you, and then so usually when energy comes in, it comes in to be used for something, right?
Okay.
And so I'll move a little closer to my microphone, because I hear you leaning in. I see you leaning in. So one of the things that happens is you channel it through you.
Okay.
But I don't see that happening. Now, do you have a project that you're working on that this energy would be useful for, or is this just an energy field that's opened up for you?
Maybe it's the energy field opened up. I try to go out in nature and ground into Mother Earth.
Yeah. Okay. And but I'm not seeing you grounded. Are you having a hard time grounding?
I guess so. I guess I am.
Okay.
But I
All
try,
right.
I'm very present in the moment,
Oh,
and
you're
I
very
call out
present
my
right now.
angels are around me when I need them.
Yeah.
They're always there.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is, yeah, see, this is weird, because I'm seeing the energy. It's not going anywhere out. It's not going down.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that this energy is preparing you.
Okay.
Okay. And so one of the things that happens as we do energy work is that we have to learn how to run higher and higher levels of energy. And generally, our central vessel is the central trunk through which our energy flows, the chakras, whatever. When we start out, it's like a little half-inch hose, right? And then it's it just gets bigger and bigger. And this is, it's not actually going through that, but it is, how do I say this? It's toughening up your energy field, or it's fortifying. That's the word. It's fortifying your energy field. Okay.
Okay.
And so there's, and when you mentioned your angels, I got a big old yes. So this is angelic angel energy, or angelic energy coming in.
Mhm.
And and they're preparing you for something, but the energy isn't. Hold on, let me see if I can get more information on that. Hold on.
Okay.
No, they're not giving me it. Let me see if I can ask a question around it to see if I can get something. You're aware that you're an angel in physical form? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I'm an earth angel. That's what
Yeah.
I've been told.
Yeah. Because what they're showing me is that this energy is to manifest your wings.
Aha. Okay.
So, yeah. Yeah. And okay, why are we manifesting wings? Gotta love them. Okay, they're like, because she's gonna need them. I'm like, thanks. That's not very helpful. But they're like, that's all I'm giving you. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm just, yeah, I love it when they're just frustrating. Anyway, so that's all they're gonna give me. I hope that's helpful.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right, great. All right, thank you. All right.
Each day is a new journey. New
Yes.
awarenesses come in. And
Absolutely.
where, you know, I see the realities of life and the world and the earth and what the earth is going through too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a whole thing that we're doing here. And this would be a good time for me to mention that I'm actually doing training for people who are a little more advanced, know how to use their energy, things like that, they're here on the planet to up level the planet. And so on the homepage of my website, there is a link to there's 100,000 people on the planet who are here to up level it, and there's a link to the free training that I'm doing for those people. We're doing it every couple of weeks. It's at different days and times, so everybody can make it. And so join the Discord server if you had the experience of awakening and this happened. You woke up, you went, holy crap, I've got this huge mission. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm pretty sure I'm late. Right? If you had that experience, then you're one of the 100,000. Please sign up on the Discord channel and come and get your training. Okay. I see a bunch of you laughing, so I'm pretty sure I'll see you there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Pat. All right. Wilma.
Can you hear me?
I can.
You can't see me because my camera's not functioning.
That's fine.
I'm laughing because everybody you're talking to so far seems to be answering something that was the reason why I asked for the healing. And the biggest thing that's been going on for me is ever since I realized I have a great gift to share with the world, I have no idea what it is. I just know that my physical body, and I'm crawling up to 70 years old, I have to be mobile for that. And I am. Like I have no physical issues other than a little tooth pain. But I think somehow whatever the trauma and chaos I've lived for most of my life, that somehow seems to be affecting my inflow as far as money goes. And I'm considering this the beginning of the second half of my life, not the end of this life. So
Okay.
I know that I'm here to do something. And I know that once I realize what my gift is, that's why I was laughing with what you just said. I know that and here's where that floodgates come in. I know I can literally see in front of me that the floodgates are going to open and I'm never going to worry about money again.
Right.
So I guess the healing I'm asking for, if it's entire, and I am going to go on and go into Discord like you just mentioned as soon as we're finished. The healing I'm feeling guided to ask for is to clear whatever it is in me that on one level I know I've created the block, but clearly can't fix it on my own. Does that make any sense?
It does. You have to let
And
go
it's
of the
funny
ego.
that it's funny that I feel called to say this. It's funny that you almost called me William because I wasn't a planned pregnancy. And when my parents found out my mother was going to have a baby, they decided they were going to have a boy, name him William after my uncle who was dying. And so that's how I came into this world, was not being wanted and not being loved and not even being wanted as a girl. I don't know why all this is all popping up right now. Maybe it's energy it's time to clear. I don't know. I'll shut up now.
Maybe. Well, it's very funny because I knew very clearly your name was William, and your name was Wilma. Oh my God, I just did it again. And I knew exactly. I was like, oh, I'm going to call on Wilma next. And William came out of my mouth. And so that's very interesting. So yeah, I think that's definitely in the process for you. There's when we step into our purpose on the planet, we are choosing ourselves, right? We are choosing to be ourselves because your purpose is the fullest expression of your authentic self. And so when we go to step into that purpose, we are stepping into the fullest expression of ourselves, which means we are choosing ourselves. And when you have that story that you're holding of William versus Wilma, that is a story of not being chosen. And so, yes, you're going to need to clear that story in order to step into your purpose, because if you're holding that you do not get chosen, then you will also not choose yourself.
Wow.
Okay.
What's interesting about what you just said is I've never, like you're saying, my story, I've just always accepted and acknowledged the fact on a conscious level that this is the truth of my being, I guess. But hearing how there's so much energy in my head right now.
Spin your crown chakra open.
So I've allowed that story of not being chosen and not being wanted, which then brings into not being loved.
Mm-hmm.
I've let that sit there because I just accepted that was, like, on a certain level, I accepted it. So I see what you're saying.
So I'm going to give you an exercise around the not being loved. And I want you to, every time you go out into the world, I want you to receive love from the strangers around you. And the way that you do that is if somebody smiles at you, if they step out of your way on the street, if they make space for you to come into traffic, if they open a door for you, anything that anybody does in any minor way that could be construed as an act of love, I want you to receive it as an act of love. This is a way to practice receiving love without having it trigger any of your familial stuff, because oftentimes we shut down to receiving love because we feel unworthy of it, or we feel like it comes with an obligation and we don't want the obligation or whatever, right? So when you receive from strangers you'll never see again, there's absolutely no worries about any of that. And so I just want you to practice that because that's going to help you with this process as well. Okay?
Wow. You know what came up when you said that? I have always, when I make eye contact with somebody, I always smile and say hello. So it doesn't matter where it is, at the bus stop, in the grocery store, or just walking down the sidewalk. So if I make eye contact, I smile and say hello. Sometimes people just keep walking, but oftentimes the person will talk there'll be just a few minutes of a random conversation, and the person will, when they're walking away, say, "Thank you. You just answered something." I have no idea what I just answered for them. I just know that because I made eye contact, and spoke to them.
Any attention in this day and age is an act of love.
Okay.
You know, because everybody's in their phones. Everybody's overwhelmed. Everybody's in their heads. So just being present with somebody is an act of love today. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. I'm going to leave that with you and go to Casey.
Oh, hello.
Well,
Thank you so much. This is so fascinating and helpful.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I have so much going on. I was wondering if you see anything in the energies in the environment here, and also what do the guides see for me? What do I need to heal? I've been working a lot on physical issues and other things. I feel like I've been going around in circles. So if there's anything you could point to that I need to do or clear or anything
Okay.
like that to move out
All
of
right.
this space, and yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so the first image that they're giving me is of you tap dancing with wild abandon. Does that make any sense to you? Because that's not normally what they show me.
Mm. Well, I guess I've been encouraged to dance, to move, just for the
Okay.
emotional. And yeah, I do like that. I do sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, so but specifically tap dance, right?
Mm.
So the first image I got was dancing, but then tap dancing. And so when I think about what those two things mean to me as I'm working with my guides, the dancing feels like it's a physical movement thing, but the tap dancing is kind of like it's almost like look at me, look over here, don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. I'm tap dancing to keep you busy, and don't pay attention to the what's going on behind me. You know, I'm keeping your attention. I'm the magician's assistant, not the magician, right? I'm the distraction, right?
Yeah, okay.
Does that resonate for you?
I'm trying.
Okay. So so what I'm saying is that it's you're both dancing for yourself and you're tap dancing, which means from a you said that you're trying but nothing's working, right? And so what's happening here is that you are the trying is the tap dancing. Okay?
Mhm.
The trying is the tap dancing. It's the distract yourself from the doing. It's a how do I say this? Energy into words, always entertaining. So it's like you're trying, quote unquote, trying is performative, right? And
Mhm.
there's a level of doingness that you are avoiding with the tryingness. And I know that's going to be hard to hear because you feel like you have been trying really hard. And you have been trying really hard. There's a difference between trying and doing. You know, I feel like I'm Yoda. Do or do not. There is no try, right? That's what's showing up. Um, so I would stop trying everything, right? Everything you're doing to try, I would stop. And I would go inside and be with what will and no, okay, that's not going to work. Okay, so the asking yourself is going to put you up in your head, and we don't want to put you up in your head because your head is already trying. So, what I'm going to say is ask your guides to give you insight, not insight, to give you direction to what will bring you to what actually works. Okay. Outsource it entirely, because if you try and figure this out yourself, you're going to go right back into that trying cycle. Okay. So you need to outsource it entirely to your guides, and then you just need to pay attention. And if you feel like you should turn right instead of left, turn right. If you feel like you should talk to this random person, go talk to them. Okay. Whatever it is that you are inspired to do, it will take you to the solution. But I don't want you to be looking for the solution, because again, that's the trying, right? So this is a fine line to walk here. So like, you know, if the thing what I'm seeing is there's a thing coming up on social media or something that's advertising something that'll fix it. That is not it. Okay. I want to be clear. They're telling me that is not it. That's going to be the opposite of good. Okay. So this is something you're going to find in your physical reality, not online. And so, yeah, that's the piece, is you have to get out of The theme here, guys, in case you're missing the theme is that when we go into control, we screw things up, right? Control is a safety function. We go into control when we feel unsafe. Okay.
Mhm.
And so we have a theme today for the readings. And so that's the theme. And so stay out of control, outsource the answer, and follow the inspiration and the intuition that brings you there. And just stop worrying about it. Let it go. Because sometimes we hold on to the trying so hard that we hold on to the issue.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
Can I
that's
ask you how that, I'm sorry. I was
Yeah.
just wondering, how does that relate to the protocols I've been doing?
to phone calls, you said?
Protocols, like
Protocols.
supplements and, yeah, supplements, I think, herbs, things that I've been taking.
Okay. All I heard was supplements and everything else came out of blah, 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 blah.
Oh. Yeah, how does it relate to the lifestyle changes I've been making and mostly the supplements I've been taking to
Yeah, I'm not feeling the supplements. I don't think they're doing anything for you. The lifestyle changes, I feel like those have a little more impact. But I would only do them if you have joy in them, if you enjoy them. Okay.
But if I feel called, if I feel like certain supplements might be good for me, is that meaningful, or I should just?
Yes, if
that
you
as well?
if you feel into those and those are exciting and happy and yummy for you, then absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
But in general, I'm like, meh. So that's sort of where I'm at with it. Okay.
Okay, I thought I was doing good because I'm doing these natural things to avoid the drugs. I definitely don't want to do those.
Well, yeah, and obviously, here's the thing. Okay, you need to trust your body and your intuition. Don't ever take anybody else's advice over that. If your
Right.
body says this is right for me, then you need to do that.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
with things I've been doing, I have been feeling that.
Good. Okay. Yeah.
So maybe
So I
not
mean,
all of them.
yeah. So that's what I would tell you on that, because your body is going to be the answer to everything, right?
Mhm.
So, are we good?
But I should not tune in to wait for an answer, is what you're saying. I should just
Correct.
let it all go and
Let it go.
hope the answer comes.
No, not hope. No, the answer will come.
Okay, okay.
The answer is coming. They've told me they're going to send you the answer as soon as you stop trying to figure it out, because right now the process in your head of figuring it out and looking for the answer and looking for the answer is actually stopping you from hearing what they're telling you. That's the control pattern I'm talking about.
Right,
Okay?
right. Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
You're
so much.
welcome. All right. Kavita.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
So
I
I'm
would
going to ask you
just
to keep it succinct because I've only got like 8 minutes left and I've got somebody after you. So if you can be as succinct as possible, that would be great.
sure. I'm
Okay.
traveling to Italy in September, and I was wondering what you pick up about this trip.
Well, aside from the fact that I love Italy.
Yes. It's beautiful.
Okay. Okay. Flight goes well. Have you not picked where you're going yet?
I know exactly where I'm going. I'm on a tour.
It's so
Oh,
weird because the first thing
I'm
that shows
spending
up is
3
just
extra
this.
days in Rome. That's where I haven't picked exactly where I'm going, in Rome.
Okay, because that's what I was getting. I was like,
Mhm.
I'm like, are you doing that at the beginning of your trip?
At the end of the
At
trip.
the end. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I'm getting, which is
Mhm.
weird for a tour.
Okay.
What I was getting was this sense of not really knowing where you're going, not really having a set anything, and this very confusion based thing. So I have a sense that your tour is going to have a problem. that
Hmm.
either the tour guide's going to quit, or they're going to change the route, or the hotel's going to go south, or something's going to happen with the tour,
Oh,
because
wow.
what I'm getting is confusion, and I'm getting a
Mhm.
lot of not really knowing which way to go, because the flight, you're totally clear, the energy's great, you're all excited, and then I get there and I'm like, I
Hmm.
don't know, right? And so let me get past that and see what else is here. Hold on. I see a man. I don't know if he's Italian. He's got dark hair and a beard. He's in his 30s. Um, and it's a good connection for you. Let me see what that's about. Hold on. It's like I kind of feel like the tour is creating the connection. The problem with the tour is creating the connection, right?
Mhm.
So like it's a foxhole bonding sort of thing, right?
Okay.
And I'm seeing you arm in arm. Um, I'm not seeing it as a romantic connection. I'm seeing it as it's like it's forging a partnership, it's forging a friendship, right? Although partnership keeps coming up. Are you by any chance looking for business connections there? Because the word partnership keeps coming up.
No, no business there.
Okay. So, but there's like this solidarity energy to it. So,
Okay.
there's something there. And so he's darker skinned. So, if I had to guess, I would say Latin American or Latino. Uh, doesn't feel Middle Eastern. Yeah, he feels Latino. Um, whether he's from Latin America or not. I live in Panama, so I feel that's where my brain goes. But I can't tell. He does speak a perfect English, so
Okay.
he might be Latin American, or from Canada, living there. But definitely
Is he a
Latino.
tour director or is he just someone?
No, I
No.
don't think so. I think he's somebody on the tour.
Okay.
Because the tour director, that would not be the energy I would expect from the tour director. No, and he might not even be on the tour actually.
Hmm.
I think he's just somebody you meet while you're there. So yeah, beautiful, beautiful brown eyes, um, great smile, great energy. But I don't know that it goes anywhere. I think it's just a nice connection.
Okay.
Okay. And then trip back. Little stumbles getting off the tour. You're fine in Rome. Everything's good for after the tour. The tour is just a problem. And then flight home. All good. So, okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
Great.
I'm going to leave that with you, and you'll have
Thank
to
you.
tell us how that goes and who he is.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Ravina. I got 3 minutes, so you're going to have to be really efficient. If she comes on. You gotta unmute, honey. If you're talking, we can't hear you. I think she walked away from the computer.
No, I'm
Oh,
here. I'm
there
here.
she
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
I'm on Zoom all the time and I couldn't find the unmute.
I
Yeah, if you could,
understand.
I'm panicked. Yeah, if you could just give me anything that's coming up that you're seeing surrounding me, just a lot going on, and I feel like confusion and clarity just keeps interchanging.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you before I tap in that when confusion and clarity keep interchanging, it's because you're trying to land too quickly.
Okay.
You are so desperate for clarity that you're not willing to wait for everything to come together. When the spirit speaks to you, they speak to you over time. And so, a piece will come in here, and 2 weeks later another piece comes in there, and another month later something comes in here, and whatever. And the reason you keep going from clarity to confusion is because you tried to land before the clarity could coalesce. Okay? So, now I'm going to tap in. Okay, so the very first thing I see as I tap into you is you're juggling. You're juggling on a unicycle, also known as very freaking busy. Okay. And it's also a little performative, right? So same sort of idea. But if you were just juggling, that would be, I've got a lot of tasks. Juggling on a unicycle is, look at how awesome I am, look at how fast I am, look at how great I am, right? So there's that piece of that. And so rather than trying to say, look at how great I am and awesome, instead lean into the reason we try to convince people outside of ourselves that we're awesome and amazing is because we don't believe it inside. We are always never good enough for ourselves, right? And so when you work on admitting to yourself that you are awesome and amazing and being solid with that and not going back and forth with, I should do more, I need to do more, why I should, then when you can stand into I am awesome and amazing, then you don't need to do the performative side of it. Now, you are still very busy, and that's not surprising. I mean, you've got bookkeeping on your screen. I'm assuming it's tax season and you're going nuts. But although you had a non-American accent, so maybe not. But I am still seeing that lots of juggling. So let me see what else is here. Hold on. Okay. All right. So what they're showing me, and I'm getting so many similar images today. That's very interesting. So what they're showing me is that there's this V of light coming in towards you, much like I saw when I spoke with Pat earlier. She's gone now, but the V of light that's coming in, and you're not able to receive it because you're so busy juggling everything else. Okay. So again, we're getting this common theme of letting go, right? I feel like for you, with everybody else, I'm like, oh, stop trying to control and you're, distract yourself by going in more directions. I think for you, you're doing so many directions right now that that's part of the problem, right? So there's a stillness piece that you need to cultivate. And so I feel like there's a okay. So there's an importance piece for you here. Oh, I'm over time. I'm so sorry. I'm going into somebody else's time. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be done. There's an important piece that's coming in here that is happening for you that is that you're like, oh, I am important and I have to do this and I can't let this slide and and I want you to question that because it's a way of finding your own value. But it's actually distracting you from what it is that you're going to do that is of most value to the world. And so I would encourage you to put down as much as humanly possible and really be harsh about it, right? Harsh it out. Just be like, nope, I'm putting that down. I'm putting that down. I'm putting that down. Somebody else will figure it out, right? Just, put down as much as you can in order to step into your new space. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I'm going to peace out because I'm over my time. Thanks for coming, guys. And if you want to hear more from me, you can find me on my website and my podcast at Spirit Sherpa. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Kelly. That was awesome. All right. Our next lady coming up is Sharada. Da. Did I say it right?
I'll explain. Welcome, beautiful souls. My name is Sharada Devi. There's a story there. You want to lay on that last day because that's what turns on the relaxation response. And that's one of the things that I'm all about. But we've been sitting for a while, and I'd like to give us, before I ask to connect with your energy, I'd like to give us a moment of a little stretching. So if you could take both of your hands and push the very heavy weight of the air off of you, just push it off, especially when you've been sitting for a while. Actually, air does have weight. We don't feel it. Keep holding it up. Keep pushing it up. I cut my foot several years ago, and the nerves that let you feel the skin took a minute to turn back on, and the first day they turned back on, I could feel air pressure on my foot. It distracted me all day. Now I'd like to bring your hands into your heart. Just tap your heart. And then take a big breath in and stretch out and reach out as far as you can. Try to expand your body. You know, gravity is always conspiring to make us a little more short and to compact our joints. So it's always good every once in a while to try to expand your body. And now you're going to take your arms and clap them over your head. Reach up, and as you exhale, reach out really far, and give yourself a big hug. And I mean, hug like you mean it. Give yourself a bear hug. Yawn, stretch. Take a big breath in and let it out. Hopefully that helps you feel around. You are welcome to move. You are welcome to get up. If it is possible for you to turn on your camera, and I know we have some cameras that are non-functioning, I would love to be able to see your face. As you can see, I am a very somatically aware kind of creature. There's a reason for that. I am new to you guys. I will tell you a little bit about my story, but first I have a question. I feel a little silly asking this question, but I do expect to get a string of answers because it's one of the ways that I help to connect with your energy. So is anyone at this event interested in awakening your soul magic? Is there any interest in magic in this crowd? Yes, just type me a yes in the chat. The string of yeses matters. I might explain later, but oh yes, absolutely. Oh, yummy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is a way for us to connect. This yes is a very powerful, energetic way for us to connect. When I am connecting in this way, I always like to consult the wisdom. I like to say I have lots of ways to consult wisdom. I'll tell you all about how I got here. Just so you know, the title at my company, and yes, I am my company, at Tools That Transform, I am the Chief Magical Being. I have been classically trained in all of the magical arts. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But now I would like to see what the wisdom has to offer us as a collective. We are, and sometimes this card is for one particular person. It's always interesting to me. This is another word for magic. So that string of yeses I got, that was just a silly question for me to ask, wasn't it? Look how beautiful. These are Sufi wisdom cards. I'll move it around, try to get out of the glare. The artist's name is Rasuli. He is a Sufi mystic. And I just love his artwork. I love the way that he uses color. This is imagination, which is another word. It's the word that the Muggles use for magic. We're going to use our powerful imagination today. I am, as I said, classically trained in all the magical arts. I was trained by one of Atlanta's first psychics, and classical magic was the first training that she did with me. I am an astrologer by birth. I first encountered astrology when I was 17 years old. I was raised to believe that it was witchcraft and hocus pocus and all of the things. And the first book of astrology that I opened, I got loud and clear that was the truth. So today I have a gift for you that I only pull out for events like this. It is such a sweet deal that I save it for special groups of very magical people. You are so in a magical moment right now. Can I ask everyone if, and I'm going to ask this question this way. If you do not know your sun sign, where the sun was when you were born, would you just type that in? Just type in, don't know, or I need to know. I have a chart I can pull up actually and share it because it will be helpful for everyone. Okay, we do have some folks that need to know. Great, wonderful. This is not the page that's supposed to be open, but I will get the page open. There we go. So this chart has all of the birthdays, and if you would just jot down your sign. This is all for the sun signs only. In Western astrology, we call ourselves what our sun sign is, and that's based on our birthday. They don't do it that way in all other systems. But today we're going to employ our very powerful magic, and we're sitting in a very magical moment. Right now, there is a magical aspect between the North Node and Mars, the planet of forward motion, of motivation, of discovery, of leadership. Your North Node is your North Star. It is the guiding light for your purpose. My name is Sharada Devi. Lean on that last day and you'll feel much more relaxed. I am a manifestation and meditation mentor and a spiritual guide for people on a mission, people who are struggling with overwhelm and who are feeling underfulfilled. And that is all about your purpose. If you would like to have a more purposeful life, then you can just write purpose in a comment so that I'll know that I'm not wasting your time. Yay! Oh, Aries, wonderful. The very first sign of the zodiac. I love that. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I love people on a mission. I'm on a mission. I am on a mission to help people move forward on their path, actually to empower them. My story is I come from a long history of chronic pain. I have healed this body of chronic emotional pain and physical pain. I come from a family of folks that are troubled by depression and anxiety, and I had my own long relationship with those two evil twins. I didn't know everyone was not necessarily excited to be alive until I was in high school and confessed to my boyfriend that I wasn't. And so my journey, I was really struggling by the time I was in high school. And then when I was in college, I injured my hip badly warming up for a dance class. And I spent the better part of 4 years wandering in and out of doctors' offices looking for a solution and finding none. And then when I was 25, a doctor who had seen me one time looked at me and said, I don't know what your problem is. I don't have any solutions for you, but I can tell you this, you're going to have osteoarthritis when you're older. I was horrified. I was, as we like to say in the South, mad as a wet hen. But I got it loud and clear that day that if I was going to find solutions for my pain, I was going to do that work myself. And I did. And 6 decades on, I've got a little more energy than I know what to do with. I have no osteoarthritis anywhere. And I'm about to get my foot to my head. All this to say, healing is possible if you want it. And I believe that our life of purpose, living our purpose, is the most important healing that we do. And I have a little system for manifesting that I like to share because I developed it over the process of healing myself. Manifesting my health is the greatest act I've ever committed in my life. And all other good things came from that. If you would like a little healing in your life of any kind, please, by all means, drop healing in the comments. If you would like to step into your power and live your purpose, drop power in the comments. You're putting your energy in the comments helps the energy back and forth for me to give you what you need. I am a teacher by heart. I have too many planets in the 9th house of teaching. I feel like if I don't teach you something, then I have not kept my end of the bargain. And I would love to share my Create system with you. And then I would love to share this magic moment with you. This moment, this trine, so they're in a triangle, the North Node and Mars. Mars is your motivation. It's your energy to get up and go. The North Node is your purpose, your guiding light. The trine is the strongest, most powerful, sacred geometry. When they're in this relationship, they literally are magic. So this moment of purpose is real that we're experiencing. This came exact about little over, almost 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago exactly. But it's still exact now. We're in this magic moment where you can connect with your dharma, your duty, your purpose. And if you'd like to take a little moment to meditate, I have a successful YouTube meditation channel. I have been on the yoga mat for over 4 decades. I have a master's degree in Indian philosophy. I have several degrees. One of them is in science. I studied cognitive science. I'm a nerd. Like many of you here, I'm sure if you're a happy nerd, you can just give me a little me too. Oh, if your camera is off, you'll have to type me too in. But I'm a very happy nerd. And in the process of healing myself, I became a very deep yoga practitioner. And most of the meditation channel is really about my work on heart coherence. I'm a heart math practitioner and my manifestation work. I also do a lunar update at the new moon and the full moon on my meditation channel. Because in my manifestation program, we manifest with the moon and the stars. We use the subtle energies of the cosmos. It's one of the important steps in manifestation. So if you'd like, we will start with the teaching part and then get to the meditating and the pulling cards part. And I don't know if there'll be any channeling. That's a lot to fill my hour. But if you take out a little piece of paper, and you write the word create down the side, I'm going to give you the steps that I have used to manifest the amazing health that I have used to manifest trips to Russia and to India and to Germany and to France and Canada and South America. I've manifested small things like nail polish. I've manifested big things like refrigerators. Question for you. Have you had a meal anytime in the last 3 days? I'll need to see this, yes, especially for my folks not on camera. A meal in the last 3 days. Any kind of meal. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good, 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 good. Is the spot where you're sitting fairly comfortable and do you feel safe and yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. Love it when people are safe. All right, wonderful. You manifested every bit of that. Everything that you have in your life, you manifested. Now we manifest on automatic pilot. That's the stuff we don't realize we manifested. But if you live in a nice neighborhood, I live in a very tree-filled neighborhood. I have a thing for trees. That's not an accident. I only feel really comfortable in neighborhoods with like a lot of trees. So I don't even go look at places in neighborhoods that don't have a lot of trees. I am manifesting in that way, making choices. This is our automatic manifestation. Then we have the things that we manifest that are big, that we don't have, that feel out of our reach. And that's where we go and get in a manifestation group, and we get some support and some accountability and some inspiration. But both of them we manifest, because you manifest out of your frequency. You manifest out of your beliefs and your emotional set points. So everything in your life is a manifestation, good and bad. And we won't talk about the negative stuff today. We don't have time. But the first thing that you need when you're manifesting is the C. And that is for clarity and commitment. I was 100% committed to manifesting my health, because if I didn't, I wasn't going to stay here. Commitment, strong. Clarity, that took a few decades, because I had to figure out how the body and the brain worked together. I have been part of the modern neuroscience movement since it was born in 1988, because my brain didn't work for me, and I needed to change that. And if you've ever tried to manifest and you just felt like it was all hocus pocus and fluff and silliness and, oh, you're just supposed to be all positive and everything. Well, that is hocus pocus and silliness. That is not what's going to get you anywhere. What you really need to manifest is a system that you can move through that is proven to work. And I have helped people manifest their ideal job, their dream career. Several schools have been started in my manifestation groups, manifested homes, promotions. One woman came in to manifest her, what do you call it? I don't have children of my own, but you call it when your empty nester life. She was about to be an empty nester. She didn't know what life should look like, what she wanted to do, had no clue, came into the Manifestation Magic program, and she's having the time of her life. As a matter of fact, she doesn't even have time to think about her children. The R in create is where the rubber hits the road, my friends. It is resolving limiting beliefs and emotions. So if you've ever tried to manifest and you failed miserably and you left either feeling defeated or like this was all hogwash, well, what got in your way was something right there in your subconscious mind. You see, our brain records every experience that we have. We just may not be able to find where we filed it to go and pull it back. You don't have to tell yourself as you're aging that you're losing your mind because you can't pull up somebody's name. Your disk space is just full and your files are probably a mess in there. That's all. But it is limiting beliefs, and somebody mentioned this earlier, and unresolved emotions that trip you up, that let you start down the road toward your dream. You're being drawn by your heart's desire. You can feel it. You can taste it. You want it. You're committed. And 4 weeks later, this is all hogwash. It was a limiting belief or emotion. And I am a neuroplastician at heart. I like to say I teach people to play with their brains. I have a very powerful tool for resolving emotions. And you know, this is something a lot of manifestation practices don't even touch. They don't want to deal with people's emotions. I have heard manifestation coaches say that. I'm not dealing with people's emotions. Well, often what that means is I don't have a tool to help people move through their emotions. So if I get into their emotions, we're all just going to be stuck in a mess. Rewiring your brain is super easy when you know how the brain plays the game. Everything in there, all our limiting beliefs, are just two neurons sending love notes, chemical love notes back together, forth to each other. That's all they are. You're changing your brain with every experience you have. Every thought that you think, and every choice, and and every emotion, and that one sounds hard. That's where people push back a lot. Every thought and every emotion is a choice. Once you know you don't feel good, once you recognize it, you can choose to do something different. Once you know that's a crappy thought, you can choose to think another thought. And it is the frequency of your thoughts and the frequency created by your emotions that sends out the signals that attract into your life, which is why I say everything you've manifested, even the bad stuff, it attracts in by your vibrational pattern. So limiting beliefs and emotions are really the deal for what keep most people from manifesting. I had a client named Banu. She needed a promotion at her job. She wanted a promotion. For the promotion, she needed a certification. Almost 3 years. She did not complete that certification. She was always starting to study, always starting to, I'm going to take that exam. Never happened. I listened to this for 3 years. She comes into the Manifestation Magic program. She gets a system she can work, and she gets the support of her other magic makers, and she aced that exam the first time she took it, and she took it 4 weeks after that session started. So she did in 4 weeks with support and a proven system what she couldn't do in 3 years all by herself. But she had a boatload of limiting beliefs. First among them was, well, should I? What if I'm trying to manifest something that will be bad for me? And I said, one, a promotion, really? It's going to be bad for you? I don't know. Two, if you really desire something, if you're willing to desire it and work on it for 3 years, it's probably not something that's bad for you. And then her next question was, well, if I shouldn't have it, I don't deserve it. And I was like, aha, that's usually the big limiting belief. I don't deserve. If that's ever been you, you can just drop a little 1 in the chat. I won't even make you confess with a whole word. If you've ever been in the I don't deserve or should I camp. Thank you very much for your honesty, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. I've been there. The next step in the Create program is my favorite. And it's my favorite when I'm in the Pointy Hat Club. Anybody else a member of the Pointy Hat Club besides me? Just drop a P for me. The next step in the Create system. Oh, I've got to get my second camera hooked up because this is so hard. It's empowering language. I don't know if you can read it. Empowering language. Words are spells. I bet more than one person knows that's why they call it spelling. Luna, the word for the moon, is where we get lunacy. I was classically trained in magic, and the second lesson was about the 7 words that steal your power and that you want to eliminate from your vocabulary. Let me see. I always forget one. It's have to, must, need, should, could, would, try. Oh, there's actually a lot more than 7, but lesson number 2 were the words that we're going to eliminate from our vocabulary, because when we have to, we just gave our power away. When we must, we gave our power away. When we choose, when we want, we are in our power. Words are spells, and they have a frequency. And that frequency is about how we think about that word. It's the meaning we give that word. And that frequency is what does our manifesting. It is really our energetic state that does our manifesting, which is why so many of the manifesting programs are all about, oh, you've got to get your vibrations high. Oh, it's positive thinking, positive thinking, positive thinking. But they don't tell you how to do that. And when the negative beliefs and the emotions start pulling at you, they don't have a solution to get you out of that. I got a trick. We can change our brains in a heartbeat. It's easy. I may even show you how in a minute. The next step in the Create program is awareness. This was lesson number 1 in my magical training, my first assignment, to spend 5 minutes every day in a different location, observing everything that's going on for that 5 minutes. Every sound, every smell, every sight, every taste, everything that was going on. There's so much more going on than we pay attention to. Your eye only makes a picture for you out of about 10% of the information that comes into it. 10%. If you sit quietly for 5 minutes, you might hear 5 different bird songs. You may see 25 people. It's amazing what is going on around us all the time. And I have an interview. My spiritual mother, who trained me in the magical arts, has left her body, but I have an interview that she did where she says, anyone can do what I do. You simply need to learn to listen, to be aware. And part of the program of manifestation magic is being aware of our environment, and we use the astrological environment. You know, the magnetic pull of the planets changes as they change their arrangement. It's the planets in motion that they're pretty sure is what creates gravity. And if anybody falls out of the system, then the whole house, the mobile, falls apart. So awareness of your surroundings is so important, and being able to be aware of the subtle energy that is pulling on us. We all know in this crowd that it is the pull of the moon that makes the tides, and the tides are sometimes high tides and sometimes extremely low tides. They change as the magnetic pull changes. So being able to work with the subtle energies of the cosmos takes your awareness to a whole new level. And then we can get into the specific energies of the different planets and how they work together. And that is why I have a gift for you that I only pull out for these occasions. I'm going to, Witchy will drop a link for you to get a mini Secrets of Your Star Power reading. Normal astrological readings are over 2 hours. They're pricey for a lot of people. This is a 45-minute reading. And if you're new to astrology, I will explain the details to you, how it works. And Honey's had a reading with me. She's had one of these readings. So if you want to chat her up, I'm sure she can give you the lowdown. But in 45 minutes, I can promise you, you will understand your sun sign. You will understand your moon sign and how to use it. You will understand your ascendant and your rising sign and how to use it. And if there's anything else really important in your chart, like you have too many planets in one house, I can explain that to you as well. And we may even have a little time to talk about your purpose, because everybody has a North Star and a North Node. There are only a few of these available. I really do only pull them out for these special occasions. And I would love, love, love to get to be with you in that kind of magical space. You are powerful. I promise you. I have yet to encounter, out of the thousands of charts that I've read in my life, someone who had absolutely no magic. It's there for you. The next step you'll want to use in Create, ooh, we're going to get to meditate. I'm moving very quickly, is to take inspired actions. Again, this is something that a lot of programs leave out. They tell you to get clear and focus on what you want and keep your vibrations very, very high. And all you've got to do is feel very high vibe. Well, you can get carried away with all of that and lose focus. And when you lose focus on the goal, when you take your eyes off the prize, that's when you miss the clues of the little actions to take. The universe is always giving you clues. It's always trying to help us out. Has anybody ever tried to manifest something and just failed so miserably? Like it was as if your efforts didn't even matter. Why did you bother working up the desire in the first place? Clearly, that's out of your reach. It's very often that you got all worked up, but you didn't stay connected. So the little inspired actions that you needed to take, you missed. You missed the call. They can be subtle. One day, I wanted a cookie. I'm manifesting a cookie. Even if I'm driving to the store to get the cookie, I'm manifesting the cookie because everything comes into my life based on my vibration. I got this little pull to drive to the other side of town to a bakery. I was like, really? I don't really want to drive that far. I decided to listen to that little insight. When I got to that bakery, the cookie that I wanted had just come out of the oven, and I ate a warm, melted chocolate chip and pecan cookie. So delicious. It's because I listened to that subtle clue and I took that inspired action. I could have ignored that. Manifestation isn't just about feeling good. It's a big part of it. That's what a lot of programs lean on. Again, they don't want to deal with the difficult stuff because they don't have a tool. And they often don't really have the time with you to hold you accountable, to make sure that you're taking those inspired actions. When you're in a group manifesting together, other people can see inspired actions for you. They can listen to your manifestation, to your process, and go, oh, have you thought about this? So you get even more inspiration, but you must act. You must keep your eyes on your prize, and you must do things that are going to get you there. It's not all about just making up pretty feelings in your head. You've got to be in it, doing it. And this gets you to embracing your dreams wholeheartedly. A lot of programs get you in the program, you do all the work, you have all the experiences, you walk out, you're feeling very high vibe. But the next day, it was just another thing you did. It's because you didn't wrap your whole body around it. You didn't grab that dream of yours in your heart and your hands. You didn't step into it with both feet. You didn't lock on. Maybe a limiting belief was back there telling you, well, you know, this really isn't going to work. It works for other people, but it won't work for you because you're not good enough. Or maybe that little limiting belief is going, you know, this is all hocus pocus. None of these people really manifest all this stuff. You can't do this. Or maybe it's just that you don't feel like you have the time or the energy or the resources or the money. Support is what we all need when we're reaching for big things. Support. That little system is how I healed this body. I healed from depression and anxiety. I have depression. I get anxious, but it's a minute in my day, not every day, all day. I used to live on what I called the downward spiral. I woke up every morning feeling anxious and awful, and I just had to work all day to keep myself from being in the basement by lunch. Healing this hip pain that I had, this hip problem that I had, has driven more than one person down the road of the opioid. And unfortunately, that is a road that leads to 6 feet under pretty shortly if you're not careful. And I would have been a statistic because I'm a little bit of a rule follower at that point in my life. They would have told me to take more, and I would have, because this pain was chronic pain. And what the truth is about chronic pain is it's brain pain. It's not about your hip. It's about the emotions that got linked to the hip injury. And when you unlink the emotions, the hip pain goes away. Or that's how it worked in my life. You can create anything with that little system. I do have manifestation magic programs that I run. I'm going to offer one at the end of the month. So what I have to offer you today is the ability to spend 45 minutes with yourself. Intimately. Your birth chart is the blueprint for your incarnation. It's a snapshot of what the energetic universe was like at the moment you took your first breath. It's a sacred chart. It has keys to where your purposeful life lives. It has keys to how you can heal your life. It has keys to what kind of magic you have. And it would be my delight to spend 45 minutes with you and getting to know you in that way. And I make this very, very affordable. This is less than a third of the cost of an entire reading. There are only about 6 spots available. So when you get that link, if you want a spot, please get on my calendar. I want you to have what you want. If you want a spot and you can't find something, I'm sure that my email is in Witchy's email sending out somewhere. So you can email me and I'll try my best to find a spot for you. But if you have not had the luxury of looking at your energetic blueprint, this is a great way for you to get that. And then I'll be able to give you the information that you need. You can get the most out of any astrology reading you ever encounter once you know your sun sign, your rising sign, and your moon and how to use them. All right. I feel like I've given you something tangible you can take away. And now I would like to offer this very magical moment that we're in, especially because I saw lots of people running down. Whoa. That link says that it's the Business Accelerator Boot Camp, but I tested it. It's not. I don't know why that showed up. That is the link to get on my calendar for the astrology reading. Very interesting. So today at this magical moment, if you would like to connect with your purpose more deeply, I would be honored to lead you through a meditation. And then we might have a few moments. I will pull a card of inspiration. The Aquarian age is not something that's going to happen to us. The Aquarian age is something that we are co-creating with the universe. And there again, that is about our inspired actions. It's about our commitments. It's about how we want to be healed, resolving those limiting beliefs. It is certainly about the story we write, the words that we use. And taking inspired action is what we do when we co-create with the universe. And the North Node right now is in the very last sign of the zodiac. It is offering us the ability to go very deeply into our being and connect with what is most true and most sacred for us, so that we can bring that into our co-creation of the age of harmony and understanding, Peace and love abounding, no more falsehoods or derision. If we want that world, we're going to need to create it. Because as I'm looking out my window right now, I don't see that world. If you would like to take a moment to connect with your purpose, I invite you to become comfortable. You may sit up straight. If you're lying down, what you want to do is just make sure that you have room to lengthen your spine so that you can relax your shoulders away from your ears, so that you can breathe easy, that your nervous system can calm and settle. And in that place, you are your most powerful. When our nervous system is regulated, we are our most powerful. If you feel safe, I invite you to close your eyes. Begin to settle in to your natural breath. Breathe in and out through your nose if you can. That is called the breath of life. As we're taking this very powerful and sacred moment to connect with our heart's desire, the deep, loving goodness, the beautiful gift that we brought to this earth. It's a gift that only we have. No one else can give this preciousness to the earth in the way that you can. With each exhale, let your body relax more deeply. Allow your thoughts to settle. Then we'll engage the power of our heart and our mind working in unison. I invite you to take one or two hands and place them over your heart. Feel that gentle pulse against your palm. That is the rhythm of your life. It is the drum that you dance to. It is sacred and it is yours. And it eternally taps out. I love you. I love you. I love you. As you relax more and more deeply with each exhale, bring your breath in your mind's eye. Imagine that your breath is entering through your heart. Let it fill your heart up and lift your heart up. And as you exhale, let that breath flow all of the way out, taking with it anything that you do not need. If it is not kind, if it is not loving, you do not need it. With each inhale, feel your heart expand and grow larger. And with each exhale, allow your mind to be calm and relaxed. Feel good. As you breathe in this heart-centered way, I invite you to connect with your heart's deepest desire. It knows your purpose. It knows the gift that you have for the world. And at this moment, the universe is doing its level best to help you be clear about that gift. As you breathe here, holding your beautiful heart, receiving its love. Use your powerful imagination to allow your intuition to speak to you, to give you a hint, a clue, an inspired action that will move you toward your purpose. Where you see your purpose at this time is to be a co-creator of that age of harmony and understanding that we have longed for so long. You may receive a feeling, a memory may return. Know that these are all clues. The universe wants you to fulfill your purpose. The universe loves to see you enjoying your life and living fulfilled. The universe is life affirming. It is calling us all forward in greater love, in greater joy. How do you contribute to the greater love, the greater joy? That is your purpose. Know that at this moment, the energy of Mars is filling you up with excitement and enthusiasm. It's pointing you in the direction of your purpose. Receive that energy. Ask it to be your partner in co-creation, to give you the energy, the inspiration, the motivation, and the drive to stay true to your purpose. This good feeling, this safety, this relaxation, this ease. That's the feeling of being on purpose. As you're ready, I invite you to bring this feeling with you. Bring your awareness back to the room. Gently open your eyes and look out in the beautiful world where you are living on purpose. That feeling is the feeling of you living on purpose. You may take your hands from your heart. Take a big breath in, roll your shoulders up, back and down. You see, when we're manifesting anything, when we are reaching for our heart's desire, the heart has only one desire, and that is to feel good. The power and the magic of manifestation comes in the creation of the feeling of the having or being that thing. It's that feeling that we want, and we can create that feeling anytime. And then we're sending that signal out into the universe, and what it is drawing back to us is what matches that signal. And now, we have 7 minutes. Let's see. I know I have some Aries folks here, and I would love to pull an inspiration card for you for this magic moment and for your purpose. This is why the full moon has kicked off in full today already. There's so much magic here. If you are not aware of what's going on at this full moon, please by all means go to the Tools That Transform YouTube channel. And by the way, that thing that says Business Accelerator is my free magical gift. And the magical gift is a beautiful meditation and 20 very powerful affirmations. That meditation is built around those affirmations. And those affirmations can help you rewire your brain, which we just did. Meditation rewires your brain. If anybody was feeling funky before that meditation and you're feeling less funky now, you rewired your brain. You made the neurons move around and quit firing in ways that made you feel funky, and you put them to use firing in ways that made you feel good. All right, my Aries friends. Now, this is not where the North Node is in your personal chart. That we'll get in our Secrets of the Power, in the Power of Your Stars reading. But collectively, we have a collective full moon chart, and collectively, Aries is hosting the North Node in the 12th house. That is the house of the subconscious mind. That is the house that's associated with limitations and things that are hidden. It's also associated with where the divine drops into your chart. It's one of your magical houses. And if you have placements there, those can be your magical placements. But you're contributing to the creation of the age of Aquarius in 12th house ways, my Aries friends. And that's not the deck that I want to draw from. I'm going to change decks. My Aries friends, this is your collective North Node. This is what you are contributing. This is your Dharma to the collective, in a way, to the age of Aquarius collective. And your inspiration is, woo! Aries is going to love this. You are ruled by Mars, by the way, and Mars is what is giving us all of this fuel for the moment. This is the Strength card. It is a Wands card. That is a fire energy. Fire is the energy of transformation. It makes things happen. Aries, you love this. What you are doing with all of your deep psychological, spiritual work and growth is bringing that to the age of Aquarius and say, you know what? I'm not going to be the god of war anymore. That's Aries' job as well. It's a protector. It's a leader. It's very loyal. It can be aggressive. It's also our motivation and our energy. And you're saying, I am transforming. I'm going to blow up the old way of doing it. We've been telling our history as the history of the story of war. And guess what? We keep reliving as a culture. Yeah. We keep telling that story and we keep doing that story. My Aries friends are ready to blow the whole thing up and write a new story. And that is what they're contributing. Their Dharma is to bring all this energy and this strength to help us co-create. Because I think, as we might figure out, we're having a little bit of a hard time co-creating the age of Aquarius right now. When I look out there, it doesn't look like we're doing such a good job. So we need some strength and we need some redo. Do I have any Tauruses in the house? Sensual earth signs. All right, let's get some good insight. My Tauruses are contributing in their collective North Node from the 11th house, and that's the house of friends and social relationships. It's the house of our hopes and wishes. And it's the house that's associated with the fabric of the quantum field. And Taurus is the sign of the sensual. So Taurus is about, how can we make this party more fun? How can we make this food more delicious? How can I make this couch more comfortable? So your purpose is to bring all that sensual goodness for us as a community. I like to think of Taurus as a party starter. Whoa! Another strength card. Now, this is a fire energy card. This is the card associated with Leo. Taurus is a fixed earth sign. Leo is a fixed fire sign. So very strong people. And this is the strength card. Taurus actually usually likes to, be hanging out in the field with the cows, having a good time and partying. And you're going to be actually the author. What you are contributing to is building a strong community, that strength card, but you get to do it in Taurian ways, which we're all going to enjoy. I'm really glad Taurus has this position because you're going to make the party more fun. The food is definitely going to be better. The wine will flow endlessly. And we'll all have some really delicious, comfortable, beautiful surroundings because Taurus knows beauty. All right. Do you have any Geminis in the house? Gemini, the sign of the mind. You'll have to type in a yes. Oh, wait. If your camera is off and you're a Gemini. But I'm not on everybody. Yes, Gemini rising. Okay. Do you know how to use that Gemini rising? Geminis are enjoying this and doing this work in the 10th house. That's the house of career. Gemini is the voice. And you are involved in co-creating a stable economic situation for us. The 10th house is work, money you work for. It's your fame. It's your reputation. You're going to make sure that we step out and we're not a complete inauthentic mess. You're going to help us have a voice that's actually able to create. So this card is a card that is associated with strife, struggle, and ruin. It is a swords card. Gemini is a swords energy. The swords are the energy of air. They're the energy of the mind. This is saying, and thank heavens it's Gemini in charge of the mind. This is saying we need to be very careful, Gemini friends. You are the sign of the brain, the physical brain, the mind, the words that we speak. We need to be careful. We need to use our words magically. We need to understand that every word we speak has a vibration and that vibration creates things. So Gemini is going to make sure that as we're moving forward, we're taking care of our brain. They're expert at that. And that we are using our words in ways that create what we desire and not being sloppy and indifferent. And then creating messes. Do I have any Cancers in the house?
Yes,
Type a little.
I'm a
Yeah.
Cancer, but we're going over a little too, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll tell you what. If you get that reading, I'll take care of you there. If you get that magical gift, you can email me and I'll draw cards and type them in for the 12 signs while the next person is going. I appreciate your time. I apologize for going over. And Cancer, your card will be coming in the comments. And I'll just
Awesome.
Thanks so much for spending your time with me. Thanks so much for being my partner in co-creating the Age of Aquarius. And I hope to see your chart soon.
Now our next speaker is Lisa Holt. She's coming up and she's going to amaze you.
Hello. All right, let's see here. All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Welcome, and thank you, Witchy, for having me. I want to ask before I get started, what are you here to receive today? I want to ask, what are you here to receive today? And type it in the chat. I have my ideas of what I'd like to share and give, but I also would like to make sure that I contribute to what you're here to receive. And while you type that into the chat, I will share a little of my story for context. All right, and I see the messages coming in, and while they're coming in, I'll share my story. My name is Lisa Holt, and I am love. And I am actually a certified life and relationship coach and transpersonal counselor. And a little about my history, just to kind of give you a little bit of context. I grew up in a home where I'm the only child of my birth parents, and my parents divorced when I was 3. And that is a very important part of my story, because when my parents divorced, I stayed with my dad. And a lot of people, when they experience divorce, especially women, usually we think of the mother taking the children. But I was staying with my dad, and I learned a lot of the qualities that I showed up to my adult life with from a masculine presence. And I have this essence that when I showed up into my relationship, I've been married for 9 years now, I showed up as an independent woman who didn't need a man because I had it all figured out. And so that is why we're here, is because I came to a place in my relationship where there is a reckoning. And that reckoning showed up in the form of my now husband. And it said, Lisa, you do not have it figured out. And you're going to overcome this challenge. And you're going to learn how to receive. And that is why we're here. And it has been my life's work to express and share the essence that is the lessons that come through relationship. And so I'm going to look here in the chat just to see. We've got light and create energy. Someone wants money healing, blessings and healing, guidance, healing, and assistance with stabilizing or accelerating the version of my life I am calling in. This is all perfect and in alignment with the vision. So thank you. Thank you for joining and co-creating with me. So one of my biggest lessons, and I'm continuously learning, and I'll be a little transparent here. I am at an Airbnb right now, taking some time to fill myself up. And the reason why that's important is because it is part of the lesson in my life. Being married and giving, I had to learn how to step away and give to myself. And a lot of people within relationship get scared to request or establish that they need to take time and fill themselves up. And that has been a lesson for me. And that has come with an essence. And that essence that I am embodying with all my life's force is called the essence of grace. And that is what we are going to invoke today. How many of you know what grace means? Type it into the chat. What does grace mean to you? When you hear the word grace, I don't know how many of you have grown up with any type of religious upbringing, but if you've encountered any type of religion, you've probably heard of God's grace. But that's not what we're going to be referencing today. We are going to be referencing divine grace that is within you. Most of us only see grace as that presence that is out there, outside of us. We're going to be invoking the essence that lives in us. That essence is grace. And usually it's buried really deep, buried really deep. And I'm going to share with you what grace is. And before I explain, I'll share with you this. Grace is not a logical thing. It doesn't come from a place of logic. That's why most of us don't utilize it. And so before I really get into that, I'm going to share something. I see we have a couple of men in the room, and I love seeing men in the room. I want to acknowledge the men in the room. So men, for just a moment, I'm going to reference something that you may have heard of. And it is something that women go through if they reach a certain age in life. And it is called menopause. And here is why I'm referencing this. Because it was through the initiation of menopause that I learned what grace is. And so menopause, in its initiation of integrating the physical, mental, and emotional bodies, I learned to have grace for myself and for others. And so with that context, I'm going to share with you what grace is. And once I share with you what grace is, we are going to be doing an embodiment of grace. That means you get to feel it. You get to feel what grace feels like. And so before we go through that, I will share with you that grace is an essence of unconditional love in motion. It is not deserved. It is not earned. It is not grasping. It is soft. And it is powerful. It is an essence like none other. And so as you take that in, I am going to take us through a little bit of the logic of grace so our human brains can comprehend the essence for just a moment. So we all show up to this existence and we learn the lessons that we are here to learn through suffering. How many of you have suffered in your life? Anyone? Anyone felt some suffering in life? That is how we humans learn. And grace is the essence that heals all suffering. It is the essence that heals the traumas. It heals the karmas. It heals the DNA junk and gunk that we show up into this life with. Grace is a healer. And so when we learn what grace is, we learn through something called dishonor. Dishonor just means that we are not honoring ourselves and we are not honoring others. And you might ask, what does that even mean? It means that we are not living in our highest, authentic self. It means that when we blame somebody else outside of us, we are not only dishonoring ourselves, we are dishonoring the person we're pointing the finger at. That is dishonor. And we all learn from all of the different ways that we dishonor ourselves. And I'll use myself as an example because I'm a transparent person. Some of the ways that I have dishonored myself, I told you in the beginning. When I showed up through life for the majority of my adult life, and I led with independence, saying I didn't need a man, I was dishonoring myself, meaning I wasn't being true to what I honestly desired. There was a dissonance there. I desired love, but I couldn't admit it because then I wouldn't be strong and independent. Because if I'm strong and independent, I don't need a man. I was dishonoring myself. And so it is very important as we learn the essence of grace that we first honor ourselves. And the way that we honor ourselves is through something called graciousness. Graciousness is what births grace. Graciousness is the essence where we come to a place of awareness, we come to a place of acceptance, we even come to a place of reverence for ourselves. How many of you hear people talk about self-love? That word floats around out there. Self-love, in its deepest, truest essence, means we honor ourselves and our true, authentic nature. It means we become very honest with our shadows. We become very honest. We do not dishonor ourselves, even in relationship. Honoring ourselves says, I need a moment to step away and fill my cup so that I can come back and honor my husband in my highest vibration. And in my highest vibration, I see the highest vibration of my husband. That is how we honor ourselves. That is graciousness. And graciousness operates in forgiving ourselves. Forgiving ourselves for dishonoring ourselves. It says I needed to dishonor myself so that I could learn and value myself. And through this graciousness, we birth this essence called grace. Grace is a powerful, soft, yet gentle essence, and it permeates the deepest parts of us. And with that logical explanation of grace and the context, how many of you have experienced grace before in your life? I know that's a silly question, but I'm just curious. Type it in the chat. Have you ever experienced grace? Well, you will today. We are going to, in essence, look at what it means to live and operate from grace. The power of grace. Grace touches even when we feel unlovable. And we're going to go through this embodiment of grace, and I'm going to explain it from the perspective of why. Because you're probably saying, Lisa, why do I need to care? Why do I need to care about grace? Because grace heals. Grace heals. And as we go through this embodiment, let me actually ask, how many of you are in relationship currently? Just type a yes or no in the chat. Are you currently in a relationship? Dating, married? Couple of yeses, a no, yes, no. All right, we've got a blend. Perfect. Okay, so for those of you who are single, you're going to be focused on the essence of grace from the perspective of how you get to fill your own cup. And those of you who are in relationship, you get to operate from a place of how do I get to fill my own cup, my own vessel, until it overflows in abundance and spills over towards my person so they can feel it. And here's why this is important. I'll share with you from the perspective of clients. There will be no identifying names in this story. I work with couples, but a lot of times I work with individuals who are in relationship and they can't get the other person to show up with them because they're usually saying they're the problem. They're the one that needs the help, so send them, right? And one of the things that I learned over the years of working with clients is something that showed up predominant would be the woman showing up and saying, you know, that husband I got, if only I could get him here, we could fix our marriage. Does that sound familiar to anybody? If only I could get him here, he would get it. He would just understand this. And I have to explain to the woman, you must become the healed version that he gets to see and experience so that he can feel it. And then he will by default join you in this journey. It doesn't take effort or force. It takes grace. And so with that understanding, we're going to do an embodiment. I call this a transmission of grace. So get comfortable, nice and relaxed, and welcome. And as you get comfortable, just close your eyes and start to focus on your breathing. Just noticing your breathing. Whether it's fast, whether it's slow, just noticing. focusing on your breathing, bringing your awareness to your face, relaxing your face, maybe a gentle smile, bringing your awareness to your eyebrows. Drop the eyebrows down away from the hairline, bringing your awareness to your eyelids. Soften the eyelids, bringing your awareness to your cheeks. Relax the cheeks, bringing your awareness to your jaw. Relax the jaw, bringing your awareness to your neck and your shoulders. Relax the neck, relax the shoulders, bringing your awareness to your chest. Breathe into the chest. Soften the chest. Soften the heart. Bringing your awareness to your rib cage. Relax the rib cage. Bringing your awareness to your belly. Allow the belly to be soft. Bringing your awareness to your hips. Relax the hips. Breathe into the hips. Bringing your awareness to your thighs. Relax the thighs fully and completely. Bringing your awareness to your calves. Relax the calves. Bringing your awareness to your feet. Relax the feet. Take a full body inhale, staying fully and deeply relaxed. Focusing on the breathing. Slowing the breath. Deepening the breath. Releasing the tension. Fully and deeply relaxed. And now I call upon the light of grace, the presence of divine grace. And we call upon the wisdom of our healed and whole ancestors. Draw them near. Draw them close. Surround us now in truth and tenderness. We open the sacred door of remembrance to meet what has been hidden and to heal what has been carried. May the river of time flow gently in this space. May every echo of dishonor towards ourselves and others be met with softness and compassion. Now turning inward, we look to the places where we have dishonored ourselves through shame, through silence, through self-betrayal, through forgetting. I bring the gift of gracious witnessing. We don't turn away from what has been. We honor it. And in the act of honoring, we begin to unbind. To those who we've dishonored, whether in words or judgment, in lineage, or even in our forgetfulness, we ask for clarity. We ask for accountability and the grace to repair. I allow graciousness to fill the space between us, not to bypass, not to build a bridge, but to listen and bring us together. Now listen quietly to the essence. Listen quietly for the essence of graciousness. Reaching deeper into the sacred well of grace itself, not as a performance, not as perfection, but as presence. Grace, it moves through us. Grace, it renews us. Grace restores us, our dignity, our voice, our wholeness. I release the burden of proving myself. I release the weight of punishment. I claim the softness of my soul's return. I am a vessel of grace, and by grace I heal. Forward and back, within and beyond, now and always. Grace is the essence. Grace is unconditional love. Grace flows through us with a softness. Grace is that moment when we fall apart and something invisible catches you. It's the hush that descends when chaos peaks, when you should be unraveling. But instead, you soften. It is not earned. It is not deserved. And it is not logical. Grace, it moves through the cracks of our resistance like light through a broken window. Grace is when the war inside you stops for no reason and love enters anyway. It's the hand you didn't know you needed, and it's extended by life itself. Grace, it doesn't ask you to be better. It just reminds you that you are. That is grace. And now take a deep breath. Full body. And slowly and gently and softly exhale. Start to bring your awareness back into the room, wiggling your fingers and toes. And we're back. All right. Anyone get a deeper understanding of the essence of grace? Type it into the chat. And while you type it into the chat, if you did have a deeper awareness of the essence of grace, I will share with you that grace is the essence that connects us all. And grace is the essence that gets to heal all of the chaos that is present in our world. That is grace. All right. Any questions, comments? Feeling the lightness or the softness of grace? All right. And so now that we have at least a deeper understanding of grace, I'm going to share with you a challenge or an invitation that as you go through your life over the next day, over the next week, over the next month, you get to operate from a place of grace. That means you won't judge yourselves when you make a choice that maybe in hindsight you felt could have been different. I'm going to challenge you and invite you that when you make a choice to say words about someone, that it comes from a place of grace, meaning it comes from a place of kindness and gentleness. Even if we're talking about ourselves, it comes from a place of kindness and gentleness. It means that we don't call ourselves names. I've heard the essence of oh, that's just my craziness, or that's just my messiness. Is that edifying? Is that kind to ourselves? We will not dishonor ourselves. And I invite you that as you make choices in life, they always come from a place of honoring self with gentleness and kindness. So, for instance, a few days ago when I came to the Airbnb and I ran out of time to make food for my husband before I left, I ran out of time to freeze the bananas for him for his smoothies. I didn't dishonor myself by blaming myself like I would have in the past. I stayed kind to myself. And I said I did the best I could. I made sure that my husband felt so much love before I left. I embraced him. I loved on him so much that even though the bananas are still in that box in the kitchen on the floor that need to be frozen, it's okay. It comes from a place of honoring myself. And even though my husband had to fend for himself and make his own dinner while I'm gone, that in the past would hurt me to my core that I would be such a wife that would leave him fending for himself. I choose to honor myself and say I did the best I could. I even ordered extra toilet paper and had it mailed overnight because I ran out of time. We honor ourselves when we become very honest that we did our best. We made the best choices we could at the level of awareness we had at that moment. That is grace. And you may hear me keep harping about grace, but we live in a world where grace is an essence that has been smothered and forgotten. It is an essence that whispers in its power, but it is powerful. That is the essence. All right. Someone says grace versus love. Question. Excellent question. Grace is an essence of love. If you see love, if you see universal love as the umbrella, grace is an essence of that. It is an unconditional love in motion. It is not earned. It is just because we exist. We get it. We receive grace just because we exist. Yes, grace is an essence of love. How many of you feel like you can go out into life with a little bit more of that essence. Maybe operate a little differently. Maybe feel a little lighter. Maybe talk a little differently. Whether it's the self-talk or it's the talk when we commiserate with other people. Grace says, sorry, women, we will not commiserate. Oof. What do we do then if we can't commiserate? We edify each other. We look for the highest essence in one another. We do not commiserate about our husbands or our boyfriends. We look to their highest essence and we speak to that. We speak to the essence in our men. We speak to the essence in us. We speak to the essence in other women. That is the highest essence. We do not commiserate. That means you might have a little more space in your day. How cool is that? Fill that space with stillness. Grace is also in stillness. That's why sometimes it can be so uncomfortable to invoke grace. Because grace arrives in stillness. Ooh, that's uncomfortable. Would grace forgive self and others? Graciousness. Graciousness is the forgiving. Graciousness is the forgetting that births grace. Grace is the essence of complete forgiveness. And complete forgiveness does not serve justice. Complete forgiveness is not vindictive. Complete forgiveness says, I see the highest essence of you. Complete forgiveness says, I remember my highest, my true, authentic self. And that is love. Love is the essence that we are all seeking to remember. It just got cloudy with all of the stories and with all of the experiences and all of the traumas. Grace removes all the gunk so that we are left with pure, divine love. Grace does not carry grudges. Grace only carries love. And the essence that I learned this from my husband. And I'll share a quick story and then we'll wrap up. I learned this essence from my husband because one day he was frustrated and I started to get frustrated because he was frustrated. How many of you have experienced that? And my husband said to me, he said, Lisa, if it is not of love, it is not yours. It is mine. And that landed inside my body with the deepest resonance. In other words, my husband taught me that we are all love. And if we feel something other than love, we transmute it because it is not ours. It is residue. So when you go into your life tomorrow, let's say you go into work, you go into the office, and that person sends you an email or comes to your desk and asks you a question that you feel like they should already know the answer to, and you edify them with kindness and answer their question when you're used to being snarky with them, if you edify them tomorrow, you're going to feel a little bit of residue left over that you're not going to know what to do with because you're used to handing it to them in snarkiness. You must transmute that with love. Sing a song. Take a deep breath. Send it back to sender with love. That is your invitation. Grace heals all wounds. All right. Any questions, comments, feedback? Any aha moments? Would grace heal my body, heart, and mind? Absolutely. And here's the cool thing. Thank you for that question. Here's the cool thing with grace. If you don't believe that you are worthy of love, someone must hold the vision for you until you believe it. I'm going to say that again. If you don't believe that you are worthy of love, someone must hold the vision for you until you believe it. That looks like a coach. That looks like a healer. That looks like maybe a therapist. Guess what? It might even be your husband. Let him hold you. Don't come forward with a torch. How many of us women are holding a torch or a machete? If you feel anything other than love, lay it down and allow yourself to be held in the arms of grace. You might be surprised at who gets to hold that vision for you. Thank you for that question. In a direct answer, yes, grace can heal your body, heart, and mind. And here's how. The quick, simple version of this is that those three areas are housed in three separate bodies: the physical body, the astral or the mental body, or sorry, the astral or emotional body, and the mental body. And the quick down and dirty of that is that the pain that we feel in our physical body is just a signal from our emotional body saying there is an essence, and that mental body just adds a story to validate that essence. Grace gets to come in, wipe out the story, because the stories attached to pain are just the absence of love. And when you wipe the slate clean of those stories, you are left with a pure essence from your true highest nature, which is an essence of universal love. All right. Well, thank you all for receiving. And before I go, I will just share that you can, if anything I said or anything you experienced or received during this time, if it is of interest and piqued any of your interest, feel free to click on the link that Wytchie has provided. You can access my website. There is a free meditation, a heart-opening meditation on the website that is yours. And if you would like a deeper inquiry, I have a package that is 20 hours of teachings all around relationship and all the little nooks and crannies and the portals that we enter as we navigate relationship. That is that link. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Back to you, Wytchie.
Well, thank you, Lisa. You did amazing.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you were here today, and yeah, you did really, really good. I'm just blown away by
Oh,
by
well, thank you.
what you messaged us today, because it was deep.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that it was received.
Our next guest speaker is named Tuna Oddfellow. Tuna, are you there? Tuna?
Yes, I sure am. Hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. I am Tuna Oddfellow. That's what they've called me for the past 20 years. I do a few impossible things. I am a lifelong stage magician. I'm a musician. I'm a motivational coach. And I'm somebody who has naturally been drawn to energy work throughout my life. And it's one of those things that's been a gift to me to be able to play with the energies. I live in a world where synchronicities happen to me, where sometimes the universe lets me manifest in ways that are magical and unexplainable. And the people around me have told me that. They tell me that I'm spoiled by my manifestations. And it's not really a matter of being spoiled, simply a matter of asking the universe for what you want when you need it. And sometimes you get it, and sometimes you don't. But when you get it, it's like, I can't believe you got that. And sometimes it's something as simple as the instrument that you need to play to perform what you do. So, first of all, I want to take a moment to focus on you, all of you. And that is to ask you all, what do you need today? What do you want today? What do you want to get out of somebody who's here to offer you my energies for the next hour in magic, in motivation, in what we all do? And I have to look at I have my thing set up now that I can't see the chat. Here we go. Now I see the chat. Okay, since I'm not seeing anything jumping up at me right away, I'm just going to go with talking to you all in general. If people come up with something, tell me. But why don't we start out with me telling you a little bit more about me and who I am. As I said, I am a magician, a musician, a motivator, and for the past 20 years, I've also been a well-known virtual world performer who, because of the way that he manifests, ended up with my avatar becoming famous in a weird sort of way. But I'm not really going to get into that. You can ask me later. It's not what we're here for. But my avatar in this virtual world of Second Life was named and is named Tuna Oddfellow, and I've been experiencing my world there for the past 20 years. And what I did was I created a world that I could take people to in this virtual space. And the glib elevator pitch is, I found a way to get people stoned over the internet. I'll take a moment for that to sink in. But what I really did was I found a way to take visual stimulation and turn it into an experience that some people would find akin to meditating, would find would help them to get into their theta states, with some alpha, would just do things for them that would give them that relaxation that they needed, that meditation that they needed, that chill. And so people would come and see my show week after week and become fans. There were people who claim, and again, I've not done a double-blind study and I'm a man of science, but that claim that if you use what I do, that it actually helped them with things like post-traumatic stress disorder and feeling like they were more relaxed, or if they had anxiety, it was helping them with that. And I, being somebody who suffers from my own anxiety, from my own, chronic pain, I would find that doing my stuff there would also help me with all of that. And it was said by somebody today, it was said earlier that, are you unable to stop your things that are your limitations, the things that are your, it's like during those moments of my day, every day where I'm not experiencing my chronic pain, and there's lots of them, I'm managing it. I'm controlling it. I haven't reached that point where I cannot have it at every moment. I can't say that I have that moment where I'm always not having my anxiety, but I have less of it. And it's because of the magic that we have, the ability to communicate to ourselves what's going to be better for us. And that's one of the things I do in my motivational coaching, is I give people a fusion of motivational coaching, energy healing, and intuitive insight and creative empowerment tools, and creative empowerment tools that are going to help you to take the things in your life that are your blocks in your creativity. Because I believe that our blocks in our creativity help to cause our lack of motivation. And so what I wish to do for people is those of us who are of a creative bend, those of us who are of a spiritual, magical bend with a creative flair, that those of us who are like that have the tools that we need to be able to grow, to be able to lean into our talent and let the things that are stopping us from doing it, let those things go. Because we can't control the things that are happening around us, but we can control how we express ourselves with our creative tools. So, what I want you all to take away from this today is I want you to leave here from this talk inspired, empowered, and ready to transform your creative blocks into breakthroughs. And I am going to take a moment now because I think, hold on, I want to just take a moment and read this. I just wanted to see actually what Sharada had written, which was interesting in terms of her tools, and they're important. Okay. I'd like to take a moment. In fact, I'd like to take some time now to bring us all into a magical space. And so that is what we will now do. Welcome, beloved souls. Relax and find a place, well, you're in a place where you can sit down, be undisturbed, and for the next 15 minutes, take a deep breath through your nose and slowly let it out through your mouth. Feel the weight of the day begin to soften as you give permission to fully arrive here. In this sacred space with your breath, your body, and your beautiful inner fire, you are about to journey inward to a place of deep remembering, a place where your power has always been and always mattered, curled like a sleeping dragon in your chest, waiting for your call. Let it begin. Let's begin ourselves in raising the energies of your inner dragon. Breathe in again. slowly. And as you exhale, imagine a soft golden light washing over your body from the top of your head to the tip of your toes. Feel yourself supported by the earth, by your breath, and by the intention you've set just by showing up. As you breathe, let your awareness gently scan your body. Notice any tension, any places where your energy feels stuck or forgotten. Without judgment, simply invite those spaces to soften, to open. You are safe, you are supported, and you are ready. Now, bring your attention to the center of your chest, to your heart. And just beneath that, deeper still, imagine a spark, a pulse, a glow. This is your dragon, your inner fire, the part that refuses to be extinguished, the part of you that knows how to rise when life tries to press you down. The inner flame awakens. With each breath, that spark begins to grow, a soft, glowing ember. Then a gentle flicker, and then a whoosh. A steady flame. You feel the warmth build in your belly, in your chest. Not a burning, but a forging, a remembering. That is the power that carries you through every challenge you've ever faced. It may have hidden in the background sometimes, but it has never left you. You're a dragon. Your special dragon. Envision it, imagine it, picture it. Know how it feels, how it looks, how it shaped to you. It is your own being. It is yours especially. Imagine your dragon however you wish it to appear. Maybe it's radiant with shimmering scales. Maybe it's dark and fierce with purple eyes and wings that spread out and particles that shoot through the air flowing around you. Or maybe it looks just like you. But it is your dragon, and it is you, because the magic lives inside of all of us. Let it rise in your mind's eye. See it emerge from the cave of your heart, stretching, awakening. You are not summoning something foreign. You are activating what has always been yours. Now, breathe into your center again and feel this dragon breathe, stirring in your throat. This is not destruction. This is creation. The fire of art and purpose of love. The flame that burns away fear, not because fear is bad, but because you no longer are ruled by your fear. Feel your dragon breathe with you. Each inhale fills you with courage. Each exhale releases doubt. Repeat in your mind or out loud if you feel called to. I remember who I am. I carry the fire. I am the flame. I am the creator, even in the storm. Let those words ripple through you. Let them dance in your cells. Let them etch themselves in your bones. You, fellow dragon, you, fellow magical person, you are not meant to hide your fire. You are meant to wield it with grace, with wildness, with sacred purpose. Feel your dragon wrap itself around you now. Not to bind you, but to protect you, to remind you, to activate you. Yes. Its wings are your courage. Its eyes are your clarity. The flame is your voice, your art, your truth. Let that dragon merge with you now. Not something separate, but as you, fully remembered, fully unleashed. Awaken the dragon that is inside of you. Breathe it. Imagine its wings. Imagine those wings stretching wide behind you. Let the dragon be. Fully remembered, fully unleashed. Breathe in and imagine your wings stretched wide behind you. Breathe out and feel yourself expanding beyond fear, beyond limits, beyond what you thought was possible. This is your time. This is your gift. This is your inner magic. As you gently return to this moment, carry the warmth of your dragon with you. Wiggle your fingers. Wiggle your toes. Stretch your body if that feels good. And when you're ready, open your eyes. You are a creator, a flame bearer, a dragon-hearted visionary. The world needs your magic, especially now. And remember, when the world dims, it's not the end. It's your cue to ignite. Thank you. Okay, let me take a moment to get back to my screen's better orientations for when I'm seeing you all. And I do want to take a moment to see what people have gotten from what they've been doing while I've been doing this. Okay, I see. How's everybody feeling? I hope everybody is feeling well. Well, I'm going to move on until anybody says anything to me. But in the meantime, here we are. I'm just looking at where I'm at.
Tuna, you could
Yes?
tell them about the package that I just posted.
Oh, sure. Okay. So let me take a moment to tell you about my package that I'm offering here today. What I'm offering today as my special offer is what we're calling the Spark Session. It's a special event only offer that I'm offering, which reignites you with your purpose, helps you to reconnect with your power, and to remember your magic. And what I'll do is I will work with you on all of the tools to help you to become more activated, more motivated, and to build a plan by which you can actually untap your inner magic. And I'm especially looking for people who are artistic, creative, and spiritual as people who I want to work with, because I want to help people to regain their passion and their creativity and their spark if their spark were to be stifled. And so I'm here to be your unstifling doctor, if you would. That sounds horrible. I'll have to find a better way to say that. But changing our brain in a heartbeat that I mentioned. Oh, okay. I see this. Let me just answer this too. Or is this something that happened? Has that happened before I was
That
on?
was
Never
a
mind.
question someone asked me, darling.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're awesome. Okay. Okay, so I'll go back to explaining what I was doing. I just saw it popped up, and I thought it was something new. So I teach people how to remember their magic, how to show up for the game in a way that they may not have beforehand. Everybody is here for a reason today. And the reason that you're here is because you're ready for something more. You're ready for something. You're ready to find the right person who's here, who's going to help you to unleash your inner magic. For some, that might be me. For some, that might be someone else. And I want you to look at who speaks to you today and find that person who might be able to help you in finding that inner dragon in you, to finding the creativity that's within you, to helping you to find that next step in your journey. What I'm offering today is going to give you a 1-hour session for $97, and that's a private Zoom session. And I'm also going to give you a recapped audio session that will be there for you as a fire ritual that you can have to go back to. And also, I'm going to give you a $22 credit towards a full package booked within 7 days, if that's something that you wish as well. And I'm going to have packages that will be on my website over the next, by the time the replays are out, they should be there, if not over the next day or two. But they will be the full packages, which will include, normally the full sessions would be $111 per session, but I'm offering, and those would just be the sessions themselves, but I'm offering sessions of 2 and sessions of 3, and I'll have that spelt out in the packaging as well. But today, what I'm really offering is the $97 special offer. Did I make that clear? I'm hoping. So I'm wondering what kind of questions people have for me. I can tell from the silence that you're stunned.
Okay, so I had to shorten the URL, and I did. So there's your shortened URL for your Spark session, if anyone is interested.
Okay. Well, I have plenty of time left in my presentation, Stacy. So you didn't arrive too late. You just missed my meditation, and I can tell you more about who I am and what I do and how I got to where I'm at in my life. I hope all is well with you, Stacy. So what my presentation is about tapping into your inner magic. And I'm looking for people who are creatives, who either want to reconnect with their creative spark, or people who have creative spiritual practices, who are feeling stuck, who aren't feeling the spark within their creative elements of what they're doing. Because, I mean, let's face it, we're all here, and even the ones of us who are presenting what we're doing, we don't just present and offer you something that is something that's going to help you and heal you and make your lives better. We also have to work hard to be the creators of what we're doing. And every single person who is doing that, every single person who's putting themselves out here, are content creators. And it's one thing to have the content up here. It's another thing to be able to put that content out to the world. And it's a really rough time right now, Stacy, and I agree with that. Stacy, I'm going to take a moment then, and I'm going to do what I do because this is what I do naturally. And it's the reason why I find it so difficult to divorce my coaching from my energy work. You know, Wytchwhisper always says to me, she's like, well, you know, you're doing coaching and you're doing motivation at the same time. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course I am, because that's how it works. You have to do that. But I've always had that gift of just understanding how to heal. I learned it as a early age as an empath, and I've honed it over the years. And I did say that part of my life story is that I had a coma. I was in a coma. It lasted for 97 days. And when I woke up, I was completely paralyzed. And it shaped how I was today because I had to relearn how to do everything from moving to speaking to going through it all. But I want to take a moment and I want to send some love and healing energy to you, Stacy. I don't know what you're going through. I don't know where you're at, but I do know that you need the energy of the room. And the room is full of people who have that power to send it to you. And it is the full moon. And I want everybody who wears that pointy hat in that club to send their energies. And everybody who are just healers and energy workers who can send it long distance to send it to Stacy. And give her the energy that she needs. I will totally include him as well. I feel for you very strongly. I lost somebody who was very close to me, who died of stage 4 cancer within the past week or two. I know how hard that can be personally. And I know how hard that can be for the family that's worrying about it and whether or not it's going to have short or long-term reprieves. And I hope that you and your brother get the relief that you need when you need it, and that you have the love and support that you need. But know that in this community, you have that love, you have that support. And I believe in the power of long distance digital healing. I believe in the power of the energies that we share together, as I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, do, or you wouldn't be here today. If there's anything anybody wants to add, to offer anything more, we can certainly do that. Or if anybody needs anything, any energy healing of some sort, we can also do that. As I said when I started here, before you got here, Stacy, I said, is there anything anybody needs here today that they wanted to take from this session? Absolutely. And if anybody just needs a reading on where they're at, I can do that as well. Janine, let me get you on my screen and I will do this. Hold on. Janine, let me find you. Hello, Janine.
Hi.
Hi. I hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
Awesome. I'm assuming you don't have your camera set up, and that's fine. If
I
you want to
don't.
be on camera,
I'm
okay,
actually at work, so I can't have my camera on.
that's fine. Okay. So you're looking for a reading today.
Yes, please.
Tell me what you're going through, what you need, what you would like in terms of a reading, what would feel in the direction of where you're going.
Just a general reading. I don't have anything in particular.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm getting the color red, first of all, and I don't know where that's coming from. That just came to me first. That's no clarity on where that came from. That just came to me right away. Do you I'm just getting a hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to feel something here and I'm trying to get what's going on and basically get an idea of have you gone through a hard time recently yourself?
Well, my whole entire life is kind of a roller coaster of hard times and then not so hard times.
I understand. That somehow sums up life for a lot of us.
Yes.
But I kind of get that there's something that was more recent that's happened to you is what I'm feeling.
Nothing that really stands out lately.
Okay. So do you have a dragon?
No.
No. Well, I'm getting a message that your guides are trying to reach out to you and that there's a block. that you block your, whether it's your inner voice, whether it's your inner dragon, whether it's your the powers that are around us that are from the other side, that try to help us and guide us, that you need to listen to your intuition more, that you need to trust in that little voice, whatever you know it to be, and that you let that voice guide you more. Because yes, your life is going to be a roller coaster like everybody else's is, but it doesn't have to be out of your control. You can have more control over your life if you just allow your inner guides to guide you and let them take you to your journey. If your journey is like mine is, creative and artistic and, magical, then, do you have a creative vocation or something that you like to do that you're not doing, maybe?
I'm not very creative, so I wouldn't think so. I do, I have been wanting to delve more into my spirituality and practice more so than I have been lately. Um, so that's something that I kind of want to get back to.
Well, that could very much be it and what you're dealing with, because, getting involved with our spirituality, letting ourselves let go and be open to that is one of those things that, you have to have the control to make the choice to let go, to not have the control, and then just let your spirituality take that control from you. And then just let the forces, the practices that you start to tap into, learn from them. Find yourself the people who speak your language. And by that I mean the spiritual people who you feel can best teach you the messages and lessons that you need to know. And find your mentors in this craft to help you spiritually, whatever your spiritual path is. But then you have to make a commitment to letting your spirituality take you by the hand and letting it be in control, not you holding back from your spiritual guides. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Good.
absolutely.
Is there anything else that I can give to you today?
I don't think so. Nope.
Awesome. Then namaste. I thank you very, very much for taking the time to be vulnerable and to let me in and to see what we can do to tap into your inner magic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who else? Who's next? Who can I help next? I mean, that's the real secret here, is I want to be able to help as many of you as I can, or reach as many of you as I can within a short period of time that we have in these, 1 hour sessions. Or for somebody to walk away here with something a little different about what they were thinking about than when they first started today. Anyone.
Can you hear me now? There he is. Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank
Hello.
you.
Hey
Hi.
there. Hi,
Somebody had
Stacy.
their hand up, so I was trying not to invade.
Okay. Well, you were probably picked by Wytchwhisper to come here because she's the one who brought you in, or somebody else in the meeting who has that control did, but it wasn't me. So you're the right person here at the right time, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay. Talk to me. Tell me what you're feeling.
Well, right now I'm coming down. I'm calming down. But I'm just having trouble connecting with spirituality again. And it's been quite a while. Some horrible things have happened over the last few years and just kind of knocked me off my center. And my brother was my biggest inspiration, and he's unable to help me now. I was very
Right.
late to this. So yeah, he spent his whole life doing this. I didn't even know about this world until a few years ago. So I'm
Right.
very new to all of this.
Well, for most of our lives doing this, we didn't have the ability to magically talk to somebody through a little flat crystal ball, you know, thousands of miles away and communicate like we're doing now. So it's changed so much since I've watched it, because I've been, hanging out with, like, my personal magical story has been up and down, on and off with where it's gone. But I started a magical path from the time I was, 12 years old and got very sick.
Mm-hmm.
And it was my becoming paralyzed, and then becoming, first having the coma, then becoming paralyzed, and then coming out of it and becoming as well as anybody could possibly be, and suddenly having a different perspective of life and what's possible. And I learned from all of the motivational coaches growing up. And when you're having a really hard time, like you're dealing with right now, when you're feeling like your foundations are struggling, it can be hard to forgive yourself for not, just being able to jump into your faith again. And this can be said of anybody's faith, really. But magically, as magical people, as people who, can really, because of our personal power, make a difference in people's lives in so many ways, if we can let ourselves get out of our heads. With someone like you, and this is just how this is just my perception. I don't know you. We're just talking, but it's really hard when we lose somebody who's really close to us, or we're threatened by that option. In your case, it's, your brother is suffering. And what's your age difference between you and your brother?
3 years.
That's the same as me and my sister. My sister's 3 years younger than me.
Okay.
So I've, grew up with my sister, and, at this point we're Facebook friends and we keep in touch, but it's, you lose that everyday, day-to-day thing because of the way that the world is shaped.
Yeah.
But if something were to happen to her, it would, affect my world greatly and how I deal with things. So I fully, empathize in what you're going through here. And as I said before, I lost somebody very close who I knew for decades of my life. I knew them since I was 20 years old. And so it's very personal to me. So what I want to do for you is give you the ability to walk away with some tools today so that as things get harder, maybe, you know, you have the ability to not walk away from your toolbox that allows you to tap into your faith, that allows you to, you know, get your inner magic back. So first of all, I want you to know that if and when the time comes that he goes, because of how badly he is at this point, know that you'll see him again and that he will be another of your guides. And if he's the person that ignites your spark, that has been there to let you into this magical world where you have the power to tap into your own spark, then you're not losing him as part of that package. And the fact that he's not able to be there to be strong in that package right now is not really true either. He can be a large portion of your finding your inner faith again. Not because it's going to necessarily stop him from going through what he's going through, but we can send him the healing energy he needs to either stay strong for as long as he wants to and is good for him. But when the time comes, the time comes.
I'm prepared for that, but it's just different. It's a transition that's hard to adjust to, and I know it's coming. Yeah.
I know. When my own friend passed away, I didn't grieve as much as I needed to for myself. And he was a very important person in my life for many years. And so I get this so much.
Yeah.
But he's a catalyst for you to find your magic. He's a catalyst for you to build your faith. And people like me, people within this community, reach out to those of us who are here and find those of us who can let you continue to strengthen your faith.
Yeah.
With deep love. Is there anything else that you need today?
A cure for cancer. And yeah, he's the last one. He's just the last one in my family, other than my kids.
Well,
we both lost somebody this year too. Both of us lost two very dear friends.
My father is going for a biopsy, and his biopsy is happening in May, and so we're dealing with that for him now, and I am very active within the virtual world that both me and Wytchwhisper are involved with, and we both do benefits for Relay for Life, and both did fundraisers for Relay for Life during the past month. And it's an important thing that there be a cure for cancer and that there be more research. And in the meantime, you know, sometimes what we have is magic, and sometimes the magic is what we have to deal with.
I understand that. Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'll be honest, I don't even know how I came to this. Somewhere I saw a link for this event happening and I clicked on it, and I don't follow her. I don't even, somehow it just appeared and so I clicked on it. It was like I was supposed to be here. So thank
That's
you. I
amazing.
appreciate that.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, you can find me under Tuna Oddfellow. I'm also
Okay.
known as Matthew Fishman, but nobody calls me that in the universe except for mom and dad, and occasionally Wytchwhisper. But, you know, I've been Tuna Oddfellow for 20 years.
Interesting. I'm sure there's a story there.
There's a long story behind it.
Yeah.
It comes from being a fisherman all my life. And
Oh, gotcha.
tuna
Okay.
was just a natural progression from there. And I'm a guy, and I'm odd, and therefore I'm an odd fellow. There you
Oh my
go.
gosh.
So
That's perfect.
there you go.
Yeah.
So
Thank you so much.
you're very welcome, Stacy. And I'm very glad I can help, but I'm now amazed at how my time has flown by. So
Thank you.
hugs and fishes.
I don't know about the fish, but I'll take the hugs.
All right, there you go. All right. And with that, let me, I'm making Wytchwhisper laugh. So I have about 5 minutes left. Is there anything that anybody else wants or needs or desires from me at this point? I'd be happy to take a quick, a quick time with people, a quick question or something. And if not, then I can end off with just giving you all, my ending spiel, if you would, and that is to say, if you're liking what I'm doing here, if you feel that what I do is, just me speaking from my heart and providing people with motivation and energy work and all of that, then reach out to me and we can talk about what more we can do with each other. My dad, when I was a little boy, he got me hooked on motivation. First thing he ever did to me was he said to me, he gave me 10 two-letter words to live by. And those words were, if it is to be, it is up to me. And those 10 two-letter words stuck with me throughout my life. And they became something that I used and went back to whenever I needed to remember that I had to do something and make a difference for myself, for others, for the world. I find that I'm using the if it is to be, it is up to me, is not just a selfish thing that's for me to make things happen anymore, that it's really turned into, as my life went on, more about if it is to be, changing the world, making the world a better place, helping our environment, helping people to grow, that it's going to take people like me out there doing it to make it happen. And that's why I do what I do. So I love doing what I do, and that is why I do it. If you would have told me 20 years ago that I would be spending time online, performing music, giving my life story, and working towards ways I can help people towards realizing their goals, I would have told you that, you know, there's no way that could have happened. I couldn't have imagined that. But that became a life's dream of mine. And I started when I was 20 years old. I started having this idea in my head to teach motivation and have a motivational book. The book's not out in print yet. I haven't actually done the book, but this is the extension of that. I'm also a motivational magician and perform magic motivationally and have done that for decades out on the streets of Boston and Cambridge and New York. Anyway, enough of all that, enough of me. I am seeing that I have no more time left. So at this moment in time, I want to end off with this final note. And that note is this. For all of you here, no matter who you are, no matter where the journeys have taken you, remember, the magic lives inside of each and every one of us. We are the magicians. We are the mystics. We are the dreamers. And until next time, dream in color. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuna. That was wonderful and very heart-touching. The next speaker that is up is Kathryn Johnson. She's an amazing woman as well, so I think you guys will thoroughly enjoy her. Kathryn, are you ready? Oh, wait, maybe if I unmute you.
I'm absolutely ready. I'm excited.
That's awesome. Okay, we'll take it away when you're ready to go.
Okay. Do you want me to introduce myself?
Yes, I want you to introduce yourself and tell the world why you're so wonderful.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here today. I first wanted to start with a quote or something that's very special with me, special to me. And that is, when we listen to the calling in our hearts and engage our mind in purposeful action, we align with higher consciousness. Limits are transcended, and we experience the truth of our whole being. We feel whole within the world and within ourselves. And I'd like you to think about that as we have our presentation today. So, my name is Kathryn Johnson. I am a transformational coach, and I help people embrace the joy in their obstacles and help them live a soul-aligned life, consciously create a soul-aligned life. And as part of that, I am a spiritual practitioner, a medium. So I incorporate energetic services, psychic development into my coaching, because we are both human beings on this earth having a human experience and spiritual beings. So we need both. I have 20 years in the field of accounting. I'm a certified accountant. And believe me, it was a struggle to understand how to align those two sides of myself. And through some inner work and some support from fellow humans, I am joyfully doing so. And the summit is part of this. So I'm really excited to be here today. The practice I want to share with you is called ancestral clearing, as I said. And what this is a gentle process that helps release an energetic charge to negative events or events that we perceive as negative that are held within our body. There's actually been scientific studies done, and events are neutral. The reality is they're neutral. It is our mind that makes things good or bad. And if we experience something that we say is bad, it sticks. It sticks within us. And sometimes it sticks so in a way that's so ingrained that it gets passed on with ancestors. And it travels through generations. And that's why often in life we see, oh, everybody in my family is a certain way. Well, where does that come from? It doesn't start with today, here and now, the thing that we think it's about. One of my mentors says it didn't start here. That's what he says. So when we're complaining about our obstacles and whatever thing, some person is annoying us again, it didn't start there. You're bringing up a frequency, and you're carrying this frequency within your aura, and you're attracting these behavior patterns. What I believe is that there is infinite versions of ourselves in the universe, all at different frequencies. And so when we transform, what happens is we shift frequencies. That's why at certain times, people can get results what seems like overnight. It's because they changed their frequency. It's like being in a hotel and they change the floor that they're on. So there's different people on that floor, and there's different opportunities on that floor, and different things. But we don't realize that we've changed the floor in our human experience. And a lot of the people we see seem like the same people, but hey, they're not bugging me the way they used to. Hey, what happened? Hey, it's because you changed your frequency. So everything is always here for us right now. We don't actually have to create anything. I mean, I'll just back up one step. It depends on your perspective. From a spiritual perspective, I believe we don't have to create anything. It's already been created. But what we need to do is be in alignment of the frequency of that thing. So we need to be spiritually aligned or in harmony in our hearts and in our beingness to creating that thing. And then we need to do some physical things to help that happen, to help the energy, to help draw the energy to us. But it's already here. We don't have to slave away to create something. That's why often you'll hear people say things like, don't push. And often when you seem to try less hard, things go easier. It's like you do less work, but things happen easier. How does that work? How does that work? It's because you're in the flow of the frequency of the thing. And as you keep moving along, you're changing perspectives and opening the doors to new opportunities. And so frequencies and opportunities and energies that are always in motion, they start to meet you as you do your human things along your journey of creating whatever your dream is. And the more that we engage our human selves by doing the things that we are aligned with that really light us up in our world, in our daily lives, and do the energetic or spiritual work to help our aura or our soul or our beingness transform these energies that we've carried for many, many lifetimes, sometimes, that used to serve us, but no longer serve us in the present time. When we do both of those things, then we can have that dream life, whatever it looks like for us. And there really is no limits. There really isn't. I have heard of the most amazing stories of people finding love in the most unlikely of places, incredible wealth manifested very quickly, health concerns evaporating overnight. In fact, I had that happen this week. Pretty cool stuff. And it doesn't automatically happen. It doesn't always happen. You know, this practice that I'm talking about today, it's not a cure-all. It's about calling in source energy and trusting that whatever happens and whatever experience you have is right for you at this time. And it doesn't mean that the frequency that you're carrying that you would like to release will stay with you forever, but maybe today's not the day. The universe is in charge in that way. And it's just a matter of trusting that, you know, everything happens for our highest good. And whatever our soul evolution needs at the time. There's so much more going on in the ether and in our development, more than the human brain can comprehend. You know, I've had so many experiences personally where I've thought, for years, I thought, oh my goodness, I can't get it together. I'm a mess. And years later, I thought, oh, it's all perfect. And an example of that is my education. I started out of high school and I went to university and I enrolled in psychology. I wanted to get into social work because I wanted to help people. And I couldn't get in, tried 2 or 3 years, even applied to different schools in Canada, applied to University of British Columbia, Dalhousie University in Halifax, and a school in Calgary. Nothing. Well, what am I going to do? Well, I might as well finish my arts degree because I'm almost finished. So I might as well finish. And then what? Then I went to business administration in community college. And I did really well. I thought, great. Community college is supposed to prepare you for a wonderful job. So I'm ready and I'm going to go get a great job and my life's going to be just everything I ever wanted, and I'm going to get the money and I'm going to be able to get the condo and move out finally and all the things. And I did so well in school, straight A's actually, for the most part, that my teacher said, you should become an accountant because you're so great at it. So guess what? 4 more years of school. But I did it because I thought, well, yeah, that's a lot more options. So I did that. And fast forward 20 years in accounting. And I've had wonderful experiences, mostly teaching entrepreneurs how to how to understand their finances so they can make better business decisions and have their business efficient and thriving and have happy staff and all the things. And then in 2017, I thought, oh my gosh, this is not right for me anymore. And the universe made it so obvious that it made it almost impossible for me to physically get any work done. It was weird. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't, in my mind, I was not successful. There was just crash after crash after crash, like just stuff would happen that doesn't normally happen. And I thought, oh, I gotta go. And I also at this time had, I had been studying personal growth after I completed my CPA designation. I started studying personal growth just for fun, just for me. And in 2017, right around the time when work was becoming impossible, I had this incredible pull to go to California. And as you know, that's where many, many personal growth retreats are held. And I had a community there. And I spent 6 months in California and had a blast. And at the end of the 6 months, I went to my final personal growth retreat, which was a small group meditation retreat with 10 leaders. And every single one of these leaders, including the support staff and the facilitator, said, Kathryn, you are such a brilliant speaker. You've got to write a book. You've got to write a book. And I thought, are you kidding me? Me? I'm an accountant. Write a book? Like, you've got to be kidding. So I thought about it. And by that Christmas, I wanted to make a decision. And I realized that I really, really wanted it. And the deciding factor was if I didn't do it, I felt incredibly sick. Incredibly sick. And I didn't want to live that way. So I began to write my book. And in 2017, my first book, The Joy of Obstacles, was published. And I became a best-selling author in 10 days. And today I'm a transformational coach, integrating my business knowledge, my personal growth knowledge, and my spiritual trainings and teachings and understandings into my coaching to help people create a life that is aligned with who they truly are. And my ancestral clearing is part of that, which I wanted to share with you today. So the way this works is that you kind of need to be, or it helps if you're grounded into your body. You don't need to do anything really. Just you kind of want to check in to how you're feeling and just kind of pick something. Like, do you have maybe, tension in your shoulders? Do you have maybe your legs are sore from sitting all day? Or maybe there's an emotional situation that's just driving you crazy and you'd like some support with. And just kind of check in where you feel that in your body. Just check in with yourself. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to do some clearings for the whole group right now. So we have a kind of a group experience. And then if anybody's really brave, I would love to work with people individually, and you can put in the chat what you're experiencing. So we'll start with just a general clearing for everybody. So has everybody got their issue for now? This is I volunteer. Yeah. Awesome, Jill. Thanks. Okay, so here we go. Just breathe into your body. The idea is to kind of acknowledge whatever you're feeling. And as soon as acknowledged, it can go away because it doesn't need to talk to you anymore. Okay, so that was it. And what I was doing was I was asking source energy for support, for just helping us be more at peace in our body. So if you'd like to share what you felt, that would be awesome. I'd welcome that. If anybody wants to be brave and share, that would be fantastic. You can just pop it in the chat if you felt some kind of shift. Maybe a sensation is a little less than it was before. Maybe there are some tingles, some heat, cold. It's different for everybody. Oh, Helena says calmness. And she's very clear. Oh, and Sharda says she didn't want to come back. And Sarah says less tightness in the tight jaw. You're welcome, Sarah. And Jill is very relaxed. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And if you feel that you didn't get anything, don't worry about it. You didn't do it wrong. There's no wrong. People feel things in different ways. And as I said, just trust that whatever is happening is right for you. I have some of the best, most powerful clearings at night when I'm sleeping, because the mentor that I work with does remote clearings overnight. He works on the group I'm in overnight. And I'm not personally aware of what I'm feeling, and yet I know it's worked. So that's how incredibly powerful this practice can be, whether we're in the room, connected in any way, over Zoom, not, doesn't matter what part of the world we're in, we can receive. Witchy says no more back pain. Hallelujah. What a celebration. Awesome, Witchy. Okay, so should we go for a second thing? I bet you most people have at least two things that's annoying them today. Maybe annoying is not the right word, but probably we could probably find a second thing that they might like some help with. So if you pick a second thing or the first thing, if it hasn't quite resolved to your liking, that would be great. And we'll just continue to do this one more time. And then we can take some volunteers. So just ground in and just breathe and just acknowledge the feelings in your body. Again, whether it's tightness, maybe some anxiousness, maybe there's some a sharp feeling somewhere in your body, or an ache. There's maybe muscles pulling, different things, right? Just pick whatever you like. Here we go. Okay. Stop there for now. Who'd like to share what they felt? You can just pop it in the chat. You're also blissed out. I can feel it from here. Helena says, stress less around my heart and chest. So I take that to mean sort of, a relaxed feeling around the heart. What a beautiful thing, Helena. Thank you for sharing. Is there anyone else? If not, I can work with individual people who would ever. It was a Jill.
I would love it. Yeah, I would love that. Yes.
Jill said she would want some support, some individual support. Thank you so much for volunteering.
Thanks for helping.
You're welcome. This practice is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And the cool thing is it works. It works how it's meant to work for just about anything, which is really, really cool. Because of course, there's no limits on source energy, right?
Indeed.
Pardon?
I said you're right.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thanks. So what would you like support with today, Jill?
Well, I'm really healing from narcissistic abuse, and I have a lot of tension in my neck. I was in a bad car accident, and just medical gaslighting from when I was little. My mom telling me not to tell him I wasn't in pain when I was. So I didn't, like, she made me think it was in my head, but I knew it was pain. I had whiplash, I had concussion. Anyway, I've suffered from neck pain since.
Okay, so we'll start there. So you want to pick one thing?
Yeah, the neck.
That you pick one thing, because focusing on more than one thing, your mind can tend to go and overwhelm, and then nothing gets handled. So we'll start with the neck and we'll go from there. Okay, so just do the same thing that you've been doing. And go. Give me a minute here. Okay. Okay, Jill, here we go. Okay, Jill, are the sensations in your neck bigger, smaller, or different?
Smaller.
Smaller. Okay, so it's an improvement then.
Yeah.
Awesome. So on a scale of 1 to 10 right now, where are we at? 10 being the most intense.
It's not bad. I'd say maybe like a 3.
Okay, that's great. And just for the group, where would you say we started?
Oh, I don't know, maybe a 5, 6.
5 or 6. Okay, so it's reduced 50%
Yeah.
in a matter of minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a revelations that came up during that time that cleared my head, like deep stuff.
Cool. Sometimes that can happen. Like I said, there's no wrong way to experience this, right?
I'm also psychic too. I'm also very spiritual. I'm psychic. I'm stepping into my power, and the world might be ready for me now.
Cool. That's beautiful. Yeah, getting that stuff out of the way is gonna help you for sure. Yeah, the mental chatter that gets in the way of our psychic abilities, it can be a battle. So I'm happy
It
for you.
is. It's the voices of other people too. It's just being around people that don't have any of that at all. I need to be around more like-minded people, and it's not easy, but in 2025 it is.
Mm-hmm.
We can connect this way.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really awesome. So I'm gonna give you one more round if that's all right.
Oh yes, please.
Okay,
Thanks.
so your neck is at a 3.
Yes.
Is there anywhere else that's like bothering you that's more than a 3? Because maybe we should.
No, it does go into the shoulders. It does. I work out a lot too, and sometimes I do a little bit. The shoulders feel it the next day. So,
Okay.
and it's probably that heavy load, like that emotional weight.
It could be very likely. Yeah, it's different for everybody. So just where would you say that the sensation in your shoulders is at, 10 being the most intense?
Oh, it's not that terrible now, but I would probably say like a 5.
A 5? Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
but I have felt better since we've started these clearings.
Okay. Yeah, I did include your shoulders the last time as well, so but not as much. So we can include that some more. So here we go. Just breathe in the sensation. Okay, Jill, is the sensation in your shoulders and neck bigger, smaller, or different?
Smaller.
Okay, and the shoulders was, you said, a 5?
Yeah, I think it's more like a 2 now.
Okay, great. And how's your neck doing?
It's feeling all right. It's all right.
It's all right.
Yeah.
How
I don't know what it's like to not have neck pain.
okay, okay.
I just don't,
That actually explain that explains a
but it's
lot.
not that bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's not that bad right now.
It's not that bad. Okay,
Yeah.
you started with, you said probably a 5 or 6, and
Yeah, probably. It's hard for me to number these things, but yeah,
okay,
but
I
just being as
understand.
honest as I can.
So
I mean, I
that's,
wish it was,
and
oh God.
there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. So it's just a gauge for you and the group. So I'm just gonna tap in here 1 second. So you've been in car accidents, you said.
Yes.
So can you share with me briefly, I don't need details,
Right.
but about the physical accident itself? Is there is there like is there some kind of anger or regret or bitterness or
Well, yeah, I'm ticked off that I was gaslit so badly. My mother telling me, like we went to court and everything for this. A lady had a seizure, I was 10 years old, came in on our side of the lane, so it was nobody's fault. Hit us head on. My mom broke a couple ribs. I had concussion and even part of my hair, I remember, like my head, um, just went forward. Why was I in the front seat? I guess I was in the front seat. Anyway, yeah. So I'm upset now because I'm realizing all the gaslighting I've been through my whole life. I am also a mother and I have an adolescent daughter, and it's bringing up a lot, because I'm a different kind of parent. So I'm like, and this stuff to my daughter.
right.
But,
So where do you feel all that stuff?
breaking the cycle. So yeah, that's why I do have the anger about the neck. I do have anger because I was in pain and I was told to tell them no, I wasn't in pain.
So
And I just never understood that. Why would my mom have benefited? Maybe it would have made her life easier. I don't
I
know.
don't know. It's not necessarily from here, right? This is a frequency that you've attracted that's probably representing something you're not even conscious of, or something within your ancestral line.
Well, there was a lot of narcissism in the family line.
Okay.
Like I
So
know a lot.
yeah. So I can feel that your mind is just kind of racing. So where do you feel this what do you want? I want to be neutral with my words, and I know that it's intense for you, but I'm going to be very neutral with my words. Where do you feel the upset against all the things that have happened that other people have?
You know what? They throw a lot. Although I'm a good communicator, my
Okay.
Mercury is in Gemini, thank goodness. Uh, my, my stomach, I get the butterflies. I've worked through so much trauma, but that is definitely where I feel. And well, like I said, the neck and shoulders, that area just feels heavy. My jaw also. I'm always reminding myself to relax the jaw.
Okay, I'll give you one more round and then we're gonna move on. Okay, so just breathe in. Okay, so are the sensations in your stomach and throat bigger, smaller, or different?
I think it feels a lot better.
Okay, great.
Thank
Your
you so
vo-
much.
Your voice sounds different, so that's great. Thank you for volunteering. And if anybody else would love to
Thank you.
To work together, that would be fabulous. I don't see anything in the chat. Does anybody have any questions? You're also blissed out. Okay, well, I have 20 minutes. I don't see any questions. If you think of...
I'm just going to ask my question. Is that okay, rather than typing it?
Oh, of course. Yeah, Sarah,
Seems
absolutely.
like it might be easier. Can you say more about how this... I heard you say this is ancestral healing, and yet I'm not hearing you talk about the ancestors or anything. And I'm curious how it is. Can you explain more about that? Like, why you call it that? What are the ancestors doing now, or whatever? Thanks.
That's a good point. I appreciate that. It's called ancestral clearing because that's the name that I was taught by my mentor that certified me in this practice. And it's called ancestral clearing because these frequencies that we carry that are attracting these patterns or causing this discomfort in our bodies is often the result of an ancestral or generational pattern that we are carrying in our DNA. Science has somehow figured it out that it's epigenetics. I don't really understand the mechanics of epigenetics, but they can tell that these things are actually like alive within us. And that's how it's called ancestral. The ancestors, or the spiritual ancestors that are now passed on the other side of life, may or may not be involved in this process directly. They're welcome to come and help. I'm calling a frequency directly from source energy, and I let that handle the situation. And if the ancestors are part of that, that's great. I'm not aware one way or the other if they are directly or not, but that's where the word ancestral comes from. It comes from the epigenomes, not from spiritual assistance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thanks. I just, I want to heal all of my ancestors and clear them all. And I don't know whatever things they've been through, of course, many of them, I don't know.
Well, the easiest
I'm
way is
curious
to start
about
with
it.
yourself.
Hmm?
The easiest way is to start with yourself.
Yeah, well, I have a dog that keeps barking in the background, so forgive me if that comes up again.
Well, that's all right.
While you were working with Jill, sorry. Number one, my dog. I was looking at you and feeling all sorts of yummy stuff, and then my dog kept going, so it seems like it was going to him too, which was fun. But I was thinking a lot about my dad. There was a lot of coming up because he was, well, I don't know exactly why, but I was very aware of the differences between the left half of my body and the right half of my body. And he was paralyzed on one side of his body. So all these things have been running through my head, just watching you and feeling the things and that particular ancestor. And it was yummy, just playing with you.
That's beautiful, Sarah. Thank you so much for sharing. Again, I would never have said, expect you know, the right side and your left side of your body are going to feel different. Like I can't predict what's going to happen, but for you, it sounds like the perfect thing.
Well, it's been something that I've experienced for my whole, well, not maybe my whole life, but a lot of my life. I have really different feelings in one side than I did in the other. And while we were, you know, watching you, but also experiencing, at least I was, I just kind of got this thought in my head, like, you know, well, I grew up feeling the right side of my body because he couldn't. Maybe. I mean, that was a thought that came into my head, which sort of explained, because I was feeling like I want to wake up the left side. I want to feel the same way there as I do over here. And I felt that has been true in my life for a long, long time. And maybe there's something there.
Maybe.
My dad a lot, you know, I wanted to help him.
Yeah.
Who knows? But it was fun. It's nice to explore these things.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your share.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. It makes me want to go to sleep though, and I can't do that.
Often that happens.
Not quite yet.
Well, maybe we can talk. If you want to, I'm available to work with you, and maybe there's something around your situation with your dad that maybe there's some unresolved stuff there. I don't know. I'm just suggesting.
Oh, I'm sure there's unresolved
this is
stuff.
an opportunity, but I do know that you're presenting right after me, so
yeah. So we're not. I don't want to get too mushy because I need to be able to talk later.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm gonna grab one of your little things here in the chat. We'll play more later.
Awesome. Yeah, that would be great. Thanks so much, Sarah, for sharing. That was awesome feedback.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, it's so fun when my dog just goes, you know, I know that he's feeling this, and it's really fun to hear it when things are going on like that.
Animals can pick up a lot. And I know that my mentor that certified me in this practice, he does clearings for pets. And I've done clearings for pets as well. And it works the same way, right? They've got a body just like we do. It's just furry. And you know, the parts of the body kind of mean the same thing for a cat. I mean, who knows what a cat and a dog have been through? We don't know. Were they a cat and a dog all this time? Maybe they were a horse. I don't know how it all works, but it does work on pets too, because they are part of our family and they have experiences, difficult things and joyful things, and they carry stuff as well. So, oh, Helena, thank you so much for your kind words in the chat. Helena has got some joy for working with me. She says, I experienced my first session a year and a half ago, and the impact was felt and real. So thank you, Helena. Yeah, she's amazing. I appreciate her so much. We have about 10 minutes left. So is there anybody else who has any more questions or would like some support? As you can see, it doesn't necessarily take a long time to get some release on things that you may have been carrying for many, many years. I don't see anything, so I can talk a little bit more about my experience of, and I can just see what wisdom wants to come through. You know, as I said earlier, I teach people how to live a life that's aligned with what's in their heart or what their soul is here to do. And I think it's a very powerful time that we are in right now. And things are kind of crazy. Things are kind of crazy in our outer worlds. And they're scary and they can be very difficult. But often, or I want to say almost always, the intensity of what we're going through is the perfect catalyst to create the most beautiful thing on the other side. Because it's so uncomfortable the way it is that we swing the other way and we become even more motivated than before to make changes with each of ourselves and our families and our friends and our networks. And then that extends out into our communities and healing groups and things, and it can extend, define community. I believe we're in a global community. We're all one, we're all connected. Doesn't matter what side of the world we're on. I've got clients in Australia, they feel me, things happen. It's so cool. And so I want to leave you all today as we wrap up with this, with a sense of understanding that whatever you're going through right now really is for your greatest good and for your evolution. And yes, it's uncomfortable, but it's something is talking to you, something is calling you, something is telling you to make change. That's what the discomfort is about. It's about something that is not right within ourselves, within our unique blueprint as a soul. And I invite you all to do one thing, to just pay attention to what you're feeling in your body, in your heart, in your beingness, what you're noticing around you, in your daily lives and in your larger communities, and do something different. Get quiet, ask for support, ask in the way that you communicate with spirit, and ask, say, I want to be more aligned, and I don't want to carry this difficulty anymore. Help me be more aligned. What do I do? Show me the way. And the answers will come in different signs, and whatever way resonates with you, whether it's, signs in license plates or songs on the radio or summits like this. If you're uncomfortable, I invite you to make a change, because it starts with us and it ripples out. And if we all are committed to change in a way that feels right for us, and we all help each other through our changes, this world is going to be unbelievably amazing. And the love and the connection and the magic that's going to happen is going to be like nothing we've ever felt before. But it starts with us. And remember, it's all here. It's all just frequency, right? So if we all work to change our frequency, that's how we can do our part to change not only our lives, but the world. And so I'm going to just maybe read the offers I have. I have about 5 minutes, and I'll just quickly read the offers here that's been dropped in the chat. I have a $97 offer for ancestral clearing. And I also have a freebie link for a free guide that's 10 signs energetic support is right for you. And that's available for you as well. It's not in the chat right now, but I can get that to you if anybody is interested. And if anybody doesn't have any other questions, Witchy says she agrees. Thank you, Witchy. Do you have anything to add with to anything I've said today?
I'm desperately trying to get your gift link.
Okay. Okay.
Currently.
And it looks like Brenda was trying to connect to audio, so maybe Brenda has something she'd like to add.
Okay.
Just in our last 5 minutes.
No, sorry, I was just logging in.
Oh, hi, Brenda. Thanks for joining. Was anybody surprised at what they experienced today? You're so quiet.
I would say delighted instead of
No.
surprised.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with what you did today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah.
You did a really good session.
Thanks so much. And I see a heart from Kaylee. Thank you. Beautiful. Thanks for being here.
Is there anything else that you'd like to add, Kathryn?
Anything else that I'd like to add? I'm holding space for the group just in case, just to make sure that everyone here is heard.
Okay.
And Kaylin says she's listening. Anything else I would like to add? Yeah, I can add. I could go on for another hour, really. Just quickly, what would I like to add? You know, I teach people to embrace the joy in their obstacles. And why did I start doing that? Because I grew up in a world where I saw over and over again, people were given difficult circumstances and they let it stop them.
Yeah.
And for those of you, probably you don't know because it's not in my bio, but I was born with a physical disability called cerebral palsy. And so I walk with 2 walking canes. And it drives me crazy to see people who, in my mind, have so much going for them, and they're sitting on the couch feeling sorry for themselves because whatever. And I mean, I'll give you an example. Why? Because something didn't go their way. They had a fight with someone, maybe. Or, you know, maybe they failed a test or something. And I don't want to diminish their experience, but you got to keep getting up.
Right.
You got to keep getting up because life hands you obstacles to help you grow and learn and connect with other people. It's not punishment.
Yes, I agree.
If it wasn't for our obstacles, we wouldn't need each other. We would just be robots existing in a vacuum, doing our things all as disconnected individual beings working in silos. And that just sounds like the most depressing situation ever. So the other side of that is we get obstacles to bring us together.
Yeah. That's very true.
So as you go out in the world and whatever life hands you tomorrow and the next day,
You could get hit by a bus.
embrace your obstacles with an attitude that this is happening to serve me. What am I learning?
Right.
What's my next step? And who do I need to connect to? And that's my time. So I will leave that. Thank you, Witchy. Thank you.
You're so welcome. You did so awesome. I'd love to have you again if you ever want to.
I would love that. This was super fun.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
It's different than a lot of the opportunities that I have explored. So I'm super excited to now be diving into this world more enthusiastically. So thank you for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. Okay, up next we have the amazing Sarah Coolidge.
Thank you, Witchy. The amazing Sarah Coolidge. It's so fun to be here, and it was so fun to hear you, Kathryn, and get all yummy before my turn to talk. And I'm assuming that I'll just dive in kind of the way Kathryn did. Is that?
Oh yeah, just dive in, tell them how wonderful you are because we know.
Well, I'm grateful to be able to see some faces and encourage all the rest of you to turn on your cameras when and if it feels right, because it's really nice to see faces. And I will dive in. The first thing I'm going to do is ask all of you while you're listening to some of the things that I'm going to say is to think about a conversation that you might have had recently, or maybe not so recently, that you heard something you didn't like. It didn't make you feel good. And maybe take a few notes, write that down. You might take some more notes as I'm talking, because my plan is to really have you guys participate with me once we get through a little bit of material up front. And what you're writing down now is what maybe you'll want to talk about later. Yeah. So we'll dive in. And my name is Sarah Coolidge. And what I'm going to talk with you a little bit about is how language can actually really impact your quality of life. And it's a little bit different in my mind anyway than some of the other things that you're hearing here. But I was lucky enough to be talking with Witchy about this. And, one of the things I heard her say is what you're doing is still healing people. And it actually, I believe that too. I don't think of it as the same kind of healing as some of the other modalities that I believe are present here. But I know that we can change the way we feel in many, many ways just by changing the words that we hear, or that the words that we think, or the words that come at us from other people. So language is really powerful. And I'm going to tell you a few things about it. Before that, I'll tell you a little bit about me. You already know a little bit if you were here when Kathryn was talking, in part because I grew up in a family that was very, very focused on language for a couple of kind of interesting reasons. I had a mom who was a third generation English major. Father taught English at university, and grandfather. So the words and how you pronounce them and what they really mean, and you shouldn't use it for this, it should really be used for that, and just all the grammar, all the stuff was like a big deal. And we heard about it a lot. And then my dad had been paralyzed on his right side. And in that aneurysm is what caused that. He also had something called aphasia, which means that he couldn't speak very well. He would do things like say table when he meant chair, or not be able to remember the word at all, or stutter, stumble, and just really have a hard time getting a complete sentence out, especially if he was activated emotionally. So I have these two people, one who wants the language to be perfect, whatever that even means, and one who can't do that no matter what. And between the two of them, they had 3 children, all of us born after my dad's aneurysm. So we never knew him any other way, but my mom knew him before that. And so over time, I learned or come to believe or understand some of the dynamic that was happening there. Because when you have aphasia, you can also often have a really hard time modulating, not quite the word, but managing your emotions. And so he would fly into rages at times. He would be so frustrated. And it seemed to us, the children, that she was egging him on. She'd say, I don't get it. What do you mean by that? You know, chair? What? That doesn't make sense. And we all knew, well, he means table, Mom. Just back off. Like, that's how it felt to us because we grew up with it. And it wasn't obvious to me until much, much later. She didn't grow up with it. She grew up with whatever she grew up with, but she knew a man who could speak completely and fine in all the ways before this happened. Whereas we grew up with it, we had the wiring in our brains to be able to understand aphasia. It's just like growing up with a second language, Spanish or German or whatever it might be. If you have more than one language as a kid, your brain is wired in a different way. It was a huge gift, but we didn't know it at the time. And we watched our parents fight and argue and have all sorts of problems. There wasn't any support for them in terms of how to navigate this, how to help your husband if he's got this, how to help the kids, any of that, none of that. There was none. And so a lot of rage, a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, a lot of tears, eventually a divorce, all sorts of yucky stuff. And me and my sisters are really good at picking 3 little words from what you say and being able to turn around and say, is this what you mean? And it's a huge gift. And so I have been playing with language my whole life. Because of that, I've been interested in it. I've been trying to understand, because I've always believed it could have been better. And I always felt for my family, especially my dad, because it just was so heartbreaking to watch. And so knowing and believing that it could be better has motivated me really throughout my whole life to understand more about how language works, and also to understand a lot about how the brain works and how when it's damaged, what does it do to compensate? How do we heal? Can we heal? When I grew up, we were taught that the brain can't heal, that if you have damaged neurons, that's it. And now we know that's not true at all. Thank goodness. We can actually help people heal and rewire things that have gotten out of whack. So I'm going to share a couple slides with you, I believe. If I'll make it work, we'll see what happens. Let me just get it set up. And you should be seeing this, and then I should be able to get it into present so it looks better than this. And this is just a quick few little slides because I like words so much, I got to put them on a slide in front of you. So we're going to just be talking about how your brain manages language in a different way than you might have been thinking. And because as spiritual as we all are, we also live in these biological bodies that have this thing called a brain. I believe it's valuable to understand a little bit about this. And I'm going to go pretty quickly, I hope. We'll see how it goes. So this first thing that I want you to know, if you didn't know it already, is that you're a biological being. And you have something called a fight, flight, freeze, or faint response. And the reason that I have this picture here of this cute little one on an elephant is to demonstrate the power of this. I see maybe a 3 or 4-year-old sitting on the back of a gigantic elephant, very capable of crushing the life out of her with one little flick of its leg. And she's actually controlling the elephant, at least while things are in this nice, calm situation. She has a foot on one ear, and when she pushes it, the elephant goes that way. And when she pushes the other foot, the elephant goes that way. He's trained to do that. And she's pretty powerful when she can make him do that because she can get him to carry her places. Other people can probably get him to pick up logs and do a lot of labor, a lot of work. It takes a lot of strength to do some of those things. Having somebody with this much muscle can make a big difference for you. And if that elephant gets frightened, startled, something goes wrong, she's in trouble. She might get thrown off into the bushes. Hopefully she won't be hurt. That elephant might rampage all over the place, tear down the village, knock down trees, run off into the distance, never to be seen again. We lost our best, strongest laborer. It's a big problem if the elephant gets startled. Might take a long time to get back to normal. And I want you to realize that this is very similar to your brain. You've got a part back here that's your reptilian brain, your old brain, the part that we had long before we evolved to be humans. That part has about 3 million neurons, and that's what gets activated when we're startled or scared, when we go into fight, flight, freeze, or faint. This part up here is where our language lives. It's where our creativity lives, our compassion, all of that part of us. It's our newest part of our brain. It has about 300,000 neurons. So there's 10 times more back here than up here. When this thing gets going, this one shuts down. When I'm activated, I lose my ability to use language, or it's greatly diminished. Depends how big the activation is. And we can't really do anything about that. And I'm not trying to say that we can't do anything about I'm going to stop share just because I'm yakking so much. We can manage and navigate our nervous system in many, many ways, but we can't make this disappear altogether. If you walk out on the street and somebody shoots a gun off right next to you that you didn't know they were going to do, you're going to be scared. It's going to happen. You can't stop that from happening. You can do a lot of things to help yourself stay out of getting really scared, really wound up, completely over the moon with some issue that's frightening you. And you can do a lot to help yourself get out of it quickly. It takes at least 20 minutes to process the neurochemicals, that's not the right word, the adrenaline, the cortisol, all the things that are released when we're frightened or aggravated or upset. It takes about 20 minutes to process them. And that's what it's going to take. If you're really good at it, you might get it down to 15. If you're really, really good at it, you won't get activated as easily. But you will still have this risk always, as long as you live in this body. So it's important, at least in my mind, that you accept that and not try to live in spite of it in some way, to meditate yourself into a point of bliss that you expect that you'll always be blissful and that nothing will ever take you out. Because you live in this body and you can get really, really good at things, but you probably won't be able to be perfect. So let go of that expectation. If you have it, be kind to yourself and recognize that even if you're amazing, you're going to be interacting with people all day long out there in the world that don't know any of this stuff. And they've got that same elephant that could go crazy on them at any time. So why does that matter when it comes to language? Let me just get back to sharing this, except for I've messed up. What do I have to do? I have to exit here, go over here, share the screen, all these things, so many things. So the second part of this is that your brain is a habit-forming machine. It does this via neural networks. This is something that you need to know because you can actually impact how that happens in the future. But it's designed to make habits out of just like as many things as it possibly can. And that saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of energy, saves your body time and energy. And your body and your brain, all they really care about is keeping you alive. You might think there's all this really important work to do in the world. There's all this impact you want to make. You know, you got to travel or you got to, I don't know, create the next best thing. Whatever that is, that's all cool and dandy. But your brain, all it cares about is keeping you alive. And that's what it's wired to do. And it does it by, in part, making lots and lots of nice, strong neural networks to set up habits. So you don't have to think about, am I going to get out of bed this morning? Will I put on clothes? Will I tie my shoes? How do I do that? I can't remember. You don't have to think about a lot of these things. How do I brush my teeth? You know, how do I use a fork? None of those things do you ever think about once you've learned how to do them, because you have a nice, strong neural network that just fires off. Oh, there's a fork. Pick it up, put it in the food, stick it in my mouth. You aren't thinking about it. You aren't making decisions about it all the time. And you would have to if your brain didn't do this for you. You would have to decide all these things all the time. You would have to deal with all of the multitude of bits of information that are coming in all the time, most of which we completely filter out. And you would overload, basically. You would just fry instantly with all of that. So that's one more piece I want to make sure you just kind of understand. And then the next one is that language plays a role in all of these states. And it's doing it for you and it's doing it for other people. And how it does it is because we have neural networks attached to language, just like we do for these other habits. We have a nice strong one, many of us in this country anyway, where when somebody says, "How are you?" we say, "Fine." Or maybe, "Fine, thank you." Or "Great." We have some standard response that we spit out whenever we hear those words. "How are you?" And we don't mean it a lot of the time. We don't even think about it. And the thing is that the person that said, "How are you?" didn't think about it or mean it either a lot of the time. It's just this automatic thing that happens when we haven't seen somebody for a while, or we're trying to be polite, or we've been taught to by our mother, whatever it is. It's a pattern, it's set in, it's a habit, and it's got a neural network behind it. So language has neural networks attached to it, which means there are words that you might hear that trigger you. And that's why I brought that up when I first started speaking with you, to just be thinking about that. The last time you heard something that really bugged you, write it down so we can talk about it in a minute, because it might just be when you're working with other people and they get triggered, that it's just the language. It's not you. It's the word you used that you didn't know. Their mother used to scream at them when they were 2 or something like that. You have no idea. And all of a sudden their elephant is running around the room and they're freaking out and you don't even know why. But you might be thinking it's about you when it's actually the word took them out of the game. Just something to think about. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, actually I did. All right, so here's our little game that we're playing. This is something, and I'm curious what you guys think it is. And I'd love it if you just throw it in the chat. What do you see here? And I can't see the chat. How do I see the chat? What do I have to do? Maybe you'll have to come off mute and tell me. Maybe I can get the chat. There we go. So nobody sees, ooh, Kayleen sees ice cream. Kayleen, yay, and so does Stacy. Whee, so people are seeing something here. Yeah, isn't that cool? Ice cream, yummy, I love it. And Namgyal, I'm not sure what that says, but perhaps you're seeing something else, which is fine too, because there's not very much there, is there? Right? There's not very much at all. And for some of us, we see ice cream. And for me, every time I even say ice cream, I think about it because I like it. Tastes good and it feels good, and if it's a hot day it's even better, and oh boy, it's almost summer and ice cream, and oh dang, my ice cream dropped on the sidewalk. I mean, I got a lot of stuff that's attached to these words. And the thing is, what you're going to see next is that it's not ice cream at all. You had a tiny bit of information, pieces of letters, that your brain went, oh, that's ice cream. Ice cream. And for me, you saw how I can get going. I love ice cream. Yep. But it wasn't ice cream. So maybe now you're kind of feeling disappointed. Like, darn, I thought it was ice cream. We're not going to get any? Shoot. Yeah. Or maybe you're feeling kind of surprised. I thought it was. Maybe you're kind of irritated. I thought Sarah was messing with me. I didn't know what she was doing, but I thought she was. Or maybe you feel really proud because you figured it out and you were sure I was messing with you. And whatever it is, it's all attached to this. It's not even real words. Your brain can take you on a big trip and it can make a mistake. And that's kind of what it just did. It takes a small amount of information, fires off this whole neural network that's attached to it, and we go on a ride. And it could be a good ride or it could be a not so fun ride. And that's happening with the people around you all the time. This is what language can do, can really trigger things really quickly. And it's important to understand how fast this all is, because that's why conversations get out of control so quickly. emotions are firing. All these little chemicals are shifting in our bodies so quickly because of the words. All right, so we've got all this. The next piece I just wanted to say, so we know you're a biological being, you know you've got this brain that is so powerful and all it cares about is keeping you alive, makes lots of habits, that language is going to play a role in that fight, flight, freeze, or faint response, and that there are things you can do to help your body know that it's safe, to keep it out of fight, flight, freeze, or faint when you are in conversations with other people. And there's things you can do to help other people with that too, so that they can stay on top of their elephant and you can stay on top of yours and you can actually get some progress in whatever this conversation is, instead of walking away and then months later maybe being in a class with me where I say, write down something that you heard that you didn't like and it didn't feel good. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to say, I never had that. It's all been cleaned up. But most of us have a few things, and that's okay too, because we'll work on them. But there are things you can do. And one of them is what I'm going to show you, but some really simple stuff, big old deep breath, that can go a long way towards telling your body that it's safe. Because your body, once it's triggered, doesn't know that it's not deadly. It just knows we're in danger. And it's because you have a memory of something that happened once upon a time, or because there's something truly, really happening right now that's physically dangerous for you. Your brain doesn't know the difference. And you want to get out of fight, flight, freeze, or faint, not just because it impacts your ability to communicate and be understood, but because it's better for your body. Heart disease, cancer, high blood pressure, all these things are impacted by being in a state of arousal all the time. And a lot of us are, like right now. If you're living in the US or you're dealing with the US, there's a lot of unknown and a lot of uncertainty right now. And these are needs that are activated in us. I don't know if I'm going to be making any money anymore. Is my job going to disappear? I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat those yummy strawberries that we had imported from Mexico anymore because they're not going to be in the grocery store. There's a lot of things that aren't known. So we're already a little bit activated. If we're paying any attention to any of that and that stuff matters to us, we're already a little bit activated. And it doesn't take a whole lot more to send us over the edge. If we were all calm and we weren't worried about any of those things, money, food, health, those are pretty big values for us. If we didn't have any of those kind of are out there, I'm not sure how they're going, it would be easier to stay calm. So we want to know how to do that. All right, last point, I think. Why isn't it working? There it is. You can learn language that helps you and other people stay out of fight, flight, freeze, or faint. You can learn that, and that's exactly what I'm going to show you next. There are all sorts of language techniques that can help you to stay present, stay in the moment, stay with what's actually really happening and not some memory of times before or some worry about the future. You can learn how to do that for yourself, and you can learn how to do that for the other person. And when you do, things can really change. In fact, when you do it for people and with people that aren't even here anymore, in terms of imagining what might have been going on with them when that thing happened and how you could talk to them now about it if they were here, can heal you in amazing ways. And I know that Kathryn has had some experience with this because we've spent some time talking about these things together. It's really remarkable how powerful this is. So here's what I want to give you, is my magic question formula. This is one of the strongest pieces that I use when I work with clients around language to help them learn how to navigate this tough conversation and turn it into something that is not going to send you into fight, flight, freeze, or faint, and help them to not go into it either. It's very simple, and that doesn't mean you can take it lightly because every piece of this is important. Could you be feeling, you guess what their feeling is. Could you be feeling some anxiety? Could you be feeling worried? Could you be feeling nervous? Could you be feeling excited? Could you be feeling hopeful? You got to have a vocabulary of feeling words that you're just going to guess at what this other person might be going through if they're upset in some way or look that way to you. Could you be feeling some irritation because you need, or your need for, something that they need? And this need language is probably a little bit, in general, it's a little bit tougher for people. They don't know much about what people need. But people need kindness, respect, progress, independence, financial stability, health, family, love, warmth, nurturance. There's a lot of things that we need that are beyond food, water, and shelter. And those needs trigger us to have feelings when they're met or not met. So could you be feeling something because your need for something is not being met? Is that correct? The could you gives them a sense that I'm not telling you, I know what it is, I'm guessing. And that makes it safer for them. And then you're giving them a feeling and you're asking, is this it? Is this what's going on with you? I'm not really sure. And you're helping them to understand where that feeling's coming from. It's coming from a need. It's not coming from me. It's not coming from a word. It's coming from a need in you. And I'm not sure what it is, but I'm going to guess it's this. And it's not being met might mean that you're not feeling so great. If it is being met, you're kind of feeling great. Could be either one. And then that last piece of this, is that correct, is a way to double check. And that's maybe the most important thing. If you leave that off, it sounds to them like you're saying, this is who you are, and this is what you're doing. And nobody likes that finger, right? Nobody likes it. Nobody likes to be told who they are. Nobody likes to be told what they should be doing, shouldn't be doing, any of that. Nobody likes it. There isn't a single one of us that wants somebody to do that to us. And so you want to make sure that it's couched in all this softness, giving them choice. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. I don't really know. Could you tell me? Am I right? Is that it? I'm just guessing. Because it makes it safe for them. And when it's safe for them, guess what? Their emotional load drops. Their biology shifts. They feel like suddenly you're with them. You're not the enemy that they need to convince or fight off or just put up with. They know that you're with them. And that is the magic of being able to use language in a way that doesn't turn the fire up, but turns it down. Even when nobody's really sure that there's a fire, it can make such a difference. And I've seen it over and over again. And that's all I want to share with you today, because I really, really am hoping somebody will raise their hand and say, hey, what about this word? What about this experience? Last week, my boss said this. You know, every time I think of the way my mother used to talk to me, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is, let's play with it, because we have 32 minutes left. Look, Jill Marie's got her camera on.
I'll volunteer again.
Go for it, girl. I want to hear it.
Sure. I don't know. What do you want to ask me?
Well, tell me. I mean, you know, we began earlier with just, you know, think of a thing that might have bothered you that you heard somebody say recently in a conversation, and maybe you had something there, or just as you were listening to all that, what came up for you?
Oh gosh, you know, I mean, nothing terribly recently, which is wonderful, but you know, I've had so many, I mean, I've so much narcissism I've encountered in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of something specific. Did something my daughter said. Sometimes she questions why I like things, or like you know what? I had to teach her a lesson. Like I was late for a class like this, because we were out shopping, and she was like, yeah, "It's okay, you can miss the class. We're shopping." And afterwards, I said, "You know, actually, no. You know, I need to take these classes. I need to learn. So, you know, please don't say stuff like that." But it's stuff like that, dismissive stuff.
Mm-hmm. So this was who? I didn't hear that part.
My daughter, my 13-year-old daughter.
Okay. So you had a desire to come to a class like this, and your daughter said something like, you know, you can skip it and we can keep shopping?
Yeah, no, the way she worded it was like, "It's okay, you can miss the class."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm guessing is maybe that made you feel kind of sad because it didn't meet your need for kindness or respect around the things that matter to you and that you value. Is that right?
Yes, even though she's young, and she's young, so I'm considering the source, but that's why in the moment I didn't react, but later on I thought of it and I'm like, I need to teach her not to try to deprioritize, especially educational stuff.
Okay, so you have a value for education that you wish that she shared. Is that right? Am I hearing you right there?
My education, yes. Well, I mean, she's such a good student. More for like her to understand that, I need balance.
Okay,
Like it's
so
like her mother should be able to attend classes that she wants
so
to.
what I'm hearing is that you really wish that she had some awareness that you would like to continue your education, that you might even have some need for information that would serve you to have more progress in your life or something like that. And that the way she spoke to you demonstrated that she just didn't have that awareness. Is that it?
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And so as you think back on it, are you thinking of ways that you would prefer to have answered her in the moment, or would you rather try to come up with a way to go back and revisit that with her and clean it up now?
I mean, I guess I could. I didn't really know what to say. At
Yeah.
first I didn't say much, but I was like, no, I need to see these classes, but then later on I said, please don't dismiss that. I love shopping, but like don't say you don't have to go to that class, because I get a lot of value out of these classes. And since then she really has respected
Mm-hmm.
my time more, so it was very effective. But I don't know what else would you recommend if something like that comes up
Yeah.
again.
Well, it's a delicious example, Jill, and I appreciate you bringing it because part of what I'm hearing, at least, was in the moment that she said that, when that was happening, you were surprised and maybe even shocked enough to not be able to think of what to say. Is that? I mean,
It
that's
was
kind of what I heard you say. Like, I didn't know
well
what to
it's
say,
it's
and then it was
because my
later.
well it's my history of being devalued. it's
Mm-hmm.
it's my history of being deprived from things from my childhood, from my mother. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
like
it brought
that.
up some of that stuff for you.
It definitely does, because
Yeah.
I'm healing from it, and
Yeah.
I'm discovering the root of everything. But I was so like deprived and like devalued, like not a priority. Like, oh, she doesn't need education, or she doesn't need this, she doesn't need that. Like there was a lot of I didn't need,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is very annoying.
Yeah. So I'm going to offer you two things. Number one, in the moment that happened, whatever the reason is, because I hear you say, that's because that's kind of what happened when I was younger, that it was dismissed and devalued. So in the moment, I couldn't even respond. And I would add to that, or maybe even consider replacing it with, you were just surprised. You weren't expecting something like that to be said to you. And when we're surprised and shocked, back here, lights up here, doesn't work very well. So you couldn't think of something to say until later, when it
I'm glad
calmed
you're saying
down.
this. Well, I'm glad you're saying this, because my daughter surprises me a lot.
Yeah.
So this is not the last surprise I'm going to be
Mm-hmm.
getting. So it hits us in different spots.
Yeah, yeah. So let's, I want to give you something to consider in terms of especially if your daughter surprises you a lot, because that means it's going to happen again. Probably. That at some point she's going to say something and you'll be, tongue-tied, right? Where do you think the saying comes from? Like, I can't, that's literally what it is, because this isn't
Well, the
working very
thing
well.
is, because I have so many breakthroughs, which is a wonderful thing, but then I'm like, oh, there's still, life still goes on. We're not
Yeah.
100% great because, we had a wonderful evening,
Yeah. So this is what I suggest, that you, and we can spend a few more minutes clarifying this, but at some point you say to her, I just want to chat with you for like 10-15 minutes. When would be a good time? That you set up a time. Maybe it's now, maybe it's tomorrow, depending on her life and your life, because you want to make sure that you're going to have a chunk of time where there isn't going to be a distraction that you can know about ahead of time, at least, and that she can really listen to you and be present with you. And then when you actually have that time, you're gonna, what's her name?
Carissa.
Parintha?
Carissa.
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 I can't hear it.
Carissa.
Okay, well, if I say it wrong, forgive me. But it's something like, Carissa, I just want to talk to you a little bit because I've been thinking about what happened the other day when I wanted to go to that class. And I heard you say something like this. And as I think back on it, I just want to talk to you a little bit about how I felt when that happened. And I'm imagining that you might have been feeling some impatience because you really just wanted to do something else in that moment and you wanted me to do it with you and you wanted to have some connection with me. Maybe that's it. Is that right? And you can check in with her about what was going on with her. Give her a chance to say, yeah, that I remember that and that's how I was feeling. And then, would it be all right if I tell you what was going on with me? Because I really wanted to go to that class. I was really excited and interested about that information that was going to give me some value and so I could move forward in the things that matter to me. And I also felt really surprised when you said that I could skip it because that just didn't meet my need for respect about the things that matter to me and that I value. And I also was kind of sad afterwards because I want us to have a great connection. And I also want to be able to talk to you about stuff like this. And and know that what matters to me is valued. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good dialogue.
Yeah. Because then you can clean it up. Yeah. And you can at any time ask her to tell you what she heard you say. Oh, Mom, I heard you say that you felt kind of sad because you really want to have a nice connection with me. And you just didn't feel in the moment like we were connecting at all and that you even mattered. Is that what you meant? And when you hear her say something like that back to you, then you're going to know that you've been heard.
You think it's appropriate for me to talk to her at her age like that?
I think it's appropriate to talk to any human being on the planet like that.
I mean, I'm not questioning you at all. I just, because I've been getting bad advice, like bad stuff, because I'm very honest with my daughter and I don't have problems having conversations like that. But anytime I do, and I talk about it, people tell me not to do that stuff. But, you're right. You're right. You have to, honesty is key.
Well, honesty is key, and I'm going to claim that there's a certain structure to what we're talking about here that makes it safe. And it makes it safe for her, and it makes it safe for you. And so honesty is a word that, we might all value the truth, but sometimes we can be pretty bam with our honesty, and it's painful, and it's scary, and it's shocking. She was honest with you. You don't need to go to that class. That was honest. I'm pretty sure she wasn't lying, but it didn't, it made you have a feeling that wasn't so pleasant to experience. Yeah. So it's not just about honesty, it's about honesty wrapped in a package that creates safety for both people. Because then instead of butting heads, we are lined up and working together. Because when you can sense that somebody's in there with you, like she's just trying to understand me. She's not trying to tell me what to do. She's not trying to tell me I'm wrong. She's not, bossing me around. She's just trying to understand me. And then she feels that way when you're interacting with her. It's a beautiful thing. And we're all starving for it.
I'm noticing that car rides are the best places. I have the best conversations with my daughter in the car.
Yeah, you're both looking straight ahead.
Yeah. Well, there's nowhere for her to really run, not for nothing.
Yeah.
So when you're telling me to do this, I'm thinking, I'm picturing myself doing it in the car. I'm like, let's do it where it would be natural and like we have 10 minutes anyway,
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot behind what I'm talking to you about, but it's definitely possible. I want you to know that. And it was one of probably the biggest ahas for me when I first learned all of this language that I'm trying to teach you in a really short time today. because there's a lot to it, and that the power of it is remarkable to me. But one of the sweetest, most powerful pieces of it is being able to go back later and clean something up. Clean it up. You know, the other day when I said that thing, it didn't meet my need for kindness or integrity, and I really regret it. That's a nice thing to be able to say to somebody, instead of just feeling shitty forever about what you said and how do I fix it? I say, I'm sorry. I'm going to just say, for all of you, as far as I'm concerned, those 2 words are a wasted breath. They don't have any value in them, but we don't know what else to do. And so that's what we do. We were told, say you're sorry. And so we say, I'm sorry. And then we heard, you don't really sound like you mean it. And it's like, God, no matter what I do, I'm screwed, right? It's a habit of language we were taught that's not very useful. Being able to talk about, I feel really sad because what I said to you the other day didn't meet my need for kindness. My needs for kindness, not you. That makes a huge difference. Yeah. Thank you for coming up. Is there more, Jill?
I'm good. Thank you so much. This was so
Yeah.
great. I'm definitely going to have these conversations.
Good. Well, and I hope we got a chance to talk more, because there's more to talk about, I'm sure. There always is. So I'm seeing in the chat, maybe this is a similar thing. I'm not sure how to say your name. Namyal is what I want to say. My husband said this kind of spiritual awareness is useless in practical life where money and job matters. Yeah, so I'm imagining you felt pretty sad when you heard that, because you have a different value, and that this kind of information is actually really useful to you. I don't know if you want to come up and talk about it some more, or if you're even still here. There you are. Yep, I see your name on the screen. But that kind of a statement is labeling and judgmental. And I'm imagining that he might have some fear around, where is this going, especially if you're investing money in learning these things, because that affects financial stability for the whole family sometimes. And maybe he's also just afraid that it's not ever going to help you get whatever he believes you want most in life, and he wants to protect you. That might be the reason that he says something like that. And for you, hearing it, again, I think that it would probably make you sad, because your needs for progress aren't going to be met if you choose to not go to the class because you're wanting to please him, or if you choose to go to the class, then your needs for connection might not be met because you're going to have friction between the two of you. So that's an example of having torn, which means there's 2 needs at the same time. One is, I want this information, this awareness, this wisdom that I could go and get. And the other is, I want to have connection with my husband. And I don't know how to do both of those things at once, so I just feel torn. And you want to find ways to meet both those needs. How can I have connection with my husband and also get the awareness, information, wisdom that I want from learning more about spiritual awareness? Because yeah, money and job matters, but that's not the only stuff that matters. And that's probably where the fear is. Worried about money, wanting to make sure we have enough of it. That's where we get our stability and our safety. So I'm happy to chat more if you want to come up, but thank you for putting that in the chat. Is there another one? I don't see anything else in the chat. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, if anybody wants to come spend an hour talking with me, it's $97, and then we'll just put that towards the full-on program if you decide you want that. Because we have actually the doors open for the program right now. Today was opening day. Any other questions, ahas? 16 minutes. What should I talk about?
Oh, you know what? I had another one, Sarah.
All right, bring it on, honey.
This was during Christmas time. I did have my sister, who I don't want to, oh my gosh, I think she's a narcissist too. But anyway, I work from home, and I don't know, we got in the discussion of cars. My car is really old. It's 2008, but I love it. Anyway, we were talking about cars, and she's like, "Well, you don't really need a car, right?" And it's little things like that, because I know I work from home, but I have a life. But that's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to my sister anymore, like ever. Like I'd have to go no contact in many ways because of those types of assumptions and those kind of words. Like, what makes you think I wouldn't need a car? I mean, that's so stupid. But that's like the devaluing.
Well, and you want to have a response to that so that you can maintain with connection with your sister, or at least I'm.
Well, I don't want to anymore. But
Yeah, okay. Well, there might have been a time when you wanted
I want to
to.
be neutral. Well, I want to be neutral. I have no problems being neutral. I just want to be left alone. But what my response to her was, I just said I do need it because I socialize. I go out. I'm like, I mystery shop. I'm like, why do I have to justify my need for a car to this person? No, thinking in my head. I mean, schlepping my daughter around enough. But why would she devalue me so much to make comments like that? But she's done stuff like that to me through my whole life. Like I had a low paying job once, and she's like, "Oh well, you don't need to make more than that." Yes, I do. Oh, you're I was married. Oh, he's smarter than you, don't you think? No, I don't think he's smarter than me. Like it's
Well,
those
if you're asking why would somebody do that, at least in part, I'm going to tell you that they aren't thinking about what they're saying, and they just have this habit of saying things like that. And in terms of what you can do about it, because truly the only person you can control is you. When somebody says you don't need a car, it's their opinion. It doesn't have to impact you at all. And I know that that's easy to say and not so easy to live. But one way is to just
the
be able to
history,
reflect.
though. It's the narcissism. It's the history. It's the narcissism. Like devaluing me as a human being. That's what gets me.
And so if you just said, oh, it sounds like you really have the belief that I don't need a car, is that right?
Should I say that? Maybe I could. I could give some sass.
You could say that, and then she could say, yeah,
But
and then
nothing
it's
on me.
over. It's like, okay, I heard you, and I'm not gonna doesn't mean I have to do or think or say anything. I heard you, and she knows she's been heard, so she doesn't have to say it ever again, which is a relief for you. And the same with all the other things. Oh, it sounds like you think my husband is smarter than I am. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. You can think that.
It's the let them theory.
It kind of is because see, this is her strategy for something, and I'm pretty sure whatever it is, she's not even aware of it. That I mean, most people kind of just say stuff, and they say it because they heard other people say it when they were growing up, pretty much always, and so they just think that's what I'm supposed to say when somebody says, I think I need a new car, or I'm supposed to say, oh, you don't really need a new car. Like, make it less, make it lighter somehow. Maybe she's actually trying to help you. Who the heck knows? Because until you get underneath it, you don't know. But you do know that that's her opinion, and you can just say, oh, that's your opinion, I guess, huh?
Honestly, something you said there resonated. She's a carbon copy of my mom. My mom turned her into a version of herself.
And you're trying to be different than that.
Well, I'm not trying to be. I am.
Well, that's what I mean. That your life course has gone in a different direction, and and yet often anyway, there's still this yearning underneath to could we ever connect about anything? I kind of miss you.
Used to until 2025. Oh yeah, I did. My mom passed away in 2024. I mourned her. I realized she was a narcissist in 2025. I broke up with some dude who was, guess what? Guess what he was? He was a narcissist. So I'm pretty much an expert on narcissism and getting it from my life. It's those silly comments, but I like that how you told me to do that, because I encounter narcissists all the time, and people are going to say stupid things to me, so I could say, oh, all right, so you think blank, all right, that's what you think, and just let it go and let it flow and change the subject. to fashion, something fun.
I mean, whatever they're saying or doing is their experience, and you can simply just reflect it back. And the way that I'm structuring it over and over again is, is it this? Is that right? I'm always asking a question at the end. Always. And it's just a simple question. Is that right? Do I hear it? Is it correct? Am I kind of on the ball here? I mean, it's not anything else. But if you leave that question off, then it becomes a statement. You're this. And as I said a minute ago, nobody likes that. So you just ask that question at the end, is that right? And then when they say yes, it's like, miracle. You know what? She actually feels better right now. And she said yes, so we're done. And if she says no, then she'll say something else. Well, actually, I just think that you always handle your money badly or some other crappy thing. And you can say, oh, so you have the belief that I handle money badly. Is that it? And just throw it back at her because it's her crap she's trying to put on you. And you just hand it back to her with this nice question at the end. Is that right? Because it's inviting continued connection. But it's not saying, I agree with you or I don't agree with you. Any of that stuff. We don't have to get into defending and justifying and labeling and name calling and all the other things that we get into, because none of those really help. And then you know what, Jill? You find more people that talk like this. Kathryn's one, I'm one, Witchy's learning this stuff.
Well,
you want to hang out with people that can help you to just be you. This is how I feel. This is what I need. Sounds like this is how you feel. This is what you need. Is that right? Okay. Yes. Okay. Yay. And there isn't any anything else, because once you've been heard, most of the time, a lot of the time, that's the end of it. There isn't any need to do anything else. I just have been heard, thank goodness. Now I can go back and get to work on my life, whatever it is I'm trying to do. Get a car, not get a car. Stay with the husband, not stay with the husband. Get a better job, not get a better job. I don't need to talk about it anymore because I've been heard. I'm so glad you're playing with us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to say a thing, because here it is in the comments too. There's this narcissist piece. And I've been living on this planet long enough that I know the word narcissism, and I know about Narcissus, who was a Greek god of some kind. I think he was a god, maybe he wasn't, I don't know. But he was in the mythology anyway, Narcissus. He looked at himself in the water in the pond, and he fell in love with himself so much that he fell in and drowned, right? That's Narcissus. And this was not a word that was talked about until about 10 or 15 years ago, and now it's all
I'm glad it is. I'm glad it is. And Tuna, thank you for your comment. Oh my gosh, so you really know what I'm going through.
Yeah.
Breaking the patterns.
There's a lot that's coming up for people around this. And when we label people, we put blocks between us and them. And this is a label. This is a diagnosis. This is a judgment, and I just want to call it what it is. I'm not saying that you're wrong or right. I have no idea. But the more labels and judgments that we have in the world, ADHD, on the spectrum, narcissism.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about labels. Oh, I don't like them either.
Yeah, we got to be really careful with them because they separate us from each other. And this is how the powers that be, intentionally or not, set up the world. They want to keep us wondering all the time if we're okay. And so we have language that's full of judgment and blame and shame, and we're all trying to figure out how to do the right thing all the time, as if there is a right thing. And there isn't. At least in my world, you just don't know if it's right or wrong until 10 years after you did it sometimes. You just don't know. There's no value in saying there's only one right way. It hurts everybody. And it's the beginning of violence. And this is nonviolent communication. That's what we've been talking about. When we call somebody a name, we're one step closer to pulling out a knife and stabbing them in the heart. That's how it starts. And so I'm going to call judgment when I see it. And labeling and judging is dangerous territory. So be careful with it, is my advice to you. Because these are all human beings who were beautiful, fucking perfect babies when they were born. Every single one of them.
Crazy when you think
And
about it.
pain and damage.
Yeah, they
Stacy?
are damaged.
Yeah. Yeah. Stacy.
Okay, I think I'm on. There we go.
Yeah, you're off mute.
I've been listening to this conversation and I never heard the word narcissist until I was 55 and I'm 61 now. So, I mean, this has been a whole lifetime. And now that I know what it is, I recognize it and I can see how many were in my life, but I don't need the label. But when you said, when they're directing that at you and put it back at them, is that right? That just makes so much sense to me because I usually will just close my shell around me and try and protect myself. As soon as I see someone
protect yourself.
well, that's how my whole life has been. Every
It's how
male in my
everybody's
life
life
has been
is.
that way. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but I love the idea of putting it back into their court and almost mirroring it to them so they can see what they're saying. Because I don't know that they're even aware sometimes. I don't know. I don't fully, I'm too sensitive and I absorb too much. And I'm trying to learn to not absorb their crap. You know? So that just, it seems powerful to me to be able to say that back to them. So.
It's very powerful because you don't get diminished by it.
Yeah.
And everything that we're talking about, that all of these different strategies that people have, we're trying to protect ourselves. We want emotional safety, and we don't have a whole lot of it. In this current world where here we are on Zoom, I'm alone in this room, at least I have my dog, but you know, we're not in a room together. We're so separated in so many ways, and human beings are not designed to be separate. We're designed to be in groups, close-knit groups, and our biology tells us if you're not in a group, you're dead. You're in danger, 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 danger. The lion's going to get you. You need to have people around you. So all of us are always doing things on some level to try to keep ourselves safe. And if your strategy was, I'm going to shut down, perfectly good strategy, at least at times, but it doesn't serve you at other times. And it's probably something that you didn't ever say, I'm going to create a strategy and it's going to be, I'm going to shut down. Like, you know, you just started doing it at some point. And the narcissists started with their strategy. I'm just going to be a bully. And that's how I'm going to keep myself safe.
Yeah.
And they
and I can see that family.
I don't think they planned it. And I don't even, I mean, I have a hard time with the label.
Yeah, I don't label. I don't think they know they're doing it. I think like my brother learned it from my father. And
exactly.
Am I still, oh, okay. I thought my mic turned off on me. Sorry. So I don't think he's even aware of it, but he's the one that told me about boundaries and how to protect myself. And so I knew where he was coming from. It's like interesting to see that in him now when I was so blinded for all those years. So yeah, that's powerful. I like that though. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming up. I mean, this is big stuff. When we were little, we just absorbed everything. And if your brother got it from your father, well, where do you think your father got it from? His father. And that's why I'm so interested in Kathryn's generational healing, even if it's not what I thought it was, because this goes back a long ways. And when we clean it up now, we're not dumping it on our kids. And that's
been one of my
big
goals
hope
too.
for the future for me.
Yeah.
As well as better life right now for me. Once I learned this stuff, it made a huge difference.
Yeah.
And you know, there's more to talk about there, but
yeah.
I hope we're going to talk again soon. Because look, we used up the whole hour. I can't believe it. I thought I only have a half hour. Hopefully they'll talk to me. I'm so glad you did. Thank you. It meets my need for contribution, and I feel delighted about it.
You did awesome, Sarah.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. This has been great.
Well, I'm so glad.
And everybody else there is taking notes frantically. There's so many names, people I don't know what they look like or anything. Yeah, you're welcome, Tuna. You're welcome, Jill. I think there was a thank you up here from Namyal, if I'm saying that right. I hope so. Yeah. Yeah. Great stuff. Thank you all. Nice to be here. What's next?
What's next? I'm next. And I'm like, what should I do? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do like a healing, and then I'm going to do some tarot for people that would like their tarot done. But when I was thinking of the healing, I was like, it's like, okay, originally I was thinking of doing healing for disease or something like that. But then you guys have been, Kathryn was like all about ancestral healing, and I've done ancestral healing too, but I do it differently than she does. So I was just wondering if maybe I should do that for like 20 minutes or something. How do you guys feel about it? What would you like me to do? Would you like a healing on disease? Would you like it on ancestral stuff? Just let me know and I can guide you through it.
I
I'd love
say
it.
ancestral.
Okay. I'd love a tarot reading, blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's coming, Diane. Sure, Namgal. All right, that's good. Okay, so with the ancestral healing that I was taught, I was taught a guided meditation for like ancestral healing, and it's something I use quite a lot myself because I know my ancestors really needed to be healed, sort of thing. So how we start is first we have to get grounded. So those of you who are sitting there and you just start breathing like mindful breaths, like deep breathing in and out, in and out, becoming more aware of your body, in and out. Imagining your energy flowing down, 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 down your legs, almost like they're like tree roots, and they're going to dig into the ground, and they're going to go down, 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 down to the center of the earth where they can attach to something, like stick them under a rock or no, tie them to an existing tree. Either way, that's how you ground. You just, and then when you're grounded, you just pull your energy back up, 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 up. Most of you guys already know this already, but I'm doing it for those who don't. So, and then you just go up, 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 up your legs, up through each chakra, throat chakra, third eye, crown chakra. And your energy is going to start floating above you, almost like a, well, it's an out-of-body experience is what it is. And you just keep going up, up, up your spirit, up, up, up. You go past the roof of your house into the atmosphere. From the atmosphere, you're going to go through the clouds. You're going to encounter planets when you get out of the atmosphere. You're going to encounter stars. You're going to encounter other galaxies that you can see as well. And you're just going to keep going up, 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 up. And there's this place in the universe that is like your safe place. It's like your little secret getaway that people may or may not know about, but either way, they can't follow you there, which is nice. So you go there, it's on the edge of the universe. After you've passed all the planets, all the cards, and you just keep going, going, going. And then what's so weird that recording thing happened during everything, but whatever, we'll edit it later. And then you just go into, there's like this room at the edge there, and beside it is a blackboard. If there's anything you wish to write to your higher self that you haven't told your higher self already, just feel free to grab the chalk and write it on the blackboard so that your higher self knows and can help you with whatever it is you're writing. And then you go through this door, this white door, and inside the room, there's like a massage table, like a massage bench, and you lay down on it. And then to the left, there's a projector on the wall. And while you're staring at the projector, I want you to think about what is bothering you the most about your ancestral problems right now. Like what you feel might be ancestral problems, the chronic bad luck, the disease which may or may not run in your family, whatever speaks to you as being ancestral. I want you to think about it, and I want you to take note of which visions you will see coming up on the screen. Now, as you're breathing and thinking about this, your ancestors will start to appear in a line behind you. To the right of you is all your father's ancestors. Just him, his mother, their grandparents, going back, tons of generations. On the other side is your mother's lineage, going back. So now you have looked at what is bothering you about your ancestors. And if you have negative problems with your ancestors, I highly recommend just imagining them in their underwear because they can't hurt you. In this space, it's completely safe. They can't hurt you. They can just make you giggle a little. So you're sitting there. And when you've decided, I'm going to let you have some space for a few minutes so that you can decide what it is that you want to heal from your ancestral line, whether it be lack of money, poverty, whatever comes to you on the screen that you would like to heal. Just sit in it, feel it, imagine it, focus on it. Because what you're going to do is you're going to take that thing that you're focusing on and you're going to bathe it in love and forgiveness so that you can return it to your ancestors. I'm going to let you do that and contemplate on it right now. So I'm not going to speak for a few minutes. When you poured your love and your forgiveness into the problem that your ancestors have given you, I want you to just imagine taking it and handing it back to them, no matter how many generations back they are. You can give that back to them because you no longer need it. It's not a part of your life anymore. Ancestors that you have in your lines that have overcome those obstacles that were passed down through generations. They're going to come up and help you do that. They're going to pass it on, back on, with love and light to the ancestors which brought that to you. Sometimes it's not very high up the chain. Sometimes it can be as close as your mother or father. But you pass it back to them and you tell them, I forgive you for passing this on to me. I don't need it anymore. Thank you for the lessons it taught me. What you also need to do is you need to take energy back that you, like when we encounter people all the time, we absorb their energy. We also need to give that energy back to those people. Even though they're not our ancestors per se, we want to return that energy to them with love and light and no ill will towards them. You know, it's just you stepped in their puddle accidentally along the way, and you're just letting them have it back so they can jump in it, because puddles are fun to jump in. And then you want to reach out to people and collect your own energy back that you may have inadvertently pushed upon them through interactions, through, you know, you don't want them to have any of your baggage either. So you just pull all that energy back to you. When you feel that you've gotten all your energy returned, I want you to sit up and thank the universe, thank the ancestors, thank your guides for helping you heal this ancestral problem. Because whatever you couldn't do, they will finish for you. And then we go to the door, we look outside the door, and what do we see? We see a big golden water slide. So you run over to the water slide. Well, you don't have to run, you can if you want to, but jump in the water slide and it takes you down, 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 past all the stars, past the galaxies, past the everything, just down, 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 back into your space as quickly as possible. And as you get back into your space, your chakras realign. And then when you feel comfortable, open your eyes. How is everybody feeling?
Great. Thanks for that. I saw some really cool images.
That's good. And if you, yeah, they'll definitely help you in future healings too, those images, because, yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, you guys. And I'm hoping it helped. It's going to take some time. Actually, it's good if you nearly fell asleep, because that means you got into Delta, and Delta is extremely healing. I have gone to so many healings and almost, actually, I have fallen asleep at some healings. And I was told that that's, you know, one of the best things because it just means you really got a good energy healing out of it. All right, if you want a reading from me, I'm going to ask you to put your little orange hand up. And I will unmute you and we can talk about what you need. All right.
Can
Hi,
you hear
Wilma.
me?
Yes,
Hi.
I can hear you.
This was very, very interesting because I was working on exactly as you said, like you verbalized what I was already intending, which was the lack of money and the poverty consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And when we brought the ancestors in,
Yeah.
I had such a heavy feeling in my heart. If you can remember back to the old Bugs Bunny cartoons when they dropped that anvil, like it would say 500 pounds on it or whatever, and it would be dropped. It felt that in my heart. And then as we went through the process, and I was doing exactly what you were instructing us to do, during the part when you were very silent, just before you started to talk again, I had, which I often do when I'm doing my meditating and whatnot, I picture myself being cleansed under a waterfall of water. But instead of seeing water come down, it was a bright, brilliant light. So I believe I got some sort of a clearing or cleansing during that process. But then when you told us to bring our energy back from like all our energy that we'd given away or lost or whatever, again, there was a heavy feeling in my heart. But instead of it going down, it felt like it was pushing out. So I raised my hand because I thought maybe there's something you're seeing that needs a final clearing, if that's the right word to use.
Okay.
Am I making any sense?
Well, no, the energy that maybe I would say what that would be is sometimes when we send out energy to people, we're afraid that if we get it back, we're going to bring something with it, which isn't completely impossible because it is possible that we could. But if you think again after that happens about sending them their energy back, you should be able to like imagine the energy being filtered like in a shower of golden light, and just all the sludge going down the drain, and then just all that's left is love and light and good feelings and emotions. And I mean, even if your last experience with them wasn't like that, that's what you can send back with. That's what you can gift them with, is their energy back, but feeling a whole lot better. Does that make sense?
It does, because there was a lot of energy clearing while you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't consciously know whose energy it is that when I called back all my energy, that would have been an issue. Like when you were saying about taking back my energy, that I might take back the other person's energy. I don't know who.
Well, the energy knows who the person is.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Okay.
it'll, if you go, if you stamp it with a return to sender, it knows to go back.
So if I had shut up and not said anything and just asked for a reading, would you have said what's in alignment with what I was just, The word perceiving is coming up.
Well, a lot of our reality is based on perception, like our perception of what we
Okay.
of what we see, what we feel, what we can't, what we're uncertain of, that sort of thing.
So I've given my power away.
Yeah, you have, but
And
you
I
called
need
it back.
to take it back. Okay, perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got that perception right now when you were talking, is that I've somehow unconsciously given my power away and it's time to take it back. And it's like one of the healers said earlier in the call, that I have to look
We
at I
do.
was the chosen one. So that's what I'm perceiving now, is I am the chosen one and it's time to take my power back. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome. We do that more than we realize. We really
Woo.
do.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Diane. I'm asking you to unmute.
There. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
What can I help you with?
My question is, I'm trying to make a decision whether to make an investment or not. I mean, it's
Okay.
not a large amount, but I'm like a little paranoid because I've been scammed before in the past.
Of course, yeah.
And so I'm just being, I guess in the tarot, I'd be like the Knight of Cups. I'm being very wishy-washy about it. I want to do it. It seems like a good connection. It's a person on, it's a person that I know of that has a reputation of being really good, but for some reason I'm hesitating.
Okay.
And I tried to do like some cards myself, but a tarot reader should never read for themselves. No.
Well, that's because your energy will affect the tarot reading. If you're really stressed out and everything else, it'll totally make everything go bad
Right.
on the
It's
reading.
kind of, yeah, and mostly I'm getting like I'm getting the
Priestess.
high priestess. You can't see it, but I'm like getting the high priestess. So it's like
Well, that's
So
an encouragement to seek knowledge,
right,
like the
right.
high
So that's what I'm
priestess.
doing. I'm seeking knowledge here. It's like, is this investment I'm considering, will it be profitable, basically? Will it be profitable? I don't want to get scammed again. So
Well,
it doesn't seem like it. The evidence doesn't point to it, but I'm hesitant.
I
So
pulled the Three of Wands, which for business is very profitable. It's a yes to invest, and let's see. It's expansion, advancement, something overseas, an improved status, competitive, true effort, and hard work. So it's not going to be a walk in the park. It will be hard work, but it's still yes for a good investment. And if you look at the Raider White, it's the Three of Wands is like the guy waiting for his ships to come in.
right.
So
So all
yeah,
right. So
I
that's
would
a yes.
say that's a yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you're welcome.
All right. Thank you.
Jan,
Yeah, hi.
hi.
Can you hear me? I'll just try and put the video on. There we go. I'm just wondering, my partner's been diagnosed with a serious problem and I'm doing as much as I can to help him, but I'm just wondering if there's more that I can do because I only see him every 2 weeks. He lives 6 hours away. He's still working, and I'm doing as much as I can to help him through this. I'm just wondering if there's more that I can do.
Well, everybody that is in your situation always feels like there's more that they can do, even if they don't know what it is. sort of thing. But I'm getting the impression that you're doing quite a bit of what you can do, like, see, the thing is you have to take care of yourself too. You can't go to the point where you're so focused on him that you're not healing yourself either. You know what I mean? Like, you have to rest, you have to take care of yourself, you have to do all this stuff so that you can help others, because if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be of much use to other people.
Sure, we're doing things together, things that he would not do, like the detox, the cold plunge, the red light sauna, exercise, and things that he just wouldn't do on his own. And we're doing it together, and I'm finding a lot of benefit from that as well.
Oh, good. Well, that sounds excellent. I feel that you're doing everything that can be done. I can't think of more that you could do for him. I mean, you're giving him love, you're doing as much as you can to help him, I'm not sensing anything else that you should be doing. Do you have a
give him
yes?
Yeah, just give him a lot of support.
Yeah.
Without sort of trying to tell him what to do. Just try to give him support.
Yeah, you don't want to be bossy.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that doesn't always work out right. Yeah.
People become belligerent when you tell them what to do. Yeah, I know that because I'm the same way. Like, if people try to tell me what to do, I get very belligerent. So I understand where somebody with that attitude might be coming from. And it's irrational, because even if it will hurt them sometimes, to the point they'll still be like, well, no, I'm not going to do that just because you told me to do it.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. So yeah, it's best to approach with a hey, there's this interesting thing you could do if you want to. Like, it's up to you, no pressure, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find the meditations very very useful, because it takes me to another place, and it cleanses my mind, and I can start again.
Great.
Yeah. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help in any way.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jen. Jill.
Yes. I don't really, I'm curious as to what's next for me. I ended a relationship. Prior to that, another long relationship, and happy with myself right now, but I'm curious to see if there's anything with relationships coming up in my future, my love life, or just anything else, because I've been through so many changes, family going away, and my daughter's growing up, and that's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun raising her.
She sounds like really good for you.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fun. Yeah, we were talking about manifesting yesterday.
Yeah.
Which was really cool conversation, and she might be interested in doing some spell casting with me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the universe right now what is in store for your future. What is in store for her future, universe? All right. Okay. Past, present, and future. Okay. Distant future. Okay, well, that's interesting.
Oh.
I think you're manifesting something in your love life in the distant future. It's not coming right away.
I'm happy alone, to be honest. I want some time to breathe.
Oh, you're gonna have time to breathe. Yeah, because these cards are saying, like right now, the energy that is above everything is kind of like unstable, unbalanced, a bit disorganized. There's sadness, restlessness, hesitation, debt. You have to be careful of unwise spending. And of course, bad news. That's an energy that's affecting your mind right now, right? In the past, you've had the Queen of Cups and the Knight of Wands, which are actually both really positive. Your intuition, your sixth sense, your empathy, love of the family, like your daughter. Impulsive, love the fun, sense of humor, enthusiasm, optimism, excitement. And then presently, you have the sun upside down, but it's still the sun. So you
didn't
get,
read my card.
so you get joy, partial success, happiness. I can in a minute, Jen. Happiness, changes, late success, but full of surprises. Communication, good news. So there is good news. There's good news coming. There's good news coming. And in your immediate future, you have hope. The dawn is coming. Help in the near future. There's a bit of painful loneliness, maybe a little bit of sorrow. You've had loss of some relatives. And yeah, so there's that.
Is that coming up? More loss, more relative losses, more like deaths?
No, you suffered like
recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. There were like 3 this past year.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That I know of. It's all right. Some of it's good. Some of it's the narcissism going away.
This is true, yeah. In the distant future, where you have the lovers.
Oh.
Yes, you got the lovers card. And
Good.
so that's stands for relationship, friendship, sharing, trust, duality, short trips, health, healing, romantic encounters, sexuality, lust, romantic love, important decision, and temptation. Financial tension, though, possible resources running out, so you have to be conscientious of that. Ignore gifts of faith, and you are going to have some loneliness, but that's okay because the relationship will make it better.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you're still going to have some debt. And you have to be very careful of wasteful spending, is what the cards are saying. But
I'm
if
pretty
you
wise with money, but yeah, I do love to shop. I gotta confess.
well shop, I know shopping can be healing in a way in regards to the energy that you get from doing it, but
Mostly do it at the dollar store. Like, I'm not a big spender, but yes, I will be careful with debt. I'm so good with money.
that's
I'll be
good.
careful. I'll be
Yeah,
really
then if you are, you'll be fine. If you're careful,
I'll just be careful.
because the energy is there for it.
I mean, listen, I love money, and I do enjoy spending, and now, especially because I've deprived myself of stuff for years, now I let myself just do things, and it's costing me an arm and a leg.
Okay. Dan's not here anymore, so I
Thank you
don't.
so much for
You're
that.
welcome. And Casey, Jan, are you still here? I don't think she is. I didn't realize she wanted a reading because she didn't.
There's in a comment that says have to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asked to. There we go, Casey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this.
You're very welcome.
Very
How can
nice.
how can I help you today?
Yes, well, I just would like, what you see coming up for me. That's right.
So you just want a reading general about your future?
Yeah,
Okay.
make it simple, right?
I'm having a hard time hearing what you're
Oh,
saying.
sure, I can make it simple.
Oh, make
Rather
it
than
simple.
20 million, a lot of things I could ask, but it's
Okay.
just good. I like what you do, the readings you were doing for other people with what's coming up, so it's cool.
What is in store for Casey? What is in store for Casey in the future? What is in store? Casey. The cards fell out. Do you know a Knight of Swords by any chance?
A 9 of Swords?
Yeah, Knight of Swords. They're a
Yeah.
bit impulsive. Sometimes they give bad advice. They're a little impatient and they can be kind of selfish.
Yeah, I think I know someone who's like that.
Yeah, they've kind of fell out and made themselves known. Past, present.
Seems to run hot and cold, kind of. So the very busy person, so I, have to make
Yeah.
a cheat. Yeah, friend.
Well, you do have a good distant future coming. Your immediate future, it's a mixture of both, good and bad. It looks like you just went through some recovery, like you're recovering from a broken heart. Because we got the Three of Swords upside down. The worst is over, though. A lot of what you've been going through, the worst is over now.
Yeah.
You've been a bit depressed, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depression and grief, yes.
Yeah. And what else do we got? You had some fear in the distant past. But all that stuff is behind you. It's in the immediate future, you have to be careful of materialism and being intelligent about your money. You have to worry about greed, other people's greed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their dishonesty. So you have to watch out for that.
Yeah.
You do have the Emperor in the immediate future. They are, there's loyalty in there. They're successful. The respect, stability, domination. So they're going to be helpful to you, the Emperor, when you encounter them in your immediate future. And then in your distant future, which is really good, you have the Fool, which is innocence, a new beginning, potential new chance at something, important decision, solutions. It's going to happen suddenly, the beginning of the journey. Because the Fool does represent that in tarot. It's like the beginning of all the it's the beginning of all the other major arcana. So it's the start of the journey. And you have the Seven of Pentacles, which is wait for results, patience, perseverance, hard work, reflect on your achievements. It is a harvest. Like, so what you have put out will be coming back to you. And you also have the World card, which is kind of interesting because it's like the closing of your last chapter. You know, like it's an ending, completion, attainment, end of a journey. It's kind of interesting to have the beginning of a journey and the end of a journey, but I'm getting the impression that the end of the journey is you're going to be closing the door on something, and then with the Fool, you're going to be opening the door to something else.
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, these cards are really good. And with your harvest coming in, that's just going to be really good.
Wish I knew more specifics, what would be what's coming, what it refers to. Yeah.
Well, it all depends on what you've put out there. Like if you've invested in something, or if you've even investing in people sometimes can be a good investment sort of thing. And your ships will come in.
Yeah, learning something new.
Yeah. So do you have is that all you wanted to know? Do you have any yes or no questions, or?
Well, I could ask if, do you see my sister ever coming around?
Will your sister come around? Let us see what the cards say about that. Will her sister come around?
We have a very strained, complicated relationship, but
yeah, the cards are saying
changed. She won't see it.
The cards are saying maybe. They're not giving me a distinct answer. They don't even want to touch that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. I keep trying, but yeah.
You're welcome.
But it is working on accepting it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't seem to let her go completely. My sister, we have certain other ties going on, and
right.
Like the only one left too, pretty much. So yeah, and I worked on forgiving her and everything. So, but I was just hoping for better resolution.
It has to go both ways though, too. Yeah, just give it time and then look at the cards again, I would say. Like give it some time and then you can find out. Because right now it's neither yes or no, it's just maybe. The cards are like, whoa, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, at least it's a maybe.
Yeah.
It's not a definite.
It's not a definite no, so there's hope, you know.
Right.
But yeah. Just check again.
Okay.
Just check again in a month or two.
month or
Let it
two.
let it percolate.
All right.
Or actually, my friend Di, who is coming up after me,
Yeah.
she is having an event on Sunday, I think. Like another reading energy healing event sort of thing, and it's free. And so you might want to ask her after some time has passed, you know, like after you've given it a few days.
Oh, okay. Is it this Sunday?
I think it's this coming Sunday, yeah.
I have other plans. I don't know if I'll be, depends on the timing of it all.
I don't know. She goes
Well,
pretty late. Like,
yeah.
because she's in Australia, so it does go pretty late. She's coming right up after me, actually. Is she here yet?
Yeah, okay. Well, if it's a time like now, then it probably would work out.
Yeah, it is. It'll be a time like now because she goes pretty late.
Good. Yeah, I know. I've seen her on other ones and I like her energy.
She's a great lady.
Yeah. So are you. And thank you for this. And I don't want to take up any more of your time. I see you have somebody else. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Casey.
Blessings and love.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. Namgyal, how can I help you today?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You sound a bit far away.
Oh, okay. Uh, I'm learning Reiki nowadays, and my brother is sick in Italy. He's not going to hospital since 3 months, and I did puja. I prayed and I sent him healing, and I also ordered some Reiki healing from another person. But I'm also doing Reiki healing for him. Is my Reiki healing reaching him or not? And because I'm just a beginner, I just started 1 month, since 1 month learning Reiki, and I try to visualize and open my third eye by all the YouTube materials and all. So I want to know if my energy, if my third eye is working or my energy is working or reaching him, because I need to help him.
Right. Okay. Well, I know that it's not unusual as a practitioner to doubt yourself in the beginning when you're doing Reiki and stuff like that. So I think I'm getting the impression that you're doing a good job, but let's just see what the cards say. Is she actually helping him with her Reiki universe? Is she actually helping him with her Reiki universe? Hey, the cards are saying yes, you are helping him with his Reiki. You got the Queen of Pentacles, which is fertility, prosperity, sensuality, hospitality. It's abundance. So
Yes.
your energy is very abundant to him.
Yes,
Sort of thing.
I'm doing it with so much love and affection for my brother, because he's hurt. He's hurt so much. He's emotional hurt, and he's not going to hospital. How can I convince him to go to hospital? I asked somebody. He said he can send his wife a doctor to him, but he don't want to accept it. Like, he's still at home, and now I want to trick him by saying that he wants to come to India. So for that, he needs a document from hospital so that he can get a visa easily. So should I trick him by saying that, or should I, without his consent, should I send a doctor that somebody, he said he can send his wife to him because he's not going to hospital since 3 months, and I'm so worried. Like, I could not, you know, he's become so
Yeah.
thin. Yeah, but I don't want to say anything else. I want him to get better.
No,
And
of
so
course. Yeah.
I
Okay.
even ordered a quantum touch today. Just now, I ordered a quantum touch healing for him right now, because when he's not going to hospital, I can only rely on the therapeutic or this energy healing.
So should she? Okay, I asked if you should lie. We got the 5 of Swords, which is no, don't do it. It'll turn out bad if you do.
Yes, true.
Can you get his wife on your side, like about trying to get
Yeah,
him into the doctor?
yeah. His wife, he's also angry with his wife because she didn't help him, and he's not talking with anybody and all. So my brother is going to meet him. He's going from India to Italy. So I hope my brother and they both will try to convince him. And
I think that might work actually.
I hope it has to work. Yeah.
Yeah, or it might not. We'll have to see. But you have to try.
Yes, we have to try. Yeah, no other option because he's ill. He's very much. And another question.
Sure.
I'm yeah. I have I'm in USA right now. I've taken a New York bar exam and waiting for the result. And so in the meantime, I'm not doing anything great. And I'm also thinking of writing a book on a subject of impeachment of judge. And I know the subject very well, but it's a little controversial subject. And should I write?
The cards are saying, and I hate to agree with them, the cards are
Yeah,
saying no. You're in a very versatile climate. And
yeah.
if you draw that kind of attention to yourself, it's not going to be good right now.
That's what. Yes, yes, yes. You know, that's true. That's very much true. It's a very controversial, and people have. I became enemy of because of that
Yeah,
thing. Yeah,
you'd be in
yeah.
trouble. Because
Yes, I was in trouble because of that, and now I'm still thinking about that. Okay, thank you,
just
thank
I would do it later when maybe there's a different government in power or something.
you. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you
Thank you
don't
so
have to
much.
give up on it forever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
you're welcome. Hey, is there anybody else who would like a reading or anything like that?
Would it be
Anybody?
okay if I asked a follow-up question?
Oh, sure, Diane, you can do that.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because the answer was yes, but I was wondering about the nature of the work I would have to do to associated with the investment. I think I have an idea what it is. I don't think it's very difficult, but just some confirmation on that. And would this investment eventually get me to a point where I can quit my job?
That's a good question. Yes, will pick cards, work your stuff. Tell me, will she be able to get rid of her job if she makes this investment? Ooh, we have the 7 of Pentacles, which is all about harvest coming in. So I would say wait for the results, which is what the card is saying. But yeah, there's a very good chance that with the harvest that comes in, you might very well be able to do that.
You want to hear something interesting?
What?
I just put the question to my own tarot deck.
Yeah.
Guess which card came out?
7 of Pentacles.
The 7 of Pentacles.
That's awesome. Now you know the
Oh,
universe.
that's hilarious.
The
See, I get
universe.
that is just that's perfect. That is just perfect. I got the exact same card.
That's
That
the
is
universe
awesome.
telling you. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So, because I've been dying to, because I just have a regular workaday job. It's nothing special. Pays
Yeah.
the bills. And I would love to quit and just do spiritual stuff full time because I'm already a pranic healer. I already do spiritual acceleration. I would love to do that full time and just have fun with that, make some income from that and go with it. So
Totally understandable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now
so-
you know the universe is said.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's just amazing. That's amazing. Thank you very much.
you're so welcome.
Bert, you were just in the right place at the right time. That's perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, our next wonderful speaker coming up here at 9 PST, but it's wherever it is in your time. Where I am, it's 10, but it's Challenor. So are you there?
Yeah, can you see me?
I can't see you. Oh, now I can see you. You look lovely.
Oh, thank you. It's actually 2 p.m. on Friday. And I got like all the times were wrong, so I'm having a break out of my day job to do this, and then I'll work back a bit later. So I think thank you everyone for staying on. How's it been for you today, Witchy? Has it been lots of people?
It's been a really good day. It's been almost like 20 people all day. We've only just recently dropped to a lower number sort of thing.
It's a bit late for people, I guess.
It is a little late, yeah, at this time.
That's
But
okay,
I'll shut up so you can take on
Well,
these rabid people. No, I'm just kidding.
That's okay. No, I think so. Hang around. Don't go away completely. I need to talk in the chat and find out what's going on. Midnight, my gosh. Good on you for being here at midnight.
Some people
So-
have tried to stay awake just for you because they knew you were
Oh,
coming.
that's lovely. Thanks, Witchy. Oh, it's midnight. This is all the East Coast people. Oh, thank you. You want to see me. Or I will make it worth your while, believe me.
Oh, and
I'm
I
not
told them about your
what did you
thing
do?
on Sunday
Oh,
coming up. So there's one lady here that's going to need another reading on Sunday because the cards were saying maybe today. So hopefully by Sunday they'll have a better idea of what's happening.
well, yes, because my event is Glimpse into Your Future, into that future. So, yes, come and join us on Sunday PST time. 4 o'clock we start. We have got an extra guest, so there's about, I think, 10 people, including myself. So, all right. So what I'm wanting to do, I said to Witchy, I couldn't really work out if I want to do a healing or do some readings. So I do want to do group work because I think everyone gets a benefit. If people got their hands up. So I'm going to do a combination. However, the healing part is so powerful, as you know, Witchy. And I feel that's what I want to help people with because I've been helping people this week or the last few weeks about their pain and getting rid of pain and doing cleanses and things like that. So what does the audience, those who are here and awake, do you want to put in the chat what sort of pain you've got happening and I'll see what we can do because I've got a whole hour, haven't I? Yeah, so.
Yeah, you do.
Right. So what have we got? Neck pain. Let me just put my specs on. Tooth pain, belly pain. Okay. What else have you all got? Have you got any pain, Witchy, or you're okay?
I have a little bit of back pain. Yeah, I had really bad pain earlier, but it's gone down since Kathryn's healing. So
Knee pain. Okay. Pain in the bone or the tailbone maybe. And left knee, I'm going to say. Or is it leg and knee? What do I? Okay. Well, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Love the idea of healing around tooth, nerve pain, and money clearing, if possible. Think the tooth and the money issue is intertwined. I think tooth is about setting your foundations. I don't know how it's going to be intertwined with money. Oh, Tuna, I haven't seen you yet. I'm meeting you, and I think next week. Suss out what you're all about. I love your name anyway, so you've got me intrigued. Have you got any pain, Tuna, that we need to fix you up with? I'm going to get my trusty pendulum and see what people need, because we can do, I'm just going to check, do we want to do the posture? For the group, Witchy's group, do I want to use this chart? No. Okay. I'm going to use maybe the broadcast, because the broadcast is a lot quicker. Yes, we want for the group. So what does the group need? Okay, no superfoods. Yes, this will work wonders. Program Crystal. I'll explain in a minute. And that's going to take supplements, a cleanse, okay, the herbs, digestive enzyme, okay. All right, so you will all get a shift, whether you're live or on the replay. Program Crystal, supplements, cleanse always comes up. And the herbs are sent to you energetically. And I'll also integrate this. Oh, there's a whole lot now. Stomach issues, dysbiosis and pain, constant reflux, light back pain. Tuna, tell her about your pain. Yes, I have pain from reflux. It came up tonight after hours of being here for the event. Okay, that's very interesting. Well, I'm sure, excuse me for coughing, the cleanse will help. I don't know what part of the body it's going to go to as yet. I'll just get to that page. I hope, all right, Program Crystal. So let's see what we've got. Program Crystal for the group. Yeah. We got fear. Yeah. I want disease false. All right. Program Crystal is all about, I don't think we can do the whole body, Wilma, because there's no whole body option here. We do it by the different organs. So let's see what comes up. So first we've got fear false. And then we've got disease false. And false means what we're going to be removing it. And then we're going to have ease true, which means we're going to be activating it. And then we're going to have surrender true, which means we're going to be activating. So that uses a crystal, and that can take a girl can dream. I love it, Wilma. Yes, you can. You might not need the whole body though. So that's okay. We just, as I say, this lovely pendulum, it works, and it blows me away each time I use it. And when I look things up and check, I think, oh, okay, that's perfect. And when I talk to people, does this resonate with them? And they say yes. So the supplements, what do we need for the group? Okay. I think something's and some of them I don't. We need, yes, I thought so. This could be for you, Tuna, some proteolytic enzymes. Okay. So we need COQ10, which I think is for inflammation. I'd have to look it up. I think it is. So if anyone wants to look it up, proteolytic enzymes. So that would be for your digestion and maybe your reflux, helping your body digest the food and ideas. An old lady calling up to 70 can dream. You can dream at any age. age is not a barrier or a marker. So keep dreaming. You might not need everything. So cleanse for the group. Yes, we do. So what do we need? I'm not sure if those who've got their hands up have got anything to say. Do you want to put it in the chat? All right, small intestine has come for a cleanse. Okay. The brain has come for a cleanse. So small intestine and brain. And what else have we got? I'll just double check in cases. I've definitely got the brain. So if anyone's got brain fog or headaches or something, small intestine is good about releasing stuff. So that's come up again. Just checking. For the group. I've double checked stomach. So stomach is not required. So it's probably more in the lower areas. I was surprised colon didn't come up because that is usually one of the ones that comes up for a cleanse. Medicinal herbs, let's see. And this will all work directly and pretty much instantly. So if you haven't experienced this, milk thistle, you'll notice a change. I'll tell you that now. So milk thistle, that usually comes up for liver cleanse, but seems to come up for every cleanse, which is not a bad thing. And it's good, an all-round tonic for, I think, curing inflammation from memory. So Tuna, have you got anything to say? You're on camera now. Now I can see what you look like before I meet you. So wormwood has come up, and that comes up a lot as well. So wormwood is all about getting rid of the energetic parasites. So it could be if you've got cravings, it could be because there's parasites in your system and that's making you feel like you want sugar. That's what happened to me. Ready for whatever presents. Hopefully healing tooth, nerve pain, ready to let it go. Yeah. Camera's not functioning. That's okay. It could even be when I do this program crystal work that could let go of the pain. It all seems to be interrelated and it all works. So so this is the program. I'm going to go through and clear all the fear and the disease and activate surrendering and bringing on flow. And that's why I'm going to put that in as any life areas. As I'm releasing stuff, I'm going to be talking out loud to your conscious and unconscious mind. And I'm going to be reading out a lot of these negative emotions because I want you to release them and remove them. And then I'll also, at the end of all this, integrate it. And if there's any other downloads, I will say it. Now, another thing I want to ask you in the audience, can you please write out of 5, where 5 is really, really intense, how intense is the pain that you are feeling at the moment? And if you haven't got pain, that's fine. So just put in the chat your rating out of 5. And I want you to write that down or keep it in mind. So it's 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5. So we just need to hear your voice to release. On some level, yes, I'll be giving you instructions. Your conscious mind and your higher self, I'll be giving instructions. So when you're at 5 out of 5, so it's pretty intense for you, which is 2. Jenny is a 2. So just keep these numbers in mind because this is before the magic. And then I'm going to ask you again after. And I want you to all see that it will go down from whatever it is. So let me get started. So it's going, if you're in a comfortable position, or if you're like not driving, stop your car and park it. I want you to take a nice breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Close your eyes and get comfortable, because there's not much to watch. It's going to be me looking at this book with my pendulum, and the pendulum will go as long as it goes, and then it stops, and I'll move on to the next thing. So I am talking to you and your higher self, that part of you that knows all, or if you want to call it your heart, your soul, your unconscious. I'm also talking to your conscious mind, because that is about keeping you safe. So your conscious mind is doing its job, keeping you safe, but in some ways it's holding you back because it's keeping you small. So that's why I'm saying things out loud. Be open to whatever you are willing to receive and to take note of. If you don't think you need something, just block it out, but don't do that. So just get yourself comfortable, be supported, either lying down or sitting up. Doesn't matter if you fall asleep, could be even better. Have a nice breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Thanks, Jill Marie. I can all witness you because I need to see what's going on. Another breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. A third breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And I'm going to say that you are in the right place at the right time. There's nothing else you need to do, or there's nowhere else you need to go. So I'm just going to get this thing. And just be open to the wisdom, open to whatever is coming up that you're ready to hear, and get ready to release. So if there's anything near the surface, it's time to let it go. So I'm doing fear false, which is removing fear. And according to this definition, fear is energy, any energy that lowers your vibration. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to imagine that you've got this really fabulous magical vacuum cleaner. It's got a super suction power head thing, and it's going to go through, start at the top of your head, and it's going to go sweep through your body with its super suction power, and it's going to suck up all the fear, the stagnant, stuck energy from all the cells and atoms in your body. So it's going to go and suck it up from the top of your head right through to the soles of your feet. So allow all the stuck, stagnant energy there. So it could be dark energy, it could be black, it could be gooey, could be none of those, just it's there. So I want to release. So ask that higher self, the part of you that knows all, you want it to release it in the best way for you, and let that vacuum suck it up in the best way. So it's fear false. We're removing all the fear, and the fear could be brought about by these lower vibrational emotions like frustration or pity, anger or depression, impatience. So let all these negative emotions that are lowering your vibration, let the vacuum suck it up. Oh, you're doing well now. It's going nice and strong in the right direction. Oh, it's really going strong. So just release any impatience, let go of the negative self-talk, any feelings of humiliation or shame, resentment, let go of the guilt. And these can be stored anywhere in your body, but generally guilt is stored in the middle of your back. If you've got middle back pain, and if you've got any feelings of apathy or hatred, I want you to let that go. Let the vacuum suck those up. From the cells and atoms in your body, I want you to release the fears, the pains, the trauma. Let the vacuum suck up all the trauma that's being held in the cells and atoms in your body. Let go of any feelings of unworthiness, bitterness, judgment or blame. Any disappointments, let the vacuum suck that up. It's been stored in your cells and atoms. Let go of any worries, doubt, self-doubt. Let go of the insecurities and anxieties. And let go of any emptiness or boredom or frustration. So let your super magical vacuum suck it all up from the cells and atoms in your body, from the top of your head right through to the soles of your feet. Now, the magical part of this vacuum is when it is full, you're going to now ask it to transmute and change all that negative energy. You're going to ask it to change it into divine love and light and put itself on reverse. And that vacuum hose is going to sprinkle like fireworks, divine love and light all over you, wherever you are. And it's going to be like fireworks of white and pink, sparkly light, like there's just shower down all over you in the room, in the house or the apartment, wherever you are at. You are sprinkled with divine love and light. So all this negative energy is being transmuted into love and light, and that's being done by the vacuum, the magical vacuum. This is going so well. So then when you're ready, put your vacuum back on, super suction. Oh, it's doing really well. It's going really strong, this pendulum. So put it on super suction again, and we'll go right through from the crown chakra, from the top of your head, sweep through every cell and atom and pick up all the energy that lowers your vibration. And it could even be things I haven't even said. So just, you know what you need to suck up that you no longer need. Preserve all the learnings and just let that vacuum do its magic and suck up all the lower vibrational energies, all the fears, the stuck energy, the stagnant energy, the doubt, oh, I can't do this. Let it go into the vacuum. Just release it in the best way for you, and your higher self knows exactly what to do. Just keep releasing. Let the vacuum suck it up. If there's certain areas in your body you want it to go, like the lady with the tooth, maybe get your vacuum to suck around in your mouth and your tooth. Suck up all the stagnant blocked energy. Suck up all the pain and the trauma. Suck it up, the pain and trauma that's stored anywhere in your body. You might have it in multiple positions. Just release it. Let the vacuum sweep up and down your body. Just release all the fear and the energy that lowers your vibration. You're all doing so well. So when your vacuum's full, put it on reverse and transmute and clean all that negative energy, that lower vibrational energy. Clean it and change it into love and light, divine love and light. And then spew it out to the whole city that you live in. So send beautiful divine love and light, like fireworks, out of your vacuum across the whole of the city that you're living in. Just imagine love and light is just being showered over you again and the whole city that you're living in. And just keep spewing out the love and light like the fireworks and sparkly lights. Just let it go. And then when you're finished, put your vacuum on super suction and go for one more time, sweeping all the negative lower vibration that's causing fear. I want you to remove all the fear, I'm going to say from this lifetime and past lifetimes, and anything that's keeping you stuck and small. Suck it all up from the cells and atoms in your body that are ready to release it, and ask your higher self to do it in the best way for you, with grace and ease. Just release all that fear, remove the fear. Remove any energy that lowers your vibration. So it's starting to slow down. So transmute all the negative, low vibrational energy, transmute it into love and light, and send it over to the whole state that you're living in. Put your vacuum on reverse. Send the fireworks over, covering the whole state that you are living in. Keep releasing and removing all the fear and stagnant energy. Beautiful. So last time, spew it out over to the whole city, state, house, you. Transmute it all into divine love and light and send it wherever you want it to go. Just keep releasing because it's nearly finished. Beautiful. Stop just like that. And that was 10 minutes, everyone. So now we're going to go on to DC's false. So this is all, so I'm just going to do the same sort of thing. So we're going to remove, DC's false is removing all the blockages to being in the flow. So remove and release. If you want your vacuum, get your vacuum out and suck it up from every cell and atom in your body, from the top of your head through to the soles of your feet. If you feel more advanced, just release it and send it to the white light, washed and cleansed, and transmute it into divine love. So anywhere that you're holding on to blockages to being in the flow, it can be in all life areas. It could be in your health, your wealth, your relationships, your career, your business. Anywhere where you feel there's stagnant, stuck energy that are holding you back, send it washed and cleansed to the white light and transmute it into divine love and light. And then send that out to wherever you want to send it, to your house, love and light to you, to your city, your state, your country. Just keep releasing all the blocks of flow. So that could be your own negative self-talk, could be past trauma, pains, reactions to surgery and medications. Anywhere you are feeling blocked and there's no flow, or is a limited, like a trickle flow. Release that, send it to the white light, washed and cleansed. And wash it and cleanse it and transmute it into divine love and light. And pull it out from all the cells and atoms in your body. You won't get your vacuum. Oh, wow. And suck it up from every cell and atom in your body. All the blocks to flow. So this is amazing. Just release, washed and cleansed to white light, transmute it into divine love. All the blocks of flow. Wow, you're all doing so well. It's getting nice and strong again. Spinning in the right direction. You've only been going for 3 minutes, so just keep releasing, everyone. Release, release, release. Transmute into love and light. So you might see blocks to being in the flow. You might feel it. You just might know it. Whatever those blocks are, you might not even have to know the content. Just let the vacuum suck it up and transmute it into divine love and light, or release it yourself and send it to divine light and make it into divine love and light. Just release. Blocks of flow could be, as I said before, negative self-talk, impatience, shame, guilt, unworthiness, bitterness, blame, disappointment, feeling unsupported, having doubts and worries. Just send all those blocks to being in the flow. Just send them to the white light, washed and cleansed, and transmuted into divine love, and sprinkle it out across the whole world where you are in your northern hemisphere. Just sprinkle love and light like fireworks across your whole state, country. Just keep releasing. Let your vacuum suck it up from the cells and atoms in your body, and your higher self will do it in the best way for you. For your best and highest good, by the way. Okay, dis-ease, folks. Remove the dis-ease. Wow, it's going so strong and quite wide. So you're all doing a great job of releasing your blocks of flow. Blocks to flow, being in the flow. Okay. Keep releasing and transmuting. Just release, turn the negative blockages into divine love and light, and sprinkle it all over your town and your country and your state. If you feel like being generous over the whole northern hemisphere. Okay, we're slowing down now. Hope your lights that stopped. So that one is done. So that was 6 minutes. So now we're going to go and activate. I'm going to activate ease. Just activating, creating flow. This is what we all want, creating flow. I'm going to say you're activating flow in all life areas, activating your flow in your health, your wealth, your relationships, being open to being in the flow to attract opportunities, clients, relationships, creating flow in any area of your life. So now I just want you to turn on the activation, ask your higher self to turn on the creating flow button, wherever that is in your body, in the best and highest way, for your best and highest good. Some areas might be easier to turn on and create flow. Others might have a bit of work to do for releasing. So create the flow. Just know that you're going to be creating flow. This is the higher vibrational energy. And creating flow by feeling better, feeling optimistic, having fun, making progress, taking baby steps. Coming from a place of gratitude, being grateful for what you do have so you can create more of it. And just activating the ease, true, which is creating flow. Activating a playful state of mind, being positive, believing in what you're wanting to do. Appreciate what you have, appreciate those around you. Activating confidence, positive energy, positive self-talk, manifesting energy, empathy and forgiveness, activating passion and empowerment, having an exciting vision, being humble and kind, to activating, creating flow in every cell and atom in your body. Wow, this is going so strong. From the top of your head through to the soles of your feet. You've released all that negative energy, so now you're activating what's left as positive energy. You're creating flow. Just imagine you've got the divine love and light that you sprinkled on yourself earlier is now coming through your crown chakra, and it's going to activate, creating more flow. Just keep creating the flow. It's going nice and strong. You're all doing such a great job. And if you wanted to imagine flow is coming in like water from a tap or a fountain or a waterfall. The water is the flow that's coming through the crown chakra. It's flowing through your body. And it's going from the top of your head through the crown chakra. It's flowing through down to the soles of your feet. And then when you're filled up, the flow of this water is going to be like a fountain coming out of the top of your head. It's bringing in more flow and it's protecting you. It's a bubble of light. So just imagine the water is the flow. Imagine when you're having a shower in the morning or whenever you have your shower, just imagine the water coming out of the nozzle in the shower head is flow. It's going to remind you to activate creating flow and being open and receptive to being in the flow. And that means to keep things moving. Let go of what you don't want to make room for what you do want. And that's all life areas. This is going so nice. It's going strong and wide. This is so good. Activating flow in every cell and atom in your body in the best and highest way. For your best and highest good, with grace and ease. Now it's slowing down because I think we're nearly done. Beautiful. So that has stopped. Last one we're going to now do is surrender. So we're activating surrender true, which is activating letting go of the past to be more present. We're activating that on every cell and atom in your body, from the top of your head through to the soles of your feet. Your higher self will do this for you in the best and highest way for your best and highest good. So just be in the activation of letting go of the past. When you're letting go of the past, preserve the learnings. Whatever you need to learn from an experience, preserve those learnings. Ask your higher self to preserve the learnings and remember what they are if you ever need them. I'm also going to say activate the art of surrender, which is letting go and releasing, sending to the universe or a power higher than you any stress or worries or situations that you may have. Just let it go and ask the universe to take care of that particular situation for the best and highest good of all concerned in the best and highest way. With grace and ease, and just say, thank you, it's done, show me. And then you don't have to worry about it. Just let go of all the past trauma and pain so that you are in the present moment. And that's what it's all about now, being in the present, but we're activating the surrender of stressful situations, something that worries you, something that keeps you up at night. Something you can't control, just release it and send it to the universe to take care of you. Because the universe does have your back. Believe me, I've experienced it. You might not think so at the time, but in hindsight, you will see it. Sometimes a better option has come about and you hadn't even thought about it. So just keep releasing surrendering, activating your surrendering, all the situations. Oh wow, it's going nice and strong again. All your situations and worries and doubts, just send it to the universe. Wow, good on you, everyone. Surrender true is activating surrender. Let go of the past to be more present. I'm even going to say be in the present. Just do this with your higher self for your best and highest good, in the best and highest way with grace and ease. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. So this is slowing down too. Maybe we don't. Maybe you're already surrendering, a lot of you. Let go of any pains that have come about from the past that you're aware of. Let them go. Send them to the white light, washed and cleansed. Because you don't want to send your dirty, negative energy out to the universe. That's why I'm saying you wash it and cleanse it. It doesn't come back. If it does come back, it will be light and divine light and love. So activating surrender true, slowing down. Okay, it's slowing. And just know that if you need more time, this can run in the background. Just work with your higher self. Right. Surrender true is nearly done. Okay, that is done. So keep with your eyes closed if you wouldn't mind. Because now I'm going to do some broadcasting. And we'll do the cleanse and then I'll integrate it. And then at the end, we'll check in what your pain levels are at and find out. I know I'm confident that they will all go down. So I will talk into the camera and I will give a command. And if you want to say the words into my body for yourself, please do that. Actually, I'll say it to yourself. This is a tensor tool that I'm going to use. So first we're going to do supplements. So I broadcast. So what I'm doing is I'm broadcasting to you through the internet the unique energy signature of a supplement and a herb, which means that you don't need to go and buy it. I'm sending the energy or the essence of the supplement is going directly to your body, that where it needs to go. It means you don't have to go and ingest it. Doesn't need to get caught up in your digestion, your stomach and all that process. So you'll get it. So just be open. If you're a bit doubtful, just open to receiving what I'm about to receive. So what came up is a supplement of COQ10, and I'll be saying each of these things 3 times. What else came up was the proteolytic enzymes. So if your body doesn't need it, it won't work. Like you'll either ignore it or flush it through. So, and then we're doing the cleanse on the small intestine and the brain. The 2 herbs that came up for that is milk thistle and wormwood. So again, I'll say each of them 3 times for each of those organs. And then I'll integrate it and send some more divine love and just bring it all together. So just enjoy the ride. And if you fall asleep, that's fine. No biggie. If you're awake, that's fine. Just enjoy it. So I broadcast the unique energy signature of the supplement COQ10 into my body now. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the supplement COQ10 into my body now. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the supplement COQ10 into my body now and into the body of everyone watching live and the replay. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. I broadcast the unique energy signature of proteolytic enzymes into my body now. I broadcast the unique energy signature of proteolytic enzymes into my body now. I broadcast the unique energy signature of proteolytic enzymes into my body now and into the bodies of those watching the replay and the live. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. Now the cleanse. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb milk thistle into my body now to cleanse the small intestine. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb milk thistle into my body now to cleanse the small intestine. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb milk thistle into my body now to cleanse small intestine. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb milk thistle into my body now to cleanse my brain. I broadcast the unique energy signature of milk thistle into my body now to cleanse the brain. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb milk thistle into my body now to cleanse the brain. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. Next, I broadcast the unique energy signature of wormwood into my body now to cleanse the small intestine. I broadcast the unique energy signature of wormwood into my body now to cleanse the small intestine. I broadcast the unique energy signature of wormwood into my body now to cleanse the small intestine. I broadcast the unique energy signature of wormwood into my body now to cleanse the brain. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb wormwood into my body now to cleanse the brain. I broadcast the unique energy signature of the herb wormwood into my body now to cleanse the brain. Thank you. It's done. It's done. It's done. Show me. So that's done. So now bring this together. So what I want you to do now is imagine from the universe a beautiful beam of pearlescent pink white light with sprinkles of gold through it. That's the way I feel and see unconditional love. If you want to have another color, please, by all means, whatever color you want that signifies unconditional love, I want you to imagine a beam of it is coming from the universe through your roof, through your ceiling, and down through the crown chakra. And I'm going to give the command. So working with the creator. So creator of all it is commanded to send unconditional love to every cell and atom in this person's body. It's coming in from the top of your head through the crown chakra, and it's sweeping through each cell and atom in your body, right through to the soles of your feet. Imagine that beautiful pearlescent pink white light with gold is beaming in through the top of your head and it's filling up every cell and atom in your body with unconditional love. Creative all it is, it's commanded to show me anything that needs to be done and to change it in the highest and best way for everyone watching live and watching the replay. Thank you. It is done. It is done. It is done. Show me. Just feel the unconditional love filling up your body and send unconditional love to the areas where you might have had the pain, and know that the creator will change it, whatever needs to be changed for you in the best and highest way for your best and highest good. and with grace and ease. Just keep breathing in the unconditional love. Just keep breathing it in and knowing it's filling up all the holes and gaps that were left from all the releasing. Just fill it all up. And if you feel you've got extra, imagine the unconditional love is coming out of the top of your head like a fountain and forming a protective bubble. Just keep breathing in unconditional love. So you might want to breathe in unconditional love, breathe out unconditional love. Just know that it is being sent to every cell and atom in your body. Your higher self knows exactly what to do as well. Just keep running this unconditional love. So just keep breathing in unconditional love, and the Creator will change it and show me anything that needs to be done that's ready to be changed in the best and highest way with grace and ease for your best and highest good. Check in. Healing, that unconditional love is still running, so the healing is still running. And I'm going to let it run in the background because a lot of you are going to be going to sleep soon. So I'm going to start calling it in. So if you want to, have a nice breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. So I want to hear all your pain ratings and what they are now. Have another breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. Start to be aware of the sounds in the room and around you. Have a third breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And when you're ready, open your eyes and come back to the call. And if you want to feel into your pain, tell me what your pain is out of 5. So write in the chat whatever the pain was that you had previously. I'm going to, let this unconditional love will just keep running. Wow, a 0. It was a 4 and now it's a 2. And then I think Tuna, he said he was already a 1 and we're halfway through the process. So that's excellent. What does your pain feel like now? Out of 5, 5 is really intense. So it could even be a 1 or a 0. Just you might have released it when you removed everything. So what else is there? So yeah, Tuna's only got an 8 now. So come on, maybe I've fallen asleep. Still a few more people, still the same number of people. Just be aware. Thank you, it's powerful. I'm still feeling exactly, Diane. It is very powerful. And what I'm going to say to everyone is follow your intuition. If you're guided to rest, rest. Yes, Wilma, it's a 5 and disappointing. May I share? Yes, Casey's gone from a 5 to a 3 to a 1. So excellent. So follow your intuition. Sleep if you want to sleep. Drink water. Take it easy. If you're guided for vitamins or some special supplements that you normally take those. It works differently for everyone. I usually feel energized out of it. Wilma, can you write in the chat or did you want to talk?
Can I talk?
Yes, you can talk.
Yeah, I said dissipating. Yeah, dissipating, not disappointing, meaning it's going
thank
down.
you.
Yeah.
You're right.
No, yeah. And I wanted to share something because I've had a very strong issue with abundance that, like I mentioned, is somehow tied around my tooth pain that's come up.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because during the session, this is like so many things came up, like a memory from when I was 10 years old that with both my parents that might explain the abundance issues.
Yeah.
But what came up during this session was when we were sending love and light, when you were giving that instruction, I actually wrote down sending love and light to me because I deserve divine flow. That was a massive change for me. Like that was just such a biggie. So I'm hoping there's going to be a replay because I'm feeling that I need to re-listen to this and clear out whatever it feels like there's some debris that for me, not for anybody else on the call, but for me that needs to be released. And when you mentioned that faucet, do you remember when you mentioned about the flow coming out like a fountain, like there's a faucet above your head?
Yeah.
Many years ago, when I realized that there's somehow that I've somehow created this abundance issue. Like I know I've got generational ancestral poverty consciousness and religious programming, but I remember years ago on the bus ride to work in the morning when I was working on clearing my issues, especially the money issue. As I looked out the bus window, there was an actual faucet on the top of the building that I looked up and I thought, oh my God, I never saw that there before. And on my way home, it was gone. And when I got into my spiritual journey, I realized that was a message for me, like from my spirit guides, that there's a faucet above your head, turn it on, because it was at the top of the building. So when you mentioned, like I mentioned the experience that I popped up during this session when I was 10. So when you were talking about the faucet, I had a flashback to that. And I thought, oh my gosh, those were my guides trying to tell me the faucet is above my head. I can turn it on. So I'm so, so grateful. The pain in my tooth it's dissipating as I'm talking to you. So it's lessening. That's why I can't give you a number because it's still going down.
Okay.
But I am so, so grateful, even for the awareness for me to be able to write down, I deserve divine flow.
Perfect.
I've never experienced that before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Talk
Pleasure.
about saving the best till the last. Thank you.
What can I say? Thank you, Witchy. And if you want more and want to unpack it, I've got my $97 offer, which is one of the best at the moment. So one whole hour for $97 US. And I can work with you and go into it a lot deeper, clear some of the ancestral work, like patterns and things you've been handed down from your ancestors and you don't even realize you've got it. And I don't always use the faucet with the shower. So that must have been for Wilma that I'd said that. So the universe has your back. I keep telling everyone. So if you want more of this and take up the offer, do yourself a favor. It is really powerful, as you've experienced. It gets to the bottom root of whatever you have got going on and what you're ready to release. So there will be a replay, everyone. So watch it again. And thank your higher self for even putting you here and giving you the nudge to be on this call. And thank you so much for everyone for staying up really late. It sounds like it's been worth it. I don't want to toot my own whistle or blow my own horn, but I think from what you're saying, the pain is going down for people and it still will. There's 2 more messages. I'm the conduit. Yes, love it. The universe has my back. It does. The event on Sunday is my live event. So I'm hosting guests like what Witchy's done. But I've got different guests and it starts at 4 p.m. Pacific time and runs, I can't remember if it's 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm on last again because I'm hosting it. So yeah, it's about 4.5 hours. We've got about 8 or 9, I think 9 or 10 including me, speakers. They're all doing 30-minute slots. So there's healers and there's psychic readings and things like that. So I don't even have the link. Maybe I could give it just email me at info@diechallenor.com. Oh yeah. And then I can organize my team to send you a link. I'll just put that. If you want to join, info at my name. So if anyone's got any it's 3:00. I haven't got time for questions. I reckon you're all tired. So I'll just do it to the group. Witchy, what do you think?
I
You got
thought
any
you
questions?
did. I thought you did amazing. You did really good. And
Tuna, how's your pain? You've gone down to 1 or 0, or you're still with us, which is good. Unmute yourself or put it in the chat.
Oh, he's muted. Hold on. He's
talking to
there we
himself.
go.
Tuna, what did you just say? We didn't hear you.
Yeah, we're just trying to unmute you.
See,
you have to unmute, Tuna. No, I'm asking you to unmute and you're not doing it.
Well, maybe try to put it in the chat. Thanks, chat. Feeling great. So that's good.
Ta-da! All right, now I should be unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you. You just say, how are you feeling? How's your pain? Has it disappeared?
It's down to maybe either a 1 or even a 0.5.
Wow. That's good. So maybe,
really
and that
good,
was the reflux pain, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe you're the one that needed the digestive or the proteolytic enzymes for your digestion.
Perhaps so.
And I'm also going to say that the small intestine would be like having a cleanse with the wormwood. I don't know how we get these energetic parasites, but wormwood works and does a treat. So that will help you as well. And same with the milk thistle. It seems to cleanse all the organs. So I'm glad you're down to a 0.5, I'm going to say. Nearly there. So that's good. Does anyone else want to share their little numbers have gone down? Otherwise, I think, are we going to call it a wrap, Witchy? Do you close off now?
Oh, well, let's see. I got to post my thing one more time because I didn't post it at all during my thing. I can't believe it. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking, obviously.
Oh, it's sort of like when you're the host and you're doing the demo, it is a bit tricky.
It is, yeah.
So, because I know myself.
I don't think of myself when
Same. I'm busy worrying about everyone else.
That's right. Yeah. Helping people and stuff like that.
But message. Thanks. I sent an email to connect. Okay, fantastic. So, Jill Marie, does that mean you want to join the event?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yes.
All right,
That's
fantastic.
great.
All right, I will get the link and send it out. So you've got plenty of time. It's Thursday for you guys.
I'm glad I could hook you guys up.
Yeah, this has been great, Vicky. I really enjoyed it, and I don't want to keep people up. They want to go to sleep and let the unconditional love do its magic and integrate all those changes that everyone's wanting.
And make sure you check out Di's links too, you guys, because she's got a really good deal for 97 right now.
So thanks, ladies. I have to go now. Much love to all of you. Thank you, Diane. Jill Marie, goodbye. Have a good sleep. Now, it should be your assistant's job to make sure you are promoting your hour. Exactly, Tuna. Are you the assistant, or would you got someone else in the background?
No, he's my assistant.
I'm her assistant. I should be doing it.
Yeah, you should. I thought of that. I thought of that after, and I thought, but I didn't give you the information to do it. So
right, but if you do in the future, then I will make sure it happens.
Okay,
I got your
sounds
back.
good. Thank you.
That's good, Tuna, because the universe has got your back and Witchy's and everyone else's. So that's cool. I look forward to meeting you in a couple of weeks, I think, whenever you've booked in. Casey. Yeah, so who knows what you'll be having, what issues you'll have then. I don't mean that.
Oh no.
No,
No,
I'm
you
not going to do anything to him to drive him whatever.
That's okay. I'm going to go and log back onto my other computer for another few hours of work, and that's it. So this has been really good. It's been a nice recharge my batteries.
Well, thank you, Di. We loved having you. I
I
hope
love
you'll
being
come.
here.
I hope you'll come again sometime.
Yes, tell me the dates and we'll work it out offline. It'd be great.
Cool.
So enjoy your evening. Have a good sleep.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna be here for a while because I got to get the recording. But you know, anybody who wants to go to bed, I wish you sweet dreams. And I want to thank you for coming. It was wonderful. And yeah, just sweet dreams when you go. There's one.
What are you doing, Booty? Boudica? Cut it out.